Chandigarh.
Wonderful, wonderful.
One of the best clubs in the
We are
world.
so privileged to have you amongst us, right?
It's a pleasure indeed.
Great.
So, Aghosh, are you making me the co-host?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, the host right now is Biopharma Conference person because he has to make it live to YouTube. So once he makes me the host again, I'll make you the co-host.
Okay. But from your side, you check the presentation so that there's no glitch.
आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही है? आवाज क्यों बंद कर दी? दोबारा से उसमें डालो। हाँ, दोबारा से करो, वापस ले जाओ ना।
Dinesh sir, I'll make you the host co-host now.
Okay, do that.
Hello. Yes.
Can you see the slides, Vishal?
Yes, awesome. Yes, I can. Good, good.
Oh, great. Awesome. Perfect. So we'll great. So what's the name of the CEO of Chemtech, yeah?
That's Hemant Shetty.
Come again?
Hemant Shetty.
Vimal.
Hemant.
Oh, Hemant Shetty.
Yeah.
आवाज नहीं आ रही है वहाँ पे? थोड़ा वॉल्यूम दीजिए।
ये तुम्हारा ऑटोमेशन तुम्हारा ही है, तो तुम कितने अटेंडीज है सब तुम लोग को ध्यान देना चाहिए ना। कौन कर रहा है पूछता हो तो पहले सबको कंफ्यूजन है, फिर बोला ये कर रहा है, क्या नाम है उसका, कुलकर्णी, तो बोलता है आज 60 ही पूछे, बोलते हैं जब तुम्हारे मेंबर 60 के ऊपर है तो फॉलोअप बराबर किया है नहीं किया है। आप लोगों को ध्यान देना चाहिए ना, हर चीज में माइन्यूटली पूछता रहो। सब सीनियर लोग अगर एक दूसरे से ये सब कोऑर्डिनेशन क्लियर नहीं होगा तो ये प्रॉब्लम है। 100 के ऊपर
आप एक बार वो आवाज आ रही है, आप एक बार ऐसे करो, नीचे ना पहली मंजिल पे उनको बोलो कि आज ठक नहीं करना, हमारी मीटिंग चल रही है पहली मंजिल पे, वहां पर हमारे साथ वाला नीचे जाके नीचे के साथ वाला
Good morning to all. We'll be starting the event shortly. Please bear with us.
Good morning, Dr. Dua. How are
Good
you?
morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here.
Good morning, Mr. Shetty. Good morning.
Good morning,
Dr.
Vishal. How are you?
Good, sir. Wonderful. Thank you so much for your support.
Well, it's a joint effort, as I always say. It's no individual
Absolutely.
who can do anything. So,
We can all wing together.
no. I really compliment your efforts you're putting. There's no doubt in that.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for those.
And mind you, Hemant, this is against the backdrop of a very important DOP, Ministry of Chemical and Fertilizer initiative today.
Yeah,
So I jump and hop from one to another. Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Datke.
All worked out, Vishal.
Hello.
We be in touch how to fix it.
We have 3 minutes to go. So I think the entire panel is here. Mahesh is also here, I believe. Hi, Mahesh. Can we have your video on?
Yes, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Just be able to join. I'm just changing my connections. Hi everyone. In the meantime.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi,
Hi,
Mahesh.
sir. Good morning.
Good to see you,
Good
buddy.
morning.
Good to see you, Dinesh bhai. How are you?
All well, yeah.
Great backdrop. Mahesh is always promoting Syngene.
Yeah. It's genetically coded into Mahesh.
Yes. Syngene is now a public listed company, right? So he's
Yes.
mandated to do this.
It's doing amazingly well, yeah, with footprints all over the world.
Absolutely. So, Dr.
Yeah.
Dua, you must be having shares of Syngene, right? You believe in so much of biopharma.
You asking questions which should not be asked.
Not in a public forum, at least.
All right. I made it a little more neutral.
That's Goa, I used to have a Goa background. Everybody used to enjoy that, yeah.
Yeah, what happened?
No, I changed it to Rotary because
Yeah, because you got too many pictures with that background already floating in.
Yeah, but what are you promoting on Rotary, Dinesh ji?
yeah, and I'm vice president of one of the best clubs in the world, Chandigarh. So
Okay.
the new team has just been formed. I was a director of club services. Now
Okay.
I've become the vice president, and I thought next year, that is the coming year, is going to be enormous for me, and this backdrop will help me to stay alive and to stay glued to Rotary.
Wonderful, wonderful. I know Rotary in some places was also trying to get into vaccination and promo and help the vaccination. So should you're engaged in that as well?
So right, Mahesh, that was a proposal to the government under very active consideration by various state governments.
Yeah.
Because polio, we had huge global contribution in eradication and also in India in a big way. Yeah? So we thought this is a great time to get into COVID as well.
No, and here in Bangalore, the Rotary associations have been talking to us since quite some
Dear
time.
all, sorry to interrupt you. Actually, we are live. So I think our audience are also there. So we're just going to start. So a very good morning to all of you and a very warm welcome to today's webinar, the very first of its kind, Biopharma World Conference 2021. The theme of today's event is Biopharmaceuticals, the next big opportunity for India. This has been jointly organized by Chemtech Foundation and BioRx Venture Advisors Private Limited as the knowledge partner. I am Pritika Kalra, Chief Operating Officer of BioRx Strategic Leadership Alliance, which is popularly named as BSLA. It gives me immense pleasure in informing you all that today we have a gathering of 250 plus audience on a virtual platform and many more on the YouTube link, representing startups, small and medium enterprise, large enterprise, and MNCs. You would have noted from the content of the program. Now let's start the program. I invite Mr. Hemant Shetty, CEO, Skemtech and Jasubhai Media Private Limited, to give the welcome address.
Thank you, Pritika. Good morning. So, as I say, in the digital world, we have started this forum from last 2 days. We are live streaming the program. It started from 23rd to 26th are the dates for the event. We started with the water forum, which was organized by the chairman of Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. Then we have the lab and analytics program, which was started by Dr. Nangia, who was former director of NCL and now is professor in the University of Hyderabad. Today also we have going to have 8 parallel forums which will be running on various timings, and also a program for the students, which we call it Students Outreach Program. We have close to 2,000 engineering students who will be assembling, and industry leaders from India and international will be interacting with them, guiding them for their future, how they should develop themselves, what are the opportunities, So having said that, welcome Dr. Dinesh Dua. Thank you for chairing our forum on a very short notice and creating a fantastic program. Actually, my special thanks to Vishal. He'll remember, I know him from the times of Yes Bank. His office was near to our office that time. He used to come and talk about it. He has really worked hard, I must say. I keep telling my team that, you need this kind of passion to create a program in a short time and get so many speakers around at one place, even if it is digital. We Indians, we might say we are, all digital, but we are still not that comfortable. I can tell you from my experience from last 2 days with a lot of senior people who have been coming and speaking. And I also agree that there is no replacement for an on-ground where you meet people personally, which we Indians are used to and we strongly believe in. We Indians believe in building relations when you meet each other. But with the present conditions, the online. But I must share this news with all of you that we were pleasantly surprised that as of today we have around 7,000 visitors who have connected with us online. Yesterday we had 2,500 visitors who were online. Today I just asked before we could start, we have 3,000 plus already who are online, who are watching this conference also. They can watch, other than the delegates numbers, which our good friend just now mentioned, we have this 3,000, they can also watch live or listen whichever, speakers they want to listen to. And this keeps adding as the day goes on. For the first day, we had kept this, event live from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. But then we got some complaints from some of our participants. They said a lot of our international, players, they want to connect with us. So you keep it on. What is the problem? We said, we don't have any problem. So we have kept it 24/7 live now since yesterday. So they are connecting with a lot of international, because of the time limits, Indians are open to talk to any time, unlike Europe and all. So they are connecting with the international audience during the night. So we are happy that they are gaining good connects out of this. I also would like to welcome Dr. Mahesh Balgat, Chief Operating Officer Syngene, who's also supported us, for this event. So we thank you for coming together today. I'm sure today's deliberations will definitely have some good opportunities for all our audience who are present. So thank you, and welcome you all once again to all our delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now we will move to the chairman's address. And before that, I would like to talk briefly about Dr. Dinesh Dua. So Dr. Dinesh Dua is currently the Chief Executive Director of Nectar Life Sciences, a niche company in life sciences. He is currently Chairman Pharma Ministry of Commerce, Government of India, North India Chairman for Regional Committee on Life Sciences for Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, and is also past Chairman of CII, Chandigarh Council, Member Executive Council, BDMA, and is also a visiting faculty to leading and reputed management institutes in India. Dr. Dua holds an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. He has over 41 years of professional experience across varied industries in leadership positions such as healthcare, pharmaceuticals, biologicals, petrochemicals, and consumer goods. He has worked in multinational organizations such as Hoist, Sanofi, Aventis, Burjo Paints, and large Indian corporates like Reliance, Jubilant, Organisys, Zydus, Cadila Healthcare, and as president of Vocard Limited International and Biotechnology Strategic Business Unit. Over to Dr. Dua.
Thank you very much, Pritika, for the kind introduction. Good morning, everybody. Hemant, hats off to you, buddy. You've done such a great job in putting it together along with Vishal. I and Vishal go back 20 years, if not more. And as you rightly pointed out, Yes Bank onwards, he's been a trailblazer in every respect and every which way you look at it. Mahesh, my dearest friend and a colleague and industry veteran who's spearheading Syngene, and distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning to all of you. Vishal reached out to me about a fortnight ago, if I'm not mistaken, Vishal. And the moment he talked about biotechnology, it stirred a bit of a passion in me, and it took me back nostalgically to 2002 when I started my journey in biopharmaceuticals with Vocard. Vocard at that point in time was way ahead of the rest of the pack, right? Which may not be the case now for a variety of reasons, right? And I learned, I'm basically a pharmacologist, I know genetics. So I learned a bit in the first couple of months about biopharmaceuticals, and that love has always been there, not only in a sustained manner, but in a very vibrant manner. So with these opening words, I'm going to take this opportunity as given to me by Hemant and Vishal and Mahesh to speak about biopharmaceuticals in India, set the context as both as opening remarks as well as a keynote speaker for today. So let me walk you through a bit of a presentation which I put together only last night and shared it this morning at about 9 o'clock. And I hope I've been able to capture everything that needs to be captured for this wonderful conference. I mean, hats off to you guys. Can you see this presentation, Vishal, Hemant, Mahesh? All right, it's there. Okay. I'll have to get into, got some, just give me a moment.
You can maximize it.
Yeah, I'm doing that. There was a notification. So here we go. I think this is now fairly reasonably visible to everybody. Now, you see, the pharmaceutical industry today globally is facing many challenges. The small molecule therapeutics, which is basically generics, where India rules the roost. India is unquestionably the pharmacy of the world, supplying to 206 out of 211 countries. We are the global market leaders. We hold 40% of the market share, volume market share in the United States, 33% in UK, 30% in EU, and you name it. Overall, about 26%. However, the journey of generic seems to be tapering off, although there is still $200+ billion worth of innovation drugs which are going to fall off the patent cliff in another 4 years' time, and that opportunity is enormous. But there are huge pressures and challenges in the generics. And as I was discussing with Vishal the other day, you see, if India continues to follow the juggernaut of generics, it's not going to last. The swan song is not going to last for long. It might just get over in the next 1 decade. Don't forget, Bangladesh is catching up very quickly with us. And they have this priority status of least developed country, LDC as we call it, for priority disposition in terms of sourcing in the United States and Europe, and also UN. Vietnam and Cambodia also catching up very fast. So with the basic pedestal of price, quality, and good CGMP practices, your competitor is going to catch up very fast. So what is the challenge in front of you? The challenge in front of you, the opportunity in front of you is the advent of large molecule therapeutics, biotherapeutics or biologicals or biopharmaceuticals as we call it, which has completely transformed the entire global industry, both in the innovation space as well as in the biosimilar or similar bio, whichever way you call it, right? So global pharmaceutical market facing the challenge, biologics in the meanwhile have taken a very major share of the market, both in terms of dollar revenues and the total market per se in volumes. This was about $200 billion, including innovation molecules by 2013, has grown to 200 billion. Sorry, I beg your pardon, 400 billion by 2030. There's a typo in that, with a CAGR of 15%. So it's 2030, 400 billion. That's a very large part of the total pharmaceutical market of $1.4 trillion as of now. Then at the top, blockbuster drugs, which are defined by annual revenues in excess of $1 billion US dollars, are novel biologicals. I mean, gone are the days when Lipidos used to rule the roost, and they used to be, all the NMEs or NCEs as we call them were in the top 10. There's none as of today. It's all biologics. Whereas, biologics have opened up the floodgates for innovative standards of care. They represent very, very expensive cost of treatment. And I think that is the worry. And there is a global consensus amongst all the countries, including US and Europe and Japan and Korea, that the prices have to come down. And this is where India comes into the picture in terms of a behemoth of biosimilars. We estimate that the global biosimilar market by 2027 will be $70 billion. And the recent regulatory approvals, very delighted to know, I used to struggle such a lot way back in 2002 to 2007, when US would not even listen to you, US FDA would not listen to you. A small little molecule, 64 amino acids called insulin, recombinant insulin and analogs, were gaining dust for 20 years. It's even simpler as compared to some of the molecular and chemical entities. And therefore, that created a big challenge for people to get into biosimilars and bring down the cost. However, now, Biocon, along with Mylan, has succeeded in Europe, has succeeded in the US, and things are opening up very fast. Now, emerging biotherapeutics are both innovation as well as biosimilars. Recombinant proteins and antibodies have dominated, as you would have known. I think by now, because of COVID, the pandemic, everybody is talking about antibodies. Before the pandemic, nobody knew what antibodies are, and so on and so forth. And today, everybody is talking about it because of the vaccine development. And India is in the forefront, with 9 companies vying to be there in the vaccine space. You already have 2 of them up there. 2 other ones are definitely going to get the approval going forwards in March. And then, of course, until June, you'll have all the 9 Indian companies right in the forefront. No other country in the world, ladies and gentlemen, has 9 companies from one country on the forefront of the vaccine development and successful marketing going forwards. So in the case of protein biologics, innovative changes in sequencing has happened. Chemical modifications have happened. That's the beauty of it. When you combine the best of both the worlds, bio as well as chemical, I think you lead to greater safety and stability and modify the specific functions. People have been talking about the safety of the vaccines and about 5 to 9 years in development of the vaccines. Gone are the days. I think, why are we living in the past? Look at it now. How Bionan with Pfizer, Moderna, Oxford, and now Bharat Biotech, and going forward Aurobindo and Zydus Cadila, how they've catapulted it and created such a wonderful pedestal for the vaccine with absolute safety and, of course, immunological response going forward. So we have to live in the current, state of mind where huge amount of biotechnology, developments have taken place. Now, antibodies are innovation, as you know, all of that. Innovation in clinical testing of antibodies in combination with biospecific, ladies and gentlemen, remember the word biospecifics. Now, biospecific is a customized treatment for specific diseases, difficult to treat, diseases. And my sense is, although not many have been approved so far, the future would belong to biospecific. Keep that in mind. All the academic institutions, larger companies, smaller companies, in California, San Francisco, 10 by 10 room evolves things like erythropoietin, evolves things like antibodies. Monoclonal antibodies is the largest R&D, has come from 10 by 10 rooms in San Francisco and nowhere else. So you could start off as a startup with monoclonal antibodies, which find huge application and take it forward. The new technology advances in RNA, as is exhibited by Pfizer vaccine, as well as Moderna, which was done and dusted, has suddenly come to the foreground. And that's going to be the future, along with biospecifics. So what are the countries which are leading this antibody biotherapeutics? US, understandably. China is right up there, number 2. EU, Japan, and Canada. Top 5 countries with most clinical development in these biotherapeutics are US again, Europe, China, Australia, and Canada. They're doing amazingly well in the clinical part of the business, right? I mean, these are indicators to tell you which countries have leapfrogged. China today stands right on top in biotherapeutics. They're nowhere in formulations. They're all over in APIs. And in biologics, they're ages ahead of a country like ourselves. And diseases which were difficult to treat. Now look at the number. Parenthesis, the bracket tells you the number of companies working globally through biologics on rheumatoid arthritis, psoriasis, chronic lymphocytic leukemia, metastatic breast cancer, and many more, as you can see on the screen. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read all of those. So you can see some of the path-breaking, molecules in excess of $2, $3, $4 billion. Trastuzumab, all MABs listed out here. And there are 39 companies, ladies and gentlemen, which are in phase 1, 2, 3, and pre-clinical stages or pre-registration stages. All of the ADC trials are in the area of oncology. Now, suddenly, ahead of antibiotics, which is $100 billion, oncology has become number 1 therapeutic area in the world, growing at about 30% year on year. With this, I think the scope of monoclonal antibodies is so humongous that even if India was to start the journey today, we'll be there, definitely. So what are the India R&D trends in biologics? Indian biotech industry comprises of 3 segments. One is homegrown drug developers for R&D, like Jubilant, Biocon, and like the US counterparts, they've cut costs by scaling back on R&D, accounting for the growth of the industry. Second, basically consists, is contract researchers and manufacturers. And the third is, the global pharma giants having their footprints, particularly in Bangalore, as Mahesh would know better than anyone of us, right? Each one of them, name any one of these guys, and they've got footprints in India in various areas to do the research, which is done at a fraction of the cost of what they do up there. So with this, some of the molecules, rituximab and trastuzumab, are on the WHO list of recommended drugs. Most of the recent blockbuster drugs are novel biologics. Indian industry, biotech industry, is well placed to tap into these huge opportunities. The way is very complicated as compared to the generics, but it's definitely there. With the resounding success of Mylan combination along with Biocon, both in Europe and US, the floodgates have opened. DBT has been a great facilitator, no two ways about that. And this is bridging the technical knowledge gap and development of the regulatory guidelines as we go along. So given the innovation in biotech space in the economies of scale, India is likely to achieve $12 billion market size by 2025. Now, I'm not going to spend much time on this. I'll just end up by saying here, advantage India, robust demand. I mean, the difference between India and China is domestic consumption, and that applies to biotechnology. Innovation opportunities in R&D, as I explained earlier. Increasing investments, the government of India in the current ease of doing business mode, having leapfrogged to the top 50, has provided us very good stimulus. I mean, yesterday you would have known PLI 2, Production Linked Incentive 2, has been approved by the cabinet, to which I was a contributor to a little extent along with the rest of the industry stalwart. And that contains gene therapy, stem cells, and biotechnology. So ultimately, the government has allocated sufficient funds to stimulate not only R&D, but also manufacturing through a stimulus in the PLI 2. Policy support all along has gone and supported biotechnology. Look at 78 to 90. Biocon was first biotech firm coming off the pedestal. Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, in Hyderabad was set up. IMTech in Chandigarh, where I'm contributing in a large way, was set up in 84, 86. DBT was formed. And just imagine Sanjeev Mahesh, 1994. That is a milestone by itself. You'll hear a lot from him going forward. Monsanto, got their footprints going in India. and then Cadila Healthcare, Serum Institute, Bharat Biotech. They were the first ones to have launched the swine flu, followed now by COVID-19. So it's been a wonderful effort and collaboration between government and the private industry in India as well as multinational. So 10 to 15, BIRAC was formed, and that stimulated and created a tremendous platform for the startups. And DBT allocated huge amount of money, 735 million or thereabouts, and about 735,000 to University of Agricultural Sciences. So both in pharmaceuticals, in agriculture, fermentation, enzyme, India started making their presence felt. So therefore, how does this entire thing look as of today in India? Biopharma contributes 64% to the Indian biotech industry. We're becoming the largest, one of the leading most destinations for contract research and manufacturing activities, which is leading to further acceleration of the bioservices sector. The bioservices and bioagri contribute to 18 and 14% respectively to the biotechnology turnover. Serum Institute is, as you know very well, everybody knows that industry today, is the largest biopharma company in the country and accounts for approximately 22% of the biopharma space. But with huge and humongous growth, both in exports and domestic, it might even leapfrog to about 35% at the end of this year with the vaccine Covishield, along with AstraZeneca and Oxford. So let's just very quickly look at the regulatory landscape. We had a very complicated regulatory landscape until 2098. Biosimilars were passed until September 2009, and many more to come. It's in excess of 100 now. ABLE in India estimates now that with a growth rate of 22% CAGR, it's going to reach 12 billion 2025. I'm 100% convinced about it. In India, biosimilars are called similar biologic. We have come a long way from the first similar biologic in 2000 for hepatitis B to now. 95 approved biosimilars, many more to come. Some of the major leading players are Wockhardt, Biocon, Glenmark, Torrent, Zydus, Reliance, US3, Dr. Reddy's, and so on and so forth. Biocon, for instance, in 19 earned 1,517 crores, nearly 28% of the revenues from the biosimilar space. I'm sure Mahesh knows that now the turnover has gone beyond 2,000. Indian players must now venture out into the Western markets, which is what's been witnessed through Mylan, through trastuzumab biosimilar in the US as well as in Europe. Roche has entered into an agreement with India-based MCure in Pune to produce an affordable version of Bicletis, which is one of the drugs for Herceptin, which they produce. So they are also, MNCs also are insulating their biosimilar space once the patent cliff goes off. So, I mean, this augurs very well for India to play in this large space. The active partake of the Indian companies in biosimilar space is seen by 201 active biosimilars, which are in the pipeline of 52 Indian companies. I mean, ask me 2002 when I started my journey in biosimilars and biotechnology in water to today, in about, let's say, 20 years' time or thereabouts, you have 52 companies. At that time, I couldn't think of anything beyond Wockhardt and Zydus Catalent. A report by Asochem predicts that by 2030, the market should go up to $400 billion worldwide. Indian market will be booming at similar time at about 35 billion, which is a robust, almost around 9% of the space of $400 billion globally, which augurs very well for us, which tells you that India would get on the innovation street as has been demonstrated in the vaccine space. The regulatory framework is governed by guidelines, regulatory requirements, and these guidelines in 2016 opened up a tremendous avenue for growth for the industry. And therefore, from a draconian 2000, which was nowhere, to 2016, a lot has happened in ease of doing business. And going forwards in the dynamic leadership of Honorable DCGI and of course DBT under Madam Renu Swaroop, she's a secretary rank officer. We've been, collaborating with them, cooperating with them, consulting with them, and I believe that the new set of rules would be even more convenient for doing business for the Indian companies going forward. So you have 8 other acts which are controlling biosimilars, and that's my worry. You have one-stop shop, DBT or whatever, just freeze it there, one set of rules and regulations and no more. So this is also a demand that we put up to the DCGI and Secretary DBT, and hopefully things will work out fine. Now, for granting of authorization, market authorization as we call it, you have DBT, we have RCGM, Review Committee on Genetic Manipulation, CDSCO. So, you've got to run from one to another to make sure things happen. We are asking for one pedestal, one stop shop to make sure that approvals are given. Approvals are preclinical, clinical, post-clinical. And obviously preclinical requires safety information and so on and so forth. Like, as you must have witnessed, even under emergency use approval, the companies were required to do phase 3, truncated phase 3 to make sure that safety is paramount, immunological response is paramount. So clinical trial is basically the clinical trials which are spread over 1.5 to 2 years later. And then it's followed by phase 4 called adverse drug reaction. All of that has been put in place very rapidly in the vaccine emergency use approval, EUA as we call it. But I'm sure going forward, as soon as COVID is over, you'll have a very comprehensive, legislation to ensure that safety and the response, immunological response, is taken care of in about 1 year to 2 years' time. Market authorization application has to be submitted to CDSO, confirmatory clinical safety and efficacy, has to be done, and similar biologicals have to be comparable to the reference biologic. It could either be an innovator drug or it could be an approved biosimilar. So these stringent guidelines show that India has really done very well in terms of understanding, interpreting the regulations and making sure that we get there. The recent COVID-19 pandemic has also put focus on monoclonal antibodies, and tocilizumab from Biocon, sarilumab, itolizumab, all of these 3 drugs did show a great promise in containing early stage COVID-19. So it's amazing. I mean, how could you shift from one indication to another, one therapy area to another therapy area? These monoclonal antibodies have definitely prohibited the cytokine response, which is a complication of COVID-19, a great achievement indeed. Zydus Cadila is also exploring use of long-acting interferon alpha B. The trials are currently on. And a biosimilar version is already under commercial manufacturing for treating hepatitis B and for COVID-19. I mean, just one drug where the combination works for 2 indications. The market potential, therefore, is going to be humongous with COVID-19 and many more mutations going forward. So Indian pharma companies have shown a positive trend towards antibody production, immunotherapies, and recombinant therapeutics. Biocon is right on the forefront of biologics, biosimilars, and generic insulin. Mrs. Kiran Majumdar, a dynamic biotech queen of the world and entrepreneur of the year for the world, global entrepreneur of the year, has already announced such a low price for insulin, recombinant insulin all over the world. It's sending shivers down the spine of the competitors, the so-called innovators. The company obviously targets to reach 1 billion by launching 8 biosimilars by 2022. And in addition to insulin for US and the rest of the world, it's going to also get its oncology portfolio into the regulated markets. And Biocon conducts sizable amount of R&D through its partnership with the US and EU company Mylan, as all of us are aware. So therefore, what's the message? The message is, if Biocon can, others can. Dr. Reddy's, Intas, Zydus Cadila, Lupin, Torrent Pharma, a mid-based company, has already acquired a small little, very niche company called Novan in 2019 to expand its dermatology portfolio. Curatech Biologics, I have tremendous respect for Satkarni, Dr. Satkarni, as well as Ramprasad Reddy ji and MM Reddy ji, who have created a new company in biologics to take advantage. Like injectables, they've become global behemoth. I have no doubt at the back of my mind, give it another about 5 years, and Aurobindo should be one of the top-notch companies out of India to traverse across the length and breadth of the world, both in innovation as well as in biosimilars. So international alliances can help you. China has done a great job. We should learn from China. And both India and China being densely populated and huge consumption, Indian companies have a tremendous scope to expand all over the world and overall biotech. And here I include everything. That is vaccines, agriculture, biopharmaceuticals, antibodies, etc. Will take it, leapfrog it to 100 billion by 2030. No mean achievement. Pharmaceuticals will go to about 120, 130. That is the generic space. And if biotechnology overall can take you to 100 billion, it's a phenomenal achievement, absolutely. And I look forward to that. A large part of the success depends on industry academia. I'll just stop saying here that we've had examples of industry academia in a small measure. If we can expand that relationship between industry and academia, it'll be wonderful, because entire 95% of the innovation, both in chemical space and biological space, has come from academia. But in India, there are very, very few examples. Now that needs to be taken forward, and the Honorable Prime Minister has stated that on many occasions. So therefore, a few last slides. Inorganic growth and organic growth. Inorganic in particular can make sure that you leapfrog from where you are today. Breaking de facto monopolies of the originators, Amgen. They have 200 lawyers sitting in a glitzy building in US, in Boston. I've been there personally. They just keep on fighting cases after cases. They don't let anything expire. It's a great opportunity. Every country, including US, Europe, have understood that they need to bring down the cost of medication, biologics, even after patent expiration. And India stands a great chance of taking advantage of that. In order to plug the regulatory framework and policy making, a lot needs to be done, as said earlier, with a very substantial surge in R&D expenditures, accelerated funding, incentive, etc., is the need of the hour. And I'm sure Vishal will take you forwards in that with his kind of deep-seated experience in merger acquisitions and financing, what all can be done in India today. DBT and BIRAC, I think, are the two wonderful, wonderful horses which are running the show in terms of leaping from India in every bit of the biotechnology. And I think all of us in the academia, in the business, research institutions, startups should take advantage of fantastic schemes which are sitting out there in DBT as well as BIRAC. So what is it that we want? We want ease of doing business. We want skill development and infrastructure in collaboration with the government, promotion of entrepreneurship and startups. I think there's a wonderful session tomorrow with iconic diva of startups, Mr. Krish, who's the CII head, my boss for startup and entrepreneurship. We predict that the current push for R&D in biotechnology will establish India as the top biotechnology destination, way ahead of US, Europe, and China in the next 1 decade, if we follow the recommendations given to the government. And government is very receptive to listening to all of this. You look at US versus India, you'll find what I'm saying has already been done there in greater measure: industry, academia, R&D focus, fiscal incentives, tax breaks, etc. And that is what has led to US being the biggest behemoth, controlling about 40% of the innovative drugs in the world. So despite its support to the academic institutions, very little, I request us to take it forward and make sure that we get there. In interest of time, I would say that let's study the China model and make sure that we follow that ad verbatim to make sure that we incentivize. Lastly, what is our wish list, for the biotechnology? First is building capacity, skilled workforce, and strengthening the state-of-the-art infrastructure. Unati biotech missions align with national and global priorities, building a self-reliant Atmanirbhar India. And there could be no better example than biotechnology. Leveraging the strength of strategic partnerships, both national, international, preparing for future through the knowledge base through academia, taking science to the society. No greater example than COVID-19 vaccine development than this on this issue. Effective outreach and communication, building the public trust. Look at the amount of false news which have spread across for the use of the vaccine. Now that has to stop. Global benchmarking and performance measurement, and of course, policy enablers as we go along. Covaxin has Covishield have all demonstrated the Indian depth. SII, Serum Institute, now produces the largest quantum of Covishield in the world, supplying to 40 odd countries through government of India. Covaxin, live attenuated vaccine, right? For the first time being done in India, the safest of them all. And very soon in March, you will realize that even the immunotherapy response will be the best in the world. So I'm very proud of these two organizations, and going forwards, even more pride, national pride in other companies which are going to come forward. So the use of the next generation computing technology, increased stakeholder collaboration, evolution of the clinical trials where we've been left behind because of certain issues, growth in personalized treatment of rare diseases, demand for higher agricultural yields, emergence of value-based pricing model is going to spearhead biotechnology, and there could not have been a more appropriate subject of discussion in this webinar or conference, whatever you call it, than today. My compliments to the entire team of Chemtech, Pritika, Vishal, Mahesh, and very many other distinguished panelists and delegates here for making it happen. Thank you very much for the attention and time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dua. You've made a very comprehensive analysis of the entire industry and the steps ahead. Thank you so much. And now we move to the theme presentation and moderation. And I would like to briefly talk about Mr. Vishal Gandhi. Vishal is the founder and CEO of BioRx Venture Enterprises Private Limited. Prior to joining BioRx, Vishal had a 7-year stint with a bank where he significantly developed the life sciences and healthcare vertical, bringing in business from over 35 transactions in the area of M&P, private equity, debt space. Some of marquee transactions he worked on include financing of India's largest multi-speciality single location hospital, Medanta MedCity at NCR Gurgaon. Vishal has authored and presented 6 knowledge papers and published few articles related to various facets of healthcare, pharmaceuticals, and medical devices. He started his career with Dabur Pharmaceuticals. He had worked there on the development of novel biological entities, that is peptide-based drugs for the treatment of cancer. Vishal's knowledge ranges from biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, medical devices, to finance, to management. After a bachelor's degree in applied sciences from Delhi University and master's in life sciences from the University of Hyderabad, he went on to complete an executive management degree from Exhilarare Jamshedpur with specialization in finance and strategy. He has also obtained a PG diploma in IPR management from the Institute of Intellectual Property. Thank you so much, and over to Vishal.
Thank you, Hemant and Pritika, and Dr. Dua for kind words. And I like to, at outset, like to thank Dr. Dua for setting the context so beautifully, so comprehensively, and it has made my job very easy. And thank you, Dr. Dua, for doing that. It's my deep honor and privilege to make a theme presentation on this most important topic, which is talk of the town, which is biopharmaceuticals. This is also my passionate subject, because my first job at Dabur was around developing a peptide based molecule and which we took to the phase 3. So I'm so deeply connected to biopharmaceutical, I can't imagine, and I can't tell you that. COVID-19 has brought disruption in all the walks of life, and it has brought positive attention that biotech sector deserves. Considering health is the most important pillar of any growing economy like India. India responded to the challenge in a most comprehensive way, wherein we had no PPEs, we had no ventilators, we had no vaccines, we had no pharma drugs for COVID. But today, within a year, we could see the result of positive disruption. We have vaccines, we have surplus PPEs, we have surplus ventilators, and I think India tackled this challenge very beautifully. And eventually, I think it became an asset for Indian biopharmaceutical industry. This pandemic has really re-strengthened India's position as an emerging hub. In fact, one of the fastest, most promising hub of biopharmaceutical, and thereby creating a social and economic impact. I think it's time to reimagine and chart a path for the way forward to consolidate our position, which is India's position, and not only restrict our traditional approach like the way we have witnessed in pharma industry, following the run-of-the-mill approach. And even despite of having 30 years of pharma industry dominance, we still do not have more number of cases, I would say, wherein one can talk about the drugs which are researched, developed, and marketed globally from India. We have only one NCE that I can think about, which was launched by Zydus. So are we going to follow the same route for bio? I think that's not the right approach. We need to think beyond biosimilars. We need to think about novel biologics. And I think that has been very comprehensively covered by Dr. Dua. In fact, I had a good fortune to meet Dr. Dua when he was heading biopharma sector at Wokhad. And that's the time Wokhad was one of the leaders in biosimilar space. And they were only about 5 to 7 companies at that time. Today, you have 100 plus companies in biopharma sector in India. But the value of the business is still significantly very low. And I think we are almost following the same route, in terms of innovation. And innovation is very limited in this sector, whereas process innovation is very high, and we are only doing something called follow-on biologics. The economic impact is very little at the moment. I don't think we are more than US $10 billion in revenue for coming from biopharma even now. So when we are talking about bioeconomy of $100 billion, and if this is not going to contribute, then how are we going to achieve that 100 billion bioeconomy? I think one needs to ponder upon that. So the evolution of biopharma sector, what we have seen in the last 16 years, have to really undergo transformation, which means that we need to continue work on developing innovative molecules, innovative biologics, and Mr. Dinesh did mention about CuraTech initiative, which you will be hearing from Satkarni's colleague, that Dr. Disha Datke is here. So I think that's the transformation we are talking about, moving from a mindset of biogenerics to novel biologics, and thereby creating a social and economic impact by 2030. I think that's the biosciences to bioeconomy what it means to. So it's very important that we do not really focus, and we do not continue focus only on biogenerics, but it's important to think about biobetters. I had a good privilege to also work indirectly for a company called Zydus Cadila and help them license the technology to make biobetter, and this was in 2007. And it is in that direction that I could really learn about how India could leapfrog from biologics in terms of biopharmaceuticals, which is biosimilars, to biobetters, and now even talking about novel biologics. So what does biopharma encompasses? I'm sure all of us know, but just for a repetition's sake, let me share. Biosimilar, biobetters, monoclonal antibodies, antibody drug conjugates, vaccines, hormones, cytokines, enzymes, stem cell therapy, gene therapy. And I'm really happy to tell you that today we have people who are going to share their insights. We have people from all walks of life. We have people even from stem cell therapy. We're going to talk about, what can they do for biopharma industry. So this is so interesting. I don't think I need to talk much about this slide, but you do see that there are companies which are traditionally pharma companies, which have sort of diversified and added another vertical, which was very beautifully explained by Dinesh. A company like Aurobindo, which is a leader in bulk drug, has gotten into biologics. A company like Biocon, which was traditionally a biotech company, trying to build biologics further through the Biocon biologics arm. Then you have companies as big as Torrent trying to also get into biosimilars. But there are very few companies in India which are focusing on novel biological entity development. And I think this is the time, this is the inflection time that we must start thinking and rebooting our strategy. So I think from today's leadership forum that we have brought for you, with the Association of Chemtech, it's very important that we must, discuss and come up with various nuances of biopharmaceutical that really not only think from a research and development perspective, but various other aspects which are very critical from taking innovation to the marketplace. And I think we should talk, we already have lined up a very good speakers for you who will be talking from a perspective of research to funding to quality, regulations. We are very fortunate to have ex-DCGI, Dr. Ram Teke, to actually walk us through the regulatory pathway. And deeply honored, sir, for your presence. We have somebody, speaking on digital manufacturing. This is something so amazing, we have 3-4 speakers talking about digital manufacturing. We have somebody from, we have Vikram from supply chain background, who has dealt with biologics. We have a topic discussion on AI to precision medicine. Then we are discussing on temperature controlled logistics, last mile delivery, cold storage, how to quantitate impact, from a social and economic perspective. We will have insights on that as well through the panel discussion. Then we have somebody from even patenting, patent expert, that's Dr. Sunita. She'll be sharing her insights on patenting of bio innovations. And then, of course, we have various stakeholders from incubation ecosystem, which is a very critical incubation system, which BIRAC and DST, DBT all are working together to ensure that we actually achieve that goal of bioeconomy of 2030 by $100 billion. So I think with that note, I really look forward to, I look forward to today's deliberation, and I welcome you all on behalf of BioRx. And thank you everyone for joining in, and stay tuned for a most exciting knowledge sharing sessions. Over to Pritika. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we have the Vice Chair address and vote of thanks. And I would like to briefly read the bio of Dr. Mahesh Palgat. He's the Chief Operating Officer at Syngene International Limited. Mahesh holds a PhD in medicinal chemistry from the University of Utah in the US, and a bachelor's degree in pharmacy from the University of Mumbai. He has 30 years of experience in biopharmaceuticals, vaccine, and pharma industry. Mahesh has worked and led different facets of R&D, analytical development, manufacturing and operations, technology transfer, regulatory sciences, quality, and capital projects. During a 20-year stint in the US, he worked with companies such as Amgen, Monsanto, Celera Genomics, and Molecular Probes, now Thermo Fisher. After moving to India, Mahesh was part of the team that brought WHO pre-qualification approvals for 4 vaccines and biological. Just prior to joining Syngene, he was Chief Operating Officer at Shanta Biotechnics, a Sanofi company, where his responsibilities included operations, quality, supply chain, long-term strategic planning, manufacturing, science and technology, and human resources. At Syngene, Mahesh is Chief Operating Officer and a member of the Executive Committee at Syngene. Thank you so much, and over to Dr. Mahesh Palgat.
Thanks, Pritika. Thanks for the introduction. Very generous introduction, actually. I also want to start by thanking the Chemtech group and the Jasubhai family, if you will, for coming up with this wonderful program in a short period of time. As we all heard, this has been a very recent effort. But the topics, the inputs, and what we are going to have covered is just unbelievably important from a biopharma sector perspective. So, Hemant Shetty, thank you for such an event that you were able to conceive, and then Vishal for making it a reality. Of course, there's a lot of contributions. I think, I also want to start by thanking Dinesh. His energy, his commitment, and his passion for the topic is just unbelievable. And it comes across in the wonderful comprehensive coverage that he gave for the landscape that he covered, all the way from who are the players, what are the opportunities, what are the regulatory advancements, the current pipeline, and then of course the wish list as well. And I wanted to spend a minute before I thank more people along the way to just talk about the theme of the event, biopharmaceuticals. I think this is really the next big opportunity for India. And there is a number of reasons why this is something that we should look at very critically. Of course, we know what the pipeline is. 8 out of 10 drugs globally today that are leading drugs are biopharmaceuticals. But more importantly, where does India have the advantage? India has the advantage by being a pioneer in manufacturing and in the pharma space already. That means we know how to handle volume, we know supply chain, we understand efficiencies, we understand cost pressures. What else do we understand? We bring in the component of technology with especially sitting in a city like Bangalore, the hub of or the Silicon Valley of India. There's a lot of opportunity to bring in the connect between data management, data analytics, informatics, and incorporate all of that into even better way of developing the biopharmaceutical pathway and the biopharmaceutical landscape for the country. The additional pillar that's really moved in the right direction over the last few years is clearly the regulation. We've seen a lot of positive trend in understanding the needs for regulation to evolve, and that will be something that will also be a cornerstone of how we can leverage and really leapfrog in the area of biopharmaceuticals. So putting all of that together, I think it makes the theme of this event really, really important. Last but not least, I do want to talk about the fact that, what has also been thought of in this particular event is the opportunity to start recognizing the need to bring connect between industry academia, but also to help the startups. And so the startup awards and the BioRx awards are something that I think are absolutely fabulous idea, and a great way of bringing a lot of trust to this enterprise, to this overall ecosystem that we need to develop. I want to, I don't want to take more time because we do have a lot of wonderful lineup that has been already decided for us to go through in the next couple of days. I do want to make sure that I thank some of our mentoring partners, BioRx Venture Advisors. Vishal Gandhi has been a fantastic support, a wonderful friend. We heard from BSLA, BioAccelerate, AWS Activate, and Indian Healthcare Angels. So thank you very much. The gold partner is DHL, a very, very important component of what we need to rely on, especially in the biopharmaceutical space. As you'll hear, one of the speakers is an eminent speaker from the supply chain side of biopharma. We'll talk about how important of a role that logistics players actually play. Silver partners Syngene, and we also heard from SKS Law. Bronze Life Force Medical, and then media partners Biospectrum and Pharma BioWorld. All of this put together in supporting such an event in a short period of time really bears testimony to the fact that there's a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of energy that this sector already has for us to take it forward. With that, I will again thank Hemant, Vishal, Dinesh, Pritika, all of you, but all of the attendees, all of the sponsors, and all of the presenters who have been making a great deal of effort to make this wonderfully successful and bring up the biopharmaceutical sector in India to the heights that we just heard about in terms of volume and in terms of patients that we can outreach to. So thank you very much and look forward to a wonderful event.
So thank you so much, Dr. Palkat. And now we start the session. And I would like to invite Dr. Disha Datke, Vice President, Cura Tech Biologics, a wholly owned subsidiary of Aurobindo Pharma Limited. And the topic of her speech would be challenges posed by critical quality attributes to biotherapeutic development. Also, before we start, sorry to interrupt, before we start, I would like to mention to all the speakers that we have about 10 to 13 minutes for your presentation and about 2 to 3 minutes for your Q&A. So please go ahead, Dr. Dadke.
Thank you, Pritika. And I would like also to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak at this forum and represent Curatic Biologics APL venture. From biologics perspective, as the Indian biotech industry, I think, is poised on the cusp of an exponential growth. Leaving aside the requirement which has been come up, because of the pandemic and predicted future pandemics, which will be maybe a norm rather than a one-off event. Leaving that aside, I still think on the whole, the biotech industry is really going to explode, and it's the right time for India to be a part of the journey. So before I actually talk about my actual topic, that is challenges posed by the need to control the critical quality attributes, I also thought that as this is one of the first talk on this forum, I would briefly like to touch on the workshop theme, the next big opportunity for India, and currently what are the kind of challenges being faced by biotech industry before I go on to talk about more from the technical front for biotech. I think Indian biotech industry has really grown, and it's supposed to reach $100 billion by 2025. And that means that this is the right time for us to really take up the stand and go forward. Even if you look at new therapeutics which have been approved globally, you can see that there's a clear inverse trend that the number of approved biotherapeutics are on the rise compared to the chemical entities. Earlier, you used to have NCEs, what we call them as chemical entities, where you had about a 70 to 30 ratio, where 30 of them would have been maybe the biological entities, but now you have higher number of biological entities being approved. Obviously, these biological entities are more targeted, they have lesser side effects, and several benefits are obvious to these biological entities compared to the chemical entities. But also the increasing disease burden and the ability of the biologics to target diseases that were earlier thought to be intractable has made the need, an unmet medical need, which needs to be engaged and supplied to. The increasing healthcare burden on governments has also put pressure not to just look at the new biological entities, but also biosimilars. And I agree with Vishal when he said that we not just need to focus only on the biosimilars, but I think we need to go in and look at biobetters, personalized therapeutics, along with NBEs to really make Indian in biotech industry a strong presence globally. We know that even the last bastion in terms of biosimilars, even the US has buckled in. And since 2016, which is a pretty late entrant in terms of approval of biosimilars compared to Europe, which has hundreds of biosimilars which have been already approved, they have also approved 25 biosimilars, including a couple of them from industry collaborations with Biocon and Mylan, Intas and Apotex. So this is the right time, I think, where people in the industry have been able to build talent, build the capacities and capabilities to be able to cater. And the time is thus right for us to support and transition into an innovation hub, a global innovation hub, which will support the development of new biological entities, as well as I would say that high quality biosimilars. We have been around and biosimilars have been manufactured and approved, but I think the focus now needs to go from low cost, low quality biosimilars to affordable but high quality biosimilars. So what is the roadblock? I think the industry's potential is curtailed by a host of constraints, including the absence of an enabling ecosystem and limited collaboration. I think Dr. Dua touched on this between industry, academia, institutes, incubators, and the government. Although we have a talented pool, but we don't have a talented pool of people with the advanced skills. If you compare with the US, we have about 2,000 PhD students who are graduating from Indian Pharmacy Institute compared to greater than 15,000 students from the US Pharmacy Institutes. There is a definite gap between the academic curriculum and industry requirements. Currently, India has thousands of engineers and scientists graduating from institutes or departments of biotechnology, but their ability to seamlessly integrate into what the industry needs is low to none. Although DBT has started and is supporting a program for training, which is known as the Biotech Industrial Training Program, it's not, I think, able to keep pace with the ever increasing requirement of the industry. If we really want to explode, we need huge number of trained engineers and scientists to get enrolled into the industry. And I think DBT needs to put in a little bit more with this program, which is really a fantastic program. Curatic Biologics has also used it, and I think it needs to be upgraded a little bit. Clinical trial approval process in India is subject to stringent and time-consuming regulations. I think the National Biotechnology Development Strategy for 2015-20 also acknowledges that timelines and regulatory steps of biotechnology drug approvals are not user-friendly. Again, Dr. Dua touched upon this, where it's, you have to go to multiple agencies and not just to a single agency to get a biologic approved. And this really creates a huge issue. Although the government and the DBT has acknowledged this and has proposed reforms, including establishment of regulatory departments that are fluid in good practice in clinical, manufacturing, and laboratory areas. So I think along with bureaucrats, we need more of engineers, scientists to be a part of these regulatory bodies, so who are aware of what are the key issues or what are the key constraints that industry faces and how do we address them. There are limited incentives from the government too. I think the weighted deduction on R&D expenses and income tax was reduced from 200% to 150% in 2016, and it's supposed to further be reduced to 100% in April 2020. I think as the government is pushing for Make in India and building this, these kind of incentives should be, much more value driven, so that industries are really helped to be able to invest in innovation. Innovation in biotech is obviously very expensive. So what can we do to help enable this transformation? Yes, there are constraints. I think the most important thing is both public and private organizations in India need to invest in the development of skills, infrastructure, and culture to transform the country into a life sciences innovation hub. And we need to foster an innovative ecosystem which will require interventions from various dimensions, such as we need to encourage industry academia collaboration. We need to set up hubs like, again, Dr. Dua mentioned, like in Boston, Cambridge in Massachusetts, or San Francisco in California, where 10 by 10 rooms were really where the startup started. The idea got initiated and resulted in a full-fledged product being marketed. So we need to foster collaborations between centers of excellence and industry, so that development of programs with the potential for commercialization has to be supported. The DBT has, I think, recently initiated the Accelerated Translational Grant for Commercialization, the ATGC, which enables academic researchers to take their laboratory research leaves with established proofs of concept and early stage validation to the next phase, where translational research opportunities. So you have an ALT where the DBT funds the academic lab to collaborate with another academic lab, or you have an AITR where DBT funds the academic lab, and BIRAC, which has done a fantastic job till now, funds the industry. We need to stimulate private financing. Limited financing continues to plague Indian biotech industry. Financing is available for biotech startups to support seed and proof of concept stages of product development, but funding dries up for the scale up and commercial activities. And which is where, if we have good ideas and we are seeding it and we have a startup, I think the funding needs to be long. You have to have a commitment to allow it to reach its natural conclusion of having a commercial product. It is currently been estimated that aggregate investment required for developing assets, biotech assets, until the stage of commercialization is about 6.2 billion US dollars. So that's a huge amount of money, and it takes anywhere from 7 to 8 years to realize. So Indian investors currently, at least I think, do not have the appetite or the patience to invest in such high risk ventures. Success can only be fortified through global collaborations in such cases, where in the US, if you really look, you have investors who are really have the appetite to fund these high risk ventures, biotech ventures. So if we can have collaborations with not just Indian investors, but global investors who would be able to come in and work with us, that would really help out. Yet India is not really living up to its potential. We really see very rarely any kind of global investors putting in. Most of the investment is within India, or it's government driven. So I think we need to really step this up, so that it will really help us to increase our spend and efforts to build up an R&D hub, which can be very attractive. I think the next is, as I mentioned, the government has been doing a lot, but we need to really scope it up, because most of the support which is there, the latest, I think the information is that there are greater than 2,700 biotech startups which are being supported by government funds, and it's estimated to reach up even up to maybe 10,000 in 2024. But although it's doing well in this context to stimulate, foster, and enhance the strategic research and the innovating capabilities of Indian biotech industry, it needs to support them beyond the early stage development. I think, and this is extremely critical, because an innovative hub is not just for ideating, but it needs to be commercialized. So in this context, I think China is a good role model to follow. It used a three-pronged approach to successfully create a healthy R&D ecosystem. which way from where we can learn and try to use to create an innovation hub in India. China released a series of policies to push forward regulatory reform, including improved drug review quality, backlog clearance, marketing authorization holders, etc. The NMPA, I think this is very critical, a good approach taken by China. The NMPA became a member of ICH and integrated itself into the international pharma market. I think India needs to do something similar, because this would allow our regulatory guidelines to be in line with the international guidelines across Europe and US or any of the ICH countries, and that will make the packages that India builds, the Indian biotech industry builds, to take it to any country across the world and be accepted without any issue. It launched the 1,000 Talents Plan in 2008 to attract foreign researchers and provide an incentive for Chinese scientists living abroad to return home. So you see a lot of these startup companies which have started in China are not really being fostered with just the Chinese technologists who have been homegrown, but Chinese scientists who have been part of US or European global biotech industry have come back again, and they have been supported to start their own companies. So I think this really is a fantastic approach of trying to get back talent, Indian talent who has worked in biotech industry. So when they come in, they bring the knowledge base along with them to help us to start up and take products to commercialization. Pilot schemes are also rolled out to encourage the development of high quality generics. So I think this is where I really think that this is extremely critical, because although India has been manufacturing biosimilars for a long time, it has not done much work on NBEs. A couple of companies are now moving into it, but these biosimilars are not standing the test of quality across the globe, right? So I think the policy that China put in, which supports elimination of low cost, low quality copycats and prioritizes high quality biosimilars, uh, is one of the best ways to go forward. So in 2018, they had a reform package which allowed introduction for the manufacturers to receive tax breaks through designating themselves as high-tech enterprises. So these are a couple of things I think which China has done really well, and you see the impact clearly. And India really faces a tough challenge in these terms if it wants to be a Asia Pacific region biotech leader, not just on the global, but even for the Asia Pacific. As the recent survey by Biospectrum Able says that India has just 28% of Asian biotech industry, whereas China has 44%. China has about 5 publicly traded biotech companies with more than 1 billion in revenues compared to only 2 for India. I think the government, the investors, and the biotech industry really need to think about these aspects along with academia, and how we can translate this wish that we have and which all of us are really passionate about making into a reality. How can it be translated into a reality is something which we really need to have conversations across. India can, I think that's why, successfully build its R&D capabilities. We can promote greater commercialization of academic discoveries. So if we translate the initiatives that we have started with all these startups, and we have biotech companies which have been around for a long time, and the combination of these things, if we are able to translate it, that would allow us to really grow as a biotech industry globally. Whether India is mature enough, or the Indian biotech industry is mature enough to challenge in China's increasing leadership in the field, still remains to be seen. But I'm very hopeful, and I think we can do this. It's a well-known fact that investment in R&D activities carries significant risk, because the benefits only emerge over a long period of time and after considerable expense. And this is, I think, with Vishal, even the biosimilars require a huge amount of investment and a long time. And if we want to really talk about NBEs, then the investors really need to have the appetite to wait, be patient, and allow discovery to translate into a commercial product. But without injections of R&D investment, neither incremental nor breakthrough innovations can occur and nor can be realized. A collaborative ecosystem comprising private enterprises, government, investors, academic and research institute, and individuals can be the potential solutions to the problems that are being currently faced by the biopharma R&D. We need to, all the concerned stakeholders need to converge and collaborate to unlock India's capacity in science and innovation. Improved communication between these stakeholders and Indian regulators. As we have mentioned, there are several roadblocks and red tape that biotech industry has to face, although advances have been made in trying to simplify the regulation, but still there is a lot more work to be done to build a strong platform for biopharma and to have a supportive regulatory environment. It is important to note that this change, and I would like to say not if, but when this change happens, it will not happen in a short duration. So again, my emphasis is in that we will need time to do it. We should be patient and allow it to really go to its natural conclusion and not give up. So funding needs to be given so that these startups can really become biotech giants. That's how US started, that's how EU started, and that's how China is doing right now. And obviously, I think we are no less than any of these countries in terms of having access to infrastructure, access to technology, access to human talent, and the desire to want to do it. All the components are there. We just need to ensure that they are, talk to each other and do a concerted effort to achieve this dream. Now I will switch gears and I will briefly touch upon, I don't know whether I do have time. I'm not crossing my 10 minutes.
You have Dr. Disha, so I think we can wrap up. We are running behind the schedule, so if you allow me to, I'll hand it.
Okay, then if it's okay, then I can just stop over here because
we covered everything. Yeah, what is required,
Hmm.
and back to Pritika. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Disha. And actually, I just want to share with all the speakers that we are running a bit behind schedule. So, though we wanted to really take questions immediately after the presentation, we would do so at the end of the, towards after all the presentations are over. So now I request Dr. Arun Kumar Ramtek, ex-joint DCGI, to please take over. And he'll be talking about the Indian regulatory landscape for biopharmaceuticals. And I would also request Shubham to please play his presentation over the slides. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. On the sets of this, thank you for the inviting me as a speaker in this conference. Although I am the now retired regulator, I will be just touching the what is happening Indian regulation in regards to biopharmaceuticals since 1989, because way back in 1989, the Indian regulation new drug rules and the clinical trial rules with having the Schedule Y as a guidance document. Can I go to the next slides? Yeah, this is the disclaimer only, because these are the opinion expressed by the presenter only, and it is all rights are reserved for this. Next. Yeah, this presentation I will just brief about what are the new rules, NODC clinical trial rules, and how to get the application forms, fees, document, of biopharmaceutical as well as vaccines, and guidance available for the industry for regulation of biopharmaceutical and vaccines and biologicals. And recently, the CDSC has issued the guidelines for introduction of the COVID-19 vaccines in the country. Next. So after the first introduction of new drug rule in 1989, there was amendment in the 2005. The Schedule Y was becomes much vigorous and much more much more clear are the rules, regulation of the new drug and clinical trials. And in 2005, these are the, since the other rules like rules from the DBT also introduced for approval of biopharmaceuticals and vaccines. And recently, in March 2019, this new drug and clinical trial rule was introduced as a gazette notification, which is available at the CDSO website. Next. There are about 13 chapters. I was just giving the name of the chapters here. It will also give some definition about the new drug, biopharmaceuticals, what is the biosimilars, as well as the IND, investigation new drugs, and also the all vaccines, biopharmaceuticals are introduced as a new drug definitions. Then there are authorities, officers. There are chapters on the ethics committee, clinical trials, as well as the BAB study regulations. And these are the introduction of new ethics committee for biomedical and health research. This is the new chapter. It is regulated by the Department of BHR and ICMR. There are chapters on compensation, regulations, and BAB study centers requirements. Next. Chapters on manufacture of new drugs or IND for clinical trials. Then chapters on import of new drugs for clinical trials, as well as test and analysis. There are chapters for import of manufacture of new drugs for sales and distributions. And there are chapters for amendments of the drug, that is Schedule Y has been removed, and this new drug has been applicable, that new drug and clinical trials March 2019. There are some chapters on miscellaneous regulations. Next. So, in March 2009, DCGI issued some salient features about this new rules, Direct Notification 227, and this main objective of this new rule is to promote the clinical research in India and to have the predictable, transparent, and effective regulation for clinical trials with the new drugs, and to make the faster accessibility of new drugs to the Indian patient and Indian populations, and to prevent the duplication of the studies data generated outside the country. These are some main objectives of this new rules. Next. And this rule also gives the time limit for approval of applications, like disposal of clinical trial application by way of approval or rejection is within the period of 90 days. And as a part of Discovery Research Manufacture India, the application is to dispose of within the period of 30 days in case no communication is from the DCGI. It's deems to have the approval has been, it deems to see that it has been approved. There are some requirements for local clinical trial may be waived if the new drug is approved and marketed in the country specified by the DCGI. Next. Local clinical trial may be waived if the application is imported drug or already granted permission is a part of the global clinical trials. Also, the local trials may be waived. There are new introduction of pre-submission meetings and post-submission meetings with the fees. And in case of clinical trial, medical management, it will be given to the patients. And there is a formula to determine the quantum of compensation. These are the something new features added into new rules. Next. Compensation in case of death and permanent disability also introduced. It was decided by the DCGI and its expert committee. There is also the post-trial access provision, which gives the investigation drug to the trial subject after completion of the trial. And also it is found beneficial, the recommendation of the ethics committee and the investigator. There is expert committees which helps the DCGI, and department also department of application of with the fake documents is also introduced in this new rules. Next. So these are some salient features of the new drug rule 2019. Next. So next. So we now just brief about the vaccines. What are the vaccines and their regulations, current regulations. Next. The main objective of development vaccine is to give adequate data on quality, immunogenicity, and efficacy of the product. All vaccines are the heterogeneous class of medical product. The regulatory requirement may vary depending upon the type of vaccine, whether it is inactivated or attenuated, mechanism or antigen based or recombinant DNA based vaccines. So according to the regulatory requirement will be there. Next. In general, all vaccines include the vaccines against the COVID-19 virus infection manufactured or imported in India required to comply with the requirements as per the guidelines and specified in the drug and cosmetic rules and as per the new drug and clinical trial rules 2019. In case of manufacture of recombinant DNA derived vaccines, including biopharmaceutical biosimilars, are required as per the guidelines prescribed by the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Next. Thus, the vaccines mainly broad category like subunit recombinant vaccines. These are the component of the pathogenic organism vaccine, subunit vaccines, including proteins, peptides, and DNA. Attenuated recombinant vaccines, these are the genetically modified pathogenic organism which can be made the non-pathogenic by use of the as a vaccines. And vector recombinant vaccines, these are the genetically modified viral vector vaccines that can be used as a vaccines against certain pathogens. Next. Uh, this is a brief about the biosimilars. What are the biosimilars? Biosimilars is a product of biological nature, product referring to the existing registered in product in the country, which is a medicinal product. After registration, independent applicant time protection data is expired and original protein. Biosimilar products have been abbreviated non-clinical clinical development program, leveraging the information about the original product, focusing on the demonstration the similarity of the original product. There are different terms for this biosimilar product. For example, in EU, it is called biosimilar products. In the US, it is called follow-on protein products. And in Canada, it is called subsequent entry biologicals. Next. There are some regulatory review process of biosimilar application includes the locally developed recombinant DNA products, initially referred to as recombinant referred to the recombinant DNA advisory committee. It is at the DBT, and internal biosafety committee. It is formed by the local manufacturers with the one person from the DBT. Then the review committee of gene manipulation, RCGM. This is also the expert body in the DBT. Review clinical toxicity studies, and they recommend the local clinical trials to the DCGI. And foreign applicant also required to make the application to the DCGI and RCGM simultaneously. DCGI then approve the local clinical trials. They are the subject expert committees at the DCGI office who time to time evaluate the clinical trial reports and other clinical requirements and the safety data. Based on the satisfactory safety, efficacy, and quality reports, a subject expert committee recommends the approval of the product to the DCGI. Next. There are some guidelines available for the manufacturer as well as startup industries, regulatory biotech industries. These are some guidelines on biosimilar products issued by the DBT and CDSCO in 2012. There is the storage and hazardous microorganism, genetically engineered organism under the Environment Protection Acts 1986 and Rule 89. Recombinant DNA safety guidelines 1990 issued by the DBT. Guidelines for generating preclinical and clinical data of rDNA vaccines, diagnostics, and biologicals. It was issued by 1999 by the Department of Biotechnology. Guidelines and Handbook of Institutional Biosafety Committee, DBT, 1999. And preparation of QMS information of new drug approval, biotechnological products or biological products issued by the CDSCO, DCGI office. This is the guidelines issued in 2016. And these guidelines mainly contained, mainly contains the principle for development of similar biologicals, data requirement for preclinical studies, data requirement for clinical trial applications, data requirement for market authorization application, post-market data requirements. There is a format application form, then how to archive the data, retention of samples, and references. These are the main content of this guidelines. Next. This is just a brief about how to make the application for marketing as well as clinical trial with the CDSU. Next. There is a portal called Sugam. Applicant has to register with the Sugam portal and then upload their applications as well as the data with this portal. Next. Application in the clinical trial has to make in form CT04 under the rule 21. This the application to grant of permission to conduct the clinical trial with the new drug. And then one has to enclose the data as per the schedule 2 of table 1, which particular of the new drug, name of the drug, dosage, composition, active ingredients, pharmacologic classification, etc. Manufacture raw material, patent status. Next. These are the information has to be enclosed with the applications. Chemical and pharmaceutical, animal pharmacology data, animal toxicology data, human or clinical trial pharmacology if available, exploratory clinical trials and confirmatory clinical trials data. These are the requirements. You have to make the dossier with this document and the regulatory authority. This is the just brief about the protocol. What type of protocol should be there to conduct the clinical trial with biopharmaceuticals as well as new drug. Next. There is a template available at NDCT rule content of the proposed protocol for conducting the clinical trials. However, investigator and sponsor may design specific protocol as the investigational product, that is vaccines, medical device, etc. That is on the basis of case-to-case basis. Background information and scientific rationale must be there. Description of the study agent, summary of preclinical studies, summary of relevant clinical studies, summary of epidemiological data, and lastly the scientific rationale, and also you have to give the potential risk and benefit of the product. Next. These are the templates. What protocol should contain: full title, short title, which type of phase, clinical trial, principal investigator, sample size, study population, inclusion exclusion criteria, study design, which type of study, it is double blind, placebo control or open label, dose finding, parallel or crossover design, etc., etc. Next. Study duration, starting date, end date, end date, study agent or product, physical and chemical characteristics, intervention description, include dose, duration of frequency, and the route of administrations. Also, you have to also give the primary objective and secondary objective, and also the endpoints. Along with the protocol, applicants are also required to submit the investigator's brochure, funding source, ethics committee approval, test license, import or manufacture of investigational product as per the good manufacturing practice norms. Next. If you want to make the application,
but we are just running a short.
Yeah, just I'm just finishing. I'm just finishing the. If you want to import, you have to make the application in Form CT16. Next. These are the fees requirement for application, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials. No fee for the clinical trials as for orphan drugs, and no and half fee for micro, small, medium enterprises. Next. There is a subject expert committee. Next. There are 25 panels of the experts who help the DCGI for regulatory process and approvals. Next. So vaccines also there is a subject expert committee. Next. Recently, the DCGI issued the draft regulatory guidelines for COVID-19 vaccines 2020. Next. This is the draft regulatory guidelines. Next. So you have to give the information like this, background chemistry, manufacturing, potency, stability, non-clinical development. Next. All the characterization of immune response animal models, COVID vaccines, study designs, animal specifics. All these are available at the DCGI's website. Next. Thank you. So this is the brief about the regulatory procedure for biopharmaceutical and vaccines. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Dr. Ram Pike. And it was you have really shared words of wisdom and demystified the complex regulatory framework. Thank you so much. Now we have Dr. Amit Jogi, GM at Syngene International Limited, to talk about strategic approach towards agile technologies transfers in CRAMS businesses. Over to Dr. Amit Jogi.
Hi, good morning, team. This is Amit from Syngene. I'm going to share my screen just a minute. Let me know if it is my screen is visible. Hello, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, good. Sorry. So what the topic what I'm going to talk today is basically kind of more on a strategic approach on the agile technology transfer in the CRAMS business. And nowadays, even if you look at like kind of a post-pandemic scenario, a lot of technology is being developed as a part of the COVID vaccine, and how quickly and easily get transferred to the manufacturing unit is going to be a big challenge, because the technology, scientific as well as the process understanding is very important, and being to be transferred to the manufacturing unit and produce a similar quality is going to be a big challenge. So what I'm going to talk about more on the current trends of the CRAMS today in industry, as well as the what is requirement of the technology transfer, and what Syngene has developed kind of a strategic approach, and more with some case study and examples that how our learning can be kind of demonstrated to the industry, that how the CRAMS can be kind of a flowing, growing in a better way. So basically, like for what is need for right to a CRAMS business, and what are the kind of requirements? So each kind of organization should have a kind of a multimodal platforms which kind of risk mitigated and provide a solution to the CRAMS business. So the technology being developed by the innovators all the get transferred very easily. They should also have a kind of innovative approach, basically in terms of the integrated capabilities, so they can easily absorb the technology and then provide scientific as well as approach solution, so the technology can absorb without any problems. And we should have it kind of a variable variabilized cost factors. Basically, always this is going to be a factors for any technology giver, because they would like to see that how minimal time they spend, so the cost can minimize, or the what is the kind of objective would like to see as a part of their outsourcing activity or resources to be allocated, so that could be optimized. And definitely the two other factors basically is this sort of the timeline, because as you prolong the timeline, your expenses are more, your market to delivery would be taking extra efforts, and so that your efforts on a rapid scale up is going to be critical at the scenario. So all this condition point of view is very important, that how you bring your approach to the CRAMS business and make sure that it is more amenable in terms of industry perspective. I'll give some data and the facts about as published information. like the CRAMS business is growing, the pharmaceutical CRAMS business growing around 8.4% globally, and expect to be around $228 billion by 2024. But if you look at the similar stage, the CRAMS business in India is also growing around 11%, and it's expected to be around $60 billion by 2025. And if you go more specific to the biopharmaceuticals, it's basically majorly divided into two segments. You can call this biologics, could be cover all of the variety other than biosimilars, and the specific biosimilar. And if you look at biopharmaceutical specific segment, it also is kind of expected to grow at a CAGR of around 12%, and expect to be achieve around 4,000 million US dollar. And this scenario, like those are in a player of in the CMO, CRO kind of market. They provide different tech opportunities for integrated service, like Syngene does it over here. And I'll just run to the more specific on those aspects, what Syngene does it, and what the Syngene is being brought it a kind of strategic approach on a technology transfer, and how it is been make sure that it's cost saving and speed up the activity as a product to the market. So basically, the significance of technology transfer could be divided majorly into two factors. You can say there's a product being developed and process being kind of transferred to the site, and with all documentations and professional expertise, and basically precisely it's transfer from the development laboratory to the manufacturing. Could be one manufacturing site to another manufacturing site, and it could be that kind of external organization to the site who is the product developer. So basically, it's reverse back technology transfer. And all these things is nowadays is focused on the first time right. Basically, that help us to kind of compress the timeline from the development to the market. And first time right, with the current kind of scenario where the limited scale, small scale data availability is very critical for the CMO or for the CRAMS business, is very important and critical to reduce the cost and timeline, and as well as to meet the deliverables of the overall collaborations. So basically, what Syngene has done it, basically it's kind of create end-to-end capabilities in terms of integrated strategy for the technology transfer, and the integrated approach between the development group and the manufacturing. We have kind of created a consortium, and basically this consortium is not only in terms of the function, but basically it's more in terms of the scientific know-how, understanding of internal capability, as well as ability to transfer the scientific know-how or knowledge coming from the technology giver. So basically, if you look at the technologies coming from a development group or any clients that are precisely on the focus on a desired quality, yield, consistent performance, and well understanding of the process. And the expectation from the manufacturing side is basically it has to be error-free executions and more in quality and compliant operations. And basically, the technology transfer is important to preserve the quality and the process performance with the minimal time and the cost expenditure. So what Syngene has come up as a part of a technology transfer approach, we call it kind of as a kind of our innovative way of handling the technology transfer. We generally kind of categorize in terms of the high, medium, and low as a part of absorption of the technology at Syngene. And objectively, we are looking for the first time right approach. We look at kind of information coming from the client as a kind of inbound information and the product understanding based on the process and analytical methods. We seek the information on equipment, raw materials, consumables, and kind of product quality and the target specifications. And based on that, we kind of put our methodology in terms of quality risk management kind of approach. We risk analyze the information being received and come with a kind of systemic approach of mitigating the risk as a part of the technology transfer. And basically, if the categorization coming out from this assessment falls in the high category, directly goes to the intended scale of manufacturing or maybe intermediate engineering batch if needed. Second point is about the medium transfer, where we may need to translate the technology at an intermediate scale to kind of repeat and verify the performance. If the technology is not well understood and then requires some tweaking and some kind of adaptation of the processes, then or improve or develop the process, it falls in the low category. And basically, what we see in the recent days, and in one of our discussion with a lot of other clients, and basically what we see the approaches now moving towards a direct GMP technology transfer. They also kind of expected that the process scale up should be a higher rate. So basically, the assurance of tech transfer is very critical. And also, many cases, what we observed that those are innovators or the new IND kind of developer people. They are kind of coming with really immature process because they would like to see a quickly technology being scale up, the materials being generated in a relatively large quantity, so they can quickly go to the kind of clinic. Basically, they would have set with a lot of product quality parameters, but the process may be not robust enough or robust understood. And so basically, they would like to see a proof of concept kind of scenario. So all of this scenario anticipated as a part of the industrial requirement, and we come up with a kind of approach. Basically, we divided the factors in terms of our decision tree. These are the certain outcome questions which you conclude that what is how do you understand the technology and what is understanding of your internal systems. So basically, if you look at the first four set of questions, these questions are not necessarily a sequential, but or cannot be a binary, but it is basically a judgmental call of what you exercise as part of your evaluation. And basically, if you look at like the first four question is asking about like is a process well described, well understood, doesn't require any modification, and if answer is yes, you go for the next set of questions, and then if it is no, then you falls in a category of no. These are the kind of indicative kind of question, but you have to create your in-house the question bank under each subtitle, each title, and then you may have a laundry list of your questions. Basically, what you have understanding of your facilities and the equipments and process knowledge based on your experience, and how you translate the clients or technology giver to fitment to your systems. And the second set of questions basically comes as a part of is the data reproducible or robustness of the process being studied. If it is not, you may do kind of familiarization at your site and falls in a category of the medium, or if it is high, it falls in a category of high confidence level, and so you can take up the technology at your system. Similar way you approach to the analytical method transfer, whether it can falls in a category of method development. If it is method is well developed, then you just go for the qualification of method. If method is qualified, then you can say that directly can be transferred and validated to respective sites in the quality control laboratory. What outcome is coming out from this? Basically, we call this kind of approach document. An approach document is basically a kind of is identified and defined the gaps in the technology and the facility. It compares the process and parameters between the giver side and the receiving side. It is basically kind of identifies a risk and provides appropriate mitigation strategy. This could be kind of exercise is all the complete document process. It could be a one-time exercise for the organization who start with this kind of approach. But once you establish your templates and understanding of your internal system, it just kind of a quick turnaround from the absorbing technology and making a more scientific and technical calls on acceptance of technology or the strategy to define the mitigate problems which are identified at different stages. So this is one example where you can see that the technology has been given to us in a form of the process details. And when we put so basically 2 case studies I put in a tabular form, and basically it's more on a biologics process where we say upstream and downstream process analysis. And in the first case study, the downstream process identified as a kind of low confidence level, and so it's in our approach it falls in a category in terms of do some tweaking of the process at development stage and then scale up the process. While in a case study 2, except kind of they didn't have much enough data points, and so basically it's just kind of replication of process in the intermediate scale and directly scale up onto the larger scale as an intermediate scale of manufacturing. So you look at the kind of in a case study 1, the fold of scale up was relatively small, but when the technology is well understood and based on system knowledge, what you have it in your organization, you can go around a large fold of the scale up. We've been experienced in our history that we've been scaling up from the 40 folds, even we've done up to kind of 250 folds of scale up of the process. These are a couple of data points. Just want to share that how the performance happen and the transfer at different stages, different batches. It falls in the category of the design spec has been set as a part of the process performance, as well as the product quality attributes it's defined in that end. This is about the case one study, what I have shown. This is about the case two study where the process performances behave kind of identical within the set specification of the process. So in our history, what we would like to say that in a recent time, around 15 molecules has been technology transfer with the complexity or variety of the molecule type, the different type of cell lines, a different stage of the technology is being developed by the innovators or the giver, and it has been transferred to substantially large scale at our site. And what we identified and what we can conclude from this our experience that with such kind of a strategic, systemic approach, it lead to 100% first time right technology transfer. We've been successful even the scaling of the technology from more than 40-fold. And what we see this outcome has been achieved through the kind of more the scientific and practical knowledge of the technical team, well established decision making tree and confidence level assessment to mitigate the risk upfront well in advance, and then the success rate has been achieved successfully into the kind of manufacturing unit. So basically, looking at the current scenario where the pandemic, post-pandemic era, where the expectations of the quick manufacturing, as well as maybe in the future that from the research to the product to the market is going to be much faster and quicker. But how you understand the process, how you leverage the risk mitigation plan in terms of execution of your processes in your manufacturing unit, use the guidelines and references ICHQ 9 about the risk mitigation approach or risk management system is very critical in this stage to understand the process well in advance before we go and start a manufacturing activity at your doorsteps. So I think that's all about from Syngene side to share the knowledge, what we gain, what we experience, so people can kind of implement and have a kind of unified approach across the globe. Thanks.
So thank you so much, Dr. Jodi. And now we have Dr. Subhadra Dravidra, founder and CEO, Transcell Biologics, and Mr. Sri Kumar, principal consultant, Wipro Limited. And I have a small request to both of you. We are really running short of time, and we would really like to request my deep apologies, but if you can concise your valuable presentation into 5 minutes each. And of course, I'd like to share the topic of today's that you're going to talk about is leveraging stem cell technology for biopharma in vitro testing. Over to you, Dr. Dravidra.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I appreciate the organizers, for this opportunity to ask. I have to share the screen with my presentation. Yeah. So can you see the screen? Hi, I'm Subhadra Dravidra, and I have my co-speaker Sri Kumar today, and we would be quickly presenting on the topic leveraging stem cell technology for biopharma in vitro testing. Our presentation is more like a case study that we chose from the work, the problem statement, and then the solution that we have come up with. So CDC, the international agency, has reported certain historical safety concerns to do with vaccines. Like, for example, during 1955 and 1963, some batches of polio vaccine, given to the public seem to have resulted in many cases of paralysis. And then in 1998, the hepatitis B vaccination was reported to be linked with multiple sclerosis, which is a progressive nerve disease. And then in 2009, H1N1 influenza vaccine was also reported to have shown some increased risk of narcolepsy. So that was just history. But then in the recent past, in 2020, the Lancet, one of the prestigious international journals, has reported neurological and neuropsychiatric complications of COVID-19 in 153 patients, which is not a small number. MNVT is a monkey neurovirulence test. It is a WHO protocol, and one of the oldest and one of the most cruel testings known, in the vaccinology. It is so cruel that the test material is infused into the lumbar region of the monkey, and the test is performed for almost 22 days, and after that, close to some 25 to 30 monkeys are sacrificed for dosage of the vaccine, which is being tested. Although it is a WHO accepted protocol, there has been global hue and cry, resistance, and ban on chimp testing since 2015. And recently, in October 2020, PETA also had pleaded, ban on primates in laboratories. So the problem statement that we chose is of twofold. One is coronaviruses are known to induce neurovirulence, and the non-human irrelevant animal species in use for testing neurovirulence. So let me just define quickly what is neurovirulence. Neurovirulence is the capacity of a vaccine causing disease of the nervous system. And then there are certain scientific and medical facts, like coronaviruses are a large family of viruses, while COVID-19 is a human coronavirus, which is one of its virulent kinds. So the potential danger of vaccine is that it might trigger or revert virulence, while the infection of nerve cells is going to lead either reversible or irreversible human encephalitis and long-term neurological debilitating diseases known to the humankind. The work with that problem, the solution that we have developed is a workstation product to test to predict neurovirulence caused by a vaccine candidate or vaccine, with the testing platform as human surrogate in vitro system that yields human relevant readouts. Yeah, so our product is a kit that is composed of one unit of the real-time testing platform, which is termed as Husu Trans MSC in our catalog. And Shri?
Yes, Dr. Subhadra. Wipro Homes is an artificial intelligence platform, and we focus a lot on life sciences related problems and solutions. We have powerful algorithms to interpret the data and during the various stages of drug discovery, and we have a powerful mechanism to interpret data related to cell, including mRNA. And in this particular problem, we are utilizing this platform for two purposes. One is to get insight from phenotype data and genotype data, and we have a mechanism to combine the insight from both these data sets. So, Dr. Subhadra, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. And our solution, has certain market-ready features, like the source of the testing platform and some of the interesting features, that we have configured to do with the real-time testing platform. And then in terms of handling, which requires no heavy infrastructure, we are considering these features as unique selling points, while the workstation product is going to be as a rapid quality test best to be integrated in the vaccine production and the manufacturing facilities. And we sincerely believe that, like, to the best of our knowledge, there is no other group in the globe probably, like, working in this direction, or maybe thinking also, even if they're thinking, like, I mean, we are very proud to share with you all that, like, we have this relevant intellectual property surrounding the respective platforms in place. And it is definitely a nation unique product, and we would have this first mover advantage as well in the global markets. So we have worked it out nice in terms of our plans to roll out the subscription model to collect revenues from the users. And our solution has the bandwidth to target definitely global markets, while the differentiating features of the components that are the platforms have the bandwidth to address the heterogeneous vaccine types also. So as a matter of fact, as of February 2021, there are at least 7 different vaccines across 3 platforms that have been rolled out, and there are more than 200 additional vaccine candidates are in different stages of development. So these are all going to be our target markets. And then the solution that we have developed is going to solve not just the COVID-19 vaccine testing, neurovirulence testing problem, but we believe that it would have the bandwidth and features to go beyond COVID-19 vaccine. And the global biologic safety testing market is projected to reach USD 4.9 billion by 2020, and we have immediate markets not just in India, but also the other established players who are deep into vaccine manufacturing and production, would be our target. So I want to quickly highlight this particular slide where the impact of the solution that we have developed is highlighted, is that the workstation product that we have developed would protect global healthy population from debilitating neurovirulence caused by vaccines, and it is definitely going to be affordable but yet high value delivered to the global biopharma industry. So the product is going to facilitate cruelty-free, safety-tested vaccines meant for global immunization. So we sincerely believe that the market and the user is going to appreciate the value proposition brought to them. We have completed certain critical milestones in the product development, and while we also know we are cognizant that we have maybe more than 4 to 5 months of time period to get into the markets after productization of the data sets that we are handling. Yes, so I bring 15 years of wet lab experience, and then I represent this Transcell group that has developed Transtrox BioVertical with all new league of human surrogate systems for in vitro testing. And my teammate Sri Kumar brings the expertise in artificial intelligence and machine learning specializations. So this partnership is a working alliance between our teams in bringing next generation alternative products to animal models for global pharma and biopharma in vitro testing requirements. Thank you. Pritika, did I conclude in the time slot given?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And such a valuable topic of discussion, but I'm afraid we had to cut it short. Thank you so much also, Mr. Sri Kumar. And now I would request Dr. Girish Joshi, Vice President, Business Development, Chemwell Biosciences, to talk about reimagining global biopharma with Indian CDMOs to drive sustainable business growth. And I would request him to close the presentation by 12:13 or 12:12. Thank you so much.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
Girish,
sir.
we can
Yes,
hear
sir.
you.
Perfect. So what I'm going to cover here is basically, the unmet medical need in the emerging markets and what's basically, in a global biomanufacturing as a capacity and where we stand actually as India. The second part I'm going to actually take you through, the few examples which we have, of the case studies which are there at Kemwell and how we collaborated with some of the Indian as well as some of the big multinational companies and how we think that, those kind of biopharma and CDMO collaborations will be successful and how it will, bring India, particularly the CDMO, to the global map. So if you see here unmet medical need, as compared to China or maybe, of course, United States, we are way behind. So there is there is a huge unmet medical need. The treatment rates are extremely low in India as well as the emerging market. For example, for the breast cancer, the treatment rates are as low as 15%, whereas in the US, it's almost 70%. In China, it's almost 25% to 30%. So we are way behind. So although we do have, several biosimilars approved by the government of India, but still that accessibility as well as the affordability is a question mark. Look at the market demand here. So if you see the global biosimilar market, it's around 15 billion and around 5 billion out of that will be contributed from the emerging markets. One important thing I want to highlight here is basically the standard monoclonal antibodies. That's what actually going to play a crucial role in future as well, although there will be next generation antibodies such as bispecific, trispecifics, as well as cell and gene therapy. But having said that, 15 out of 20 molecules will still be monoclonal antibodies, where we believe as Indian CDMOs have a lot of experience and expertise in delivering in both development as well as manufacturing. Now the market demand, if we see here, again, China is way ahead of India and many other emerging markets. Currently, they are at 2 billion. They are going to grow at a 20 to 25% rate. And by 2025, their market share will be almost 8.1 billion. Whereas India is going to grow at a 15 to 20%. And the market share by 2025 will be around 1.4 billion. So I still feel that India could have a lot of opportunities in case if we collaborate. The Indian companies as well as Indian biopharma companies as well as the CDMOs in India. If they collaborate, I guess we can increase this ratio from maybe 25% to maybe 30%. So the global, the biopharma manufacturing capabilities as such, we are nowhere there. If you see the companies listed here on the right-hand side table, these are all big CDMOs as well as the big pharma companies, those who control the majority of biomanufacturing capacity all over the world. So there are around 10 companies which controls that, and those capacities are in the lakhs. And in India, if you count, actually, we are in thousands only. So I have captured actually 4 major players in the CDMO space, such as Samsung, Lonza, Wuxi, and Boehringer Ingelheim. All of them have presence in either in China and South Korea. So none of them are actually coming to India, and then therefore I see that as a big opportunity for Indian CDMOs to expand, to increase, and see that we offer a solution to the local companies as well as the global biopharma companies. Now, again, coming back to the global biomanufacturing capacities, there are various scales, like, right from 2,000 liter to maybe 10,000 and above manufacturing scales. What we believe here as a Kemwell, like if you focus only at 2,000 liter scale, we still can capture almost 50% of market share. And what I understand based on my survey of Indian CDMOs, I guess the 2,000 liter scale is the maximum scale with the CDMOs, and then some companies, some of the biopharma companies, they do have about 2,000 liter scale. But as a CDMO, I guess we should focus on 2 scale and try to support the increasing demand. In terms of demand, yes, the capacity is increasing. However, the demand is slightly higher. It will be higher than the capacity actually all over the world. In terms of, again, the biomanufacturing here, the North America as well as the Europe is going to dominate. Whereas in the Asia Pacific region, China is going to really they are dominating. I mean, if you see the Wuxis and maybe the Boehringer Ingelheim kind of companies, and even Lonza, they are putting huge manufacturing facilities there. So we are really behind in terms of getting onto the global biomanufacturing map. So that's the opportunity, what we believe. So Vishal did show this slide, but what I want to mention about this slide is basically, there are around 30 odd companies listed on this slide, and more than 100 plus biosimilars already approved. But what we observe here is most of these companies try to develop those molecules internally, and they try to manufacture those molecules. So they really don't focus on their core competencies, what we believe. Rather they should focus more on product selection. Maybe if they are working on novel biologics, they should spend time on discovery research, and then they basically leave it to the development as well as manufacturing to the CDMOs. So that will ultimately help them reduce their capex as well as operation costs, and then add more molecules to the pipeline and see that we basically compete with the companies in China, or maybe more global, at a more global platform as well. So what is required for a biopharma as well as a CDMO for a sustainable growth? What are those key attributes? So the most companies, what we observe, particularly with whom we work, they think that the CDMOs are an integral part. They are basically extended arm of their facility itself. So that really helps, and so that the communication as well as the the relationship between both teams really goes well. Then most important thing, what we believe here is the commitment to customers' products. So a company like Chemwell is a pure play CDMO. So we really don't have our own product. So whatever work we do here, is only for the customer. So there is no conflict that therefore. So we are not into the hybrid business model. So we always focus on customer product, and then we see that how we can deliver fast in terms of development, in terms of clinical batch supplies, or even in terms of producing a commercial batches for the customer. So again, the most important thing here is the biopharma and CDMO should work closely to predict the correct needs, like what kind of scale and what kind of batch requirements are required basically at the early clinical stage, then maybe at a late clinical stage, and ultimately at the commercial manufacturing scale. So you map your capacity against the requirement with the biopharma companies. And CDMOs like us, basically we deal with at least 3 different companies, and we have systematically mapped, and we keep things very transparent, and we are quite flexible in terms of accommodating the manufacturing schedule, so that our customer actually doesn't suffer. We doesn't even our capacities also are not really kept free. Now let's look at the India advantage. We talked a lot about Make in India, but again in biomanufacturing space, I guess there is a lot to do, I guess, and we really need to create a lot of manufacturing capacities in India, and Chemwell company is really willing to take that share, and we are willing to invest also. And by that actually we feel that we should be able to offer the end-to-end solution, and see that the Make in India, the Atmanirbhar Bharat mission of this government is successful. Now few thoughts on Biorec. They have done excellent work, very encouraging by supporting several startup companies, and Disha was mentioning that there are 2,700 biotech companies, startups already actually existing, but these are actually focusing mainly on the discovery front. But those technologies now should actually translate into the development, and ultimately should go to the commercialization. So the company like Chemwell is there actually to support, and and we are definitely cost competitive, highly time efficient, and the same quality what you see in the Western world is being offered actually from these facilities. So again, like what I want to actually, what Chemwell company wants to suggest to Biorec is basically, the startup companies, should use CDMOs within India, and ensure that there is a growth of CDMOs as well as the startup companies, and then ultimately, we create a win-win situation. So basically, to support Indian CDMOs to fulfill, demand within India. So I'll spend few time, maybe 4-5 minutes on the Chemwell. So we have integrated services. We offer right from process development to commercial manufacturing, and so we have scales up to 2,000 liters, biomanufacturing. We are also entering into the stem cell therapy manufacturing area as well. So we have a very proud association with Stempeutics, and our first CGMP suite is getting ready by Q2 of this year. And so basically, why I'm mentioning this is basically Chemwell is committed. We really want to expand into the biomanufacturing space, not only into the monoclonal antibody space, but of course on a cell therapy space as well. And regarding the monoclonal antibody or maybe the next generation antibodies, we are going to expand. We have a shelf place of almost 25,000 square feet, where we will be able to add 12,000 liter of bioreactor capacity. So a lot of expansion is going to happen in Chemwell. So we could offer the mid scale, maybe a small scale manufacturing.
Sorry to interrupt.
Last 2 minutes, yeah. In terms of manufacturing, we have a success story here. Like we do manufacture one commercial drug substance, and that's a very proud association we have with one of the big multinational company. It's an Indian company, and then we have 2 drug products being commercially manufactured from this facility. These are the few case studies, particularly, we have a lot of experience doing a scale up from a very small scale, like maybe 250 ml to maybe 2000 liter scale. This is another case study which talks about, how we have selected actually a second manufacturing site, and then how we successfully completed a tech transfer and validation, of an already approved product in a 9 months time. This is another interesting case study. What we observed actually nowadays, there are a lot of capacity constraints because of the COVID. I mean, most of the big CDMOs are occupying, to support the COVID, manufacturing needs, and therefore there is a constraint. And that's how actually we were able to, clinch a deal with one of the company based out of Pennsylvania called Ocugen. It's a public domain information. So they have tied up with Chemwell right from process development, clinical supplies, and ultimately once the product is approved by the US FDA, we will also supply their commercial needs. We are excellent in quality, so I'll skip this slide. In conclusion, again, what I want to mention here is, particularly it's urged to a lot of Indian companies here that use CDMOs, and then focus on the core competencies of drug discovery, product selection, clinical trials, regulatory, market expansion, and whereas, leave it to, Chemwell like company to do a process development, yield maximization, because that's really going to be important parameter here. For the biosimilars, because if we increase the yield, of course, there will be a affordability. And then again, reduce your capex and opex and focus on more on discovery and maybe a marketing. So I think with that, I really would like to conclude with 3 words here, like connect, collaborate, and accelerate. So that's the mantra actually Chemwell like company wants to give to biopharma companies, and then we grow together actually. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Joshi. And now we have Mr. Saikat Biswas, Global Head, Medical Devices, Pharma Services, Manufacturing, Energy and Utilities, TOP, Wipro Limited. And he'll be talking about the perspective on the digitization of pharma logistics. And I would also request Mr. Biswas to kindly close by 12, like it's already 12:16, so maybe 12 minutes more. Thank you so much.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have my colleague Shanil Mahajan. Shanil, can you put the slides for me?
Yes. They're up, Saikat.
So thanks everyone, and so we are in a very unprecedented situation. The 2020 that will not be forgotten soon for most of us, and it has brought so many unexpected changes that we all know, right? The daily routine, the way we work, the way our relationship, everything. And, it has kind of put us into a difficult situations. So, of course, what changes we can consider to live much better now, and of course in future. So I should say, like, COVID passed a message to the human race in terms of slow down and connect. Okay, that is the way I look at it. But one thing is very important for all of us across industry vertical, and that is the digitization, which is of paramount importance today. And specifically the supply chain industry, which is of greater importance, and it is extremely complex, as I as I speak, and all of us, we know very well. And we all talking about the COVID vaccine. The pharma logistics is a very critical aspect because lives are at stake, right? Specifically the last mile journey, I always say it's very, very crucial. So pharma logistics is all the more important. It's a prone to counterfeiting and require a specific handling environment, making it very expensive, risky, time consuming, so many things. So in Wipro, we have several, the technology play a big role, and we are kind of working with several clients in terms of kind of filling up those gap, bring more efficiencies with all the industry experience end to end in the digitization of pharma logistics. So I have my colleague who is the head of the practice, Shanil, to take it over and give a quick snapshot what we can do and what we are doing with some of those, pharma companies. Over to you, Shanil.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Saikat. And good afternoon to all. So continuing from where Saikat's spoke, there are definitely a lot of challenges for specifically in the logistics and distribution space in the pharma industry. And as you know, there are extreme product handling requirements. We all know, they have to be temperature controlled, especially given the COVID vaccine. We know the challenges that all the countries globally are facing. There's a high propensity for counterfeiting and fraud, which we obviously have to avoid. The overall, because the supply chain is so fragmented and complex, there are different challenges that emerge when you are kind of moving your goods from one geo to another geo, one country to another country. There are several trade, import-export restrictions that have to be taken care of. And obviously, for any pharma company, having a visibility of an end-to-end supply chain is extremely important, which is currently very, very limited. So, you have to track everything from not just your tier one suppliers, but even beyond your tier one to say, who are they supplying their raw materials from. And the use of the technology interventions is pretty limited. As you can see, some of the numbers that we have kind of put in, and these are from the 2020 benchmarks that we've seen, is that 52% of pharma companies are still using non-electronic modes of communication for logistics coordination. That is adding on to a lot of time. That has a lot of errors that can occur, and the cost of logistics and distribution kind of goes up, because of not using technology and using humans to kind of do all of this. Okay, we also have seen that while a lot of technology is available in the market, only 27% of pharma companies are actually using IoT or blockchain for actually tracking the vaccines or tracking the goods of medicine, the medicine movements and the material movements across. So this is where Wipro has an end-to-end solution. We have our own IPs and partnerships in the market to kind of come and completely digitalize your end-to-end logistics and distribution supply chain operations. So so this is a quick view of how the whole operations work. And while I've broken these the whole solution into three parts specifically because while we provide an end-to-end solution to all the pharma companies, there are companies who may want to look at it in a modular way. They may want to do one step at a time. So I'm going to break it up into three important parts of the whole solution that we have. One is obviously the whole secure cold chain solution. Okay, so we have our internal completely fully managed service model where we can enable IoT and with our blockchain platform we can monitor every box, every goods that are moving from your factories to your warehouses to the logistics hubs to the the health bodies or the hospitals or the pharma retail chains, and you will have visibility of your goods not just at a city or a region level. You will actually have that with GPS enabled IoT technology. You will have it at a container, you will have it at a truck level. Okay, and that is the importance of this entire secure cold chain solution. Not just that, with our entire logistics control tower solution, which is the second part, we're able to actually monitor your entire temperature, humidity, any shocks that may have occurred to certain goods, any vibrations that we may be kind of looking at, including the trucks and the ships, where they are moving, manage your entire route planning and route mapping to enable the most optimized way of transferring goods from point A to point B. And this is all done by our artificial intelligence and machine learning based solutions. So you don't have to, there's a very limited human intervention that's required. All of this can be managed through technology that's available and being used by certain companies, certain pharma companies, as well as companies in other industries. And the third and most important part is obviously how do you assess and monitor your risks? Because of the entire global churn, and we've seen all the situations with COVID, we've seen a second wave coming out, and it's very hard to keep up with the news in terms of where do you see the risks, which goods may be kind of stopped, which logistics hubs may shut down because of the lockdown, or is there a geopolitical scenario that's happening in some remote part of the world? How do you ensure that while you have your entire secure cold chain and logistics control tower in place, how do you ensure that all these risks come true? For that as well, our entire platform also has the ability to monitor risks across 45 different types of events. Globally, we monitor over 15 million news items in real time, and the artificial intelligence engine filters out the news that is relevant to you and comes back with specific war rooms and specific points around which event might impact your supply chain. And we monitor not just your tier 1 suppliers or your goods. We are actually also able to monitor your tier 2, tier 3, or tier 4 suppliers, which is the most important part of this. So holistically speaking, when you digitalize this entire end-to-end logistics and distribution chain with these 3 components of our solution, you are ensuring that your end-to-end logistics and distribution supply chain is covered. And like I said, it's a complete managed service solution. So we bring in the technology, we bring in the licensing, we do the deployment, we manage the service for you. So there is absolutely, it's a one-stop shop kind of a solution. And what does it give you? It obviously gives you a completely risk-free, secure, and efficient supply chain and logistics network with our best-in-class solutions that we have. So it ensures we have benefits that that we showcase around 5 different themes. So one is it's safe and secure. Obviously, when we use IoT tracking and blockchain technology, we ensure that it's a complete it's a foolproof measure against counterfeiting and tamper proofing. It's a completely transparent process. So any part of the world, you will be able to see. Everyone will have a single source of truth. Nobody will see different sets of information. Everybody from your distributor to your end customer to the factory to your to yourself are able to see the exact same information across the board. It's a risk-free. So when we monitor this whole supply chain, we are also ensuring that whenever a disruption occurs, and disruptions will occur given the kind of natural disasters we're seeing or the global supply chain disruptions we're seeing, we are ensuring that your cost and time to detect those disruptions is down by 90%. And that's a very, very important point. So if you're able to assess and predict your risks, you will be able to act much, much faster. It's an intelligent solution because we are using the best in the breed technologies to deliver this. So we have components of artificial intelligence, machine learning, cognitive-based automations, IoT, blockchain, and several other components that we are bringing together, along with our experience and expertise of people in the pharma industry and the supply chain industry to ensure that everything is moving, from point A to point B in a completely smooth way. And if there are issues, if there are risks that are observed, the mitigation planning and solutions are also delivered by the Wipro's, supply chain experts. And eventually it's an efficient solution. So you will see the efficiency gains, as a pharma company. Your operational cost of logistics and distribution will come down by 30% because we are doing your entire optimization of routes, planning. You will no longer need a large team of people manning a lot of you can actually move around those people to doing more strategic work, and most of the rule-based work will be taken care of by our tools and technologies. You will also be able to lower your carbon emissions by 25% because we are doing we are completely digitalizing it. So So number of people, and we know exactly which are the points in the logistics chain where you have the maximum carbon emissions, and we are able to track that and reduce that by 25%. And obviously in terms of business benefit, your on-time deliveries and capacity utilization of your entire fleet will go up by 35%. And these are numbers that we've actually delivered for our customers. And I want to probably quickly in the next 2 minutes, I want to cover this. So all these solutions, we have, there are pharma companies who are using these as we speak. In terms of secure cold chain, a US-based biopharmaceutical company is actually using this to track and monitor their entire, vaccines and goods that are moving from one end to the other. The Wipro team kind of monitors this in a control tower situation, and also enables any sort of, where they see that there is an issue in terms of the driver behavior, of the speed that they're traveling at. If there's a temperature change, immediately alerts are raised, and mitigation strategies are in place. In terms of the supply chain risk management, again, for one of the customers, when Hurricane Maria hit, in Puerto Rico, we realized that there were 2 suppliers for them, which had the entire IV bags, that were, there were about 2 million IV bags that were kind of, lying in Puerto Rico. And because of our what-if analysis and a predictive modeling, we were able to, enable the customer to move out those IP bags from Puerto Rico 2 days before Hurricane Maria hit, which ensured that, 100% of their end customers, did not have any issue, and those goods were not stuck there, in Puerto Rico for the next, say, 2 weeks or 3 weeks until the situation was. So that's the overall, the end-to-end digitalization of logistics and pharma. Saikar, if you want to have some last words.
So, I call, thanks, Chanel. I call, the team we have in Wipro at the silent COVID warriors. And I'll tell you why. Because, one of the top 3 vaccine today making a lot of newses and other stuff, a US-based company, we kind of take care of all the thousands of adverse events. Okay, we have a team of doctors, nurses, B Farm, M Farm, and we are all doing it from India. And in day and night, no weekends. It's going on, work going on. And then, of course, the supply chain side of it. You have already kind of shown the example. So that's why I called the team as a silent warriors, COVID warriors. So, there's a really lot of work going on, lot of learning we are having every day. Chanel, Subrato, and team, they are doing a fantastic job when it comes to the supply chain and logistic, helping a lot of pharma customers. So any questions around it, please let us know.
I'm afraid we will. I would request that we take the questions at the end of all the presentations, because we are a bit behind time. Thank you so much, Mr. Biswas, and thank you so much, Mr. Sanhil Mahajan. And now I would like to request Professor Arnab Laha, Associate Professor at IIM Ahmedabad, to please take over. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank you very much for kindly agreeing to come at such a short notice and take on such an important topic for discussion, which is the role of AI in efficient healthcare delivery, the 360-degree perspective. So over to Professor Laha.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you and the organizers for this opportunity to talk to you through in this important meeting that you are holding. So the topic that I was given to talk on is to discuss the role of artificial intelligence in efficient healthcare delivery. Now, artificial intelligence has been around for a while and has been making waves for the last decade or so, and very much so in the last 5 years. As we have seen, immense progress on all aspects due to artificial intelligence. But when I talk to people, students and professionals, one of the major confusion that arises is that what we call as artificial intelligence and whether it is same as the general intelligence that humans have. The general intelligence that humans have are actually a lot higher than any of the artificial intelligence systems that we have been able to build. So all that worries about machines taking over the world in near future is quite premature. The human intelligence is very different from the intelligence that we have been able to build in machines. Having said that, what artificial intelligence technology has done is that it has been able to enhance productivity substantially in many areas. And the promise is even larger. So as a technology which will yield immense economic benefits, it will play a key role, and it is playing a key role currently in the world. And it will become even better in the next 5 to 10 years. So to define artificial intelligence, there are many ways to look at it, but the way that I prefer to look at it is that it's a software technology, and it has one of the following capabilities that I've listed here. It may have perception, like in image processing, text processing, and so on. It may have decision-making capabilities, as in, say, driving automated cars. It can have predictive capabilities, say, for example, in automatic decisions relating to whether a loan will be granted or whether an insurance policy will be renewed. It may have automatic knowledge extraction capabilities from various documents and scientific articles. Knowledge may be retrieved, and good decision support can be built around that. It may be interactive, as we have seen in many chatbot technologies, where a lot of interaction is automated through these chatbots. And it may, over a period of time, develop better logical reasoning. So already there are networks which can do a decent amount of logical reasoning, but this is, I think, the frontier where the current deep learning based technologies will marry with logical reasoning based technologies and will provide enormous benefit. But that's what the frontier is looking like right now. Now, when it comes to healthcare, how can artificial intelligence help? Now, again, healthcare has multiple perspectives. Two main perspectives is curative and preventive. Of course, pharma industry play a large role in both of these. Say, for example, for the curative purpose, we have a variety of molecules which help us overcoming many disease conditions. And in the preventive, we have vaccines and many other drugs, which actually prevents the disease from happening and ensures our well-being. So healthcare is a broad spectrum. It has many players, right from the professionals, the doctors, the nurses, to the hospitals, to the insurance companies, to the pharmaceutical companies. So there are very many players in this large sector. And particularly in this current challenging times, it has been shown that this is one of the most important sector that humans have. Now, when we come to the curative healthcare aspects, there are a couple of things that we need to worry about. So as we all know, curative healthcare is about recovery, either from an illness or an injury or an impairment. And the three important aspects that impact any consumer of healthcare, particularly from a curative angle, is that the ability to access the healthcare, generally referred to as the access problem, the affordability problem, how costly would be the care, And thirdly, the effectiveness problem, that is how effective would be the care. So ideally, we should have instant access, extremely affordable, and extremely high effective. Now, all of these are generally not possible, and people make trade-offs. And what artificial intelligence will do in this is that it will reduce the extent of trade-off. I will not say that the trade-off will be taken out altogether when AI becomes even more widely applied, but the trade-offs would become much lesser. That means we will be able to access high quality healthcare at a short time without possibly not much traveling. We will be able to do that at an affordable price point, and the treatment or the course of treatment that will be suggested would be effective in the sense that it would be state of the art. Now, if we are looking at the access problem, we already see that there have been several extremely good healthcare chatbots which have been created. Most of them are based on logical reasoning in the form of some sort of a decision network or a decision trees, and good data fed into that. And of course, uses to great extent things like natural language processing and image processing. So all of these play an important role in creating tools which enhance access. Now, here I've listed a couple of tools like Babylon Health and YourMD, BioHealth, Ada Health, and there are many more, Sensely, Informatica. So all of these are essentially AI-based tools which can provide access to a needy person. Needy means to a person who needs curative healthcare quickly and is not able to access conventional channels very quickly. Okay, so by taking help of these kind of tools, one may get a sense of how urgent the problem is and whether they should be immediately trying to reach the nearest healthcare point. Say, for example, one is having a cardiac condition and needs an immediate medical procedure. And now that will be indicated by these kind of tools, which will possibly save important lives. Particularly in a country like India, this will be a great boon once it is rolled out. The Florence tool is another very interesting tool in which this tool sort of acts as an AI nurse and tells the patient of when to take the pills, how to take them, and also tracks the user's health. So these kind of tools will be essentially augmenting the healthcare support that is provided by the traditional channels. This will not take away the role of the traditional channels, but will augment it in a very significant way. And that will be very good for a country like India, where we have an extreme shortage of skilled manpower, particularly in specialist medical fields. This AI has proved itself to be quite good in terms of figuring out the best solution. And in the context of finding best solutions, one way to by which we can do that is by standardizing the clinical pathways. And we have seen that in some, particularly in large volume cases, say for example, in cardiac bypass surgery or cataract surgery, we have seen standardized clinical pathways has been created. And there have been several organizations, some even in India, which have done extremely well. I'm not naming them, but we know that there are organizations in India which deliver eye care at a level which is extremely high and at volumes which the first world countries can't even imagine. So those kind of things has happened in India, and AI would even identify better pathways, more cost-effective pathways, which will allow this. We have seen some very good startups in India which have started to work on using AI for diagnosing medical conditions in X-rays, in CAT scans, MRI scans, in problems of detecting conditions on the heart, or of the eye. We have seen AI algorithms contributing significantly in this. There have been several players in India, again, I'm not naming them, who have produced solutions which are world class and would be sort of and the solutions that they have provided, if implemented at scale by the major organizations in our country, would deliver affordable healthcare in certain areas. So it is not that we have these kind of tools in all areas, but in certain areas like radiology, in cardiology, some areas which are more niche, we can actually extend high quality care using these AI tools. One example I've listed is of diagnosing cardiac conditions using remote ECG. Regarding effectiveness, again, this is an idea that has been taken on for quite some time, and we have a highly well-known product in this space. Now, again, one of the key things in personalized treatment is to recognize that human beings do not respond in the same way to the treatment given. So the way Mr. X and Miss Y would react to a given molecule may be quite different. And that's why large clinical trials need to be done to figure out whether the drug is effective in all populations, whether there will be significant side effects in some populations, and so on. So therefore, there is a need for tailoring the treatment to individuals, and AI algorithms can do that well. And in the space of oncology, we have seen that the IBM Watson, which has generated a lot of news, is a very good product in terms of telling the oncologist of possible course of treatment which may be best for the patient. So again, the oncologist is at the center of the treatment. The oncologist is in control, but the software can suggest to the oncologist what could be the good procedure that can be done on that person who needs the care. We have seen also quite rapid developments in the space of robot-assisted surgery, and also in case of non-clinical things like administrative workflows. So say, for example, how do you most effectively utilize your ICUs or other facilities in the hospital? Fraud detection, whether particularly important for healthcare insurance companies, that whether a certain claim that has come to them is actual or a fraud, are again very important areas that one can benefit by use of AI. And what I know is that there's been a lot of progress in this area. A lot of organizations are now excited about using AI in these spaces. When we talk about
Professor Laha, sorry to interrupt. Just a reminder of the time.
I'll just finish off in a few minutes. Yeah. So in terms of preventive healthcare, we have seen, particularly in this current setup, we have we are seeing a huge improvement of the COVID-19 conditions due to the production of vaccine. And again, for these kind of things, AI can play a very important role, and AI and particularly analytic methodologies are widely being used to understand the impact of the vaccine in terms of treatment. And we are seeing the numbers that are flashed before us are largely created after a good examination of the data through the latest analytics that are available. We also have seen a lot of wearable technologies, and wearable technologies such as fitness bands and smartwatches are invaluable in terms of giving information which an algorithm can work and give early signals. So, and we know that the Apple Watch, for example, is a device which can give an early warning of an arrhythmia and can direct the patient to take early advice. So in the context of pharma, we have seen that AI has been deployed to identify new therapeutic candidates. That means it can actually reduce the cost of development of new therapeutics and new molecules. It has helped in identifying new usage of old drugs. Though the two examples that I have given, sildenafil and thalidomide, are not really done using AI, but similar efforts have been on for quite some time during the COVID-19 crisis, that whether we can have old drugs which will work against this new target. It has been widely used for post-marketing vigilance for adverse events, as well as in identifying identifying eligible patients for clinical trials. And as we know that for some diseases, this is quite a challenging task to do. So with this, I stop, man. Thank you all for your time and patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Laha. Now I would like to request Dr. Sucheta Banerjee Kurundkar, Director Training, CDSA, THSTI, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, to please take over. She will talk about clinical research capacity building to support biopharma innovation to marketplace. Over to Dr. Kurundkar.
Thank you so much, Pratika. Am I audible? Is the screen visible?
Yes, both.
Okay. So, namaskar, all of you. A warm welcome and good afternoon from my end. And as I mentioned, I cannot see my panel at the back, because of this. So there's a disclaimer down which says that my personal views are expressed in the talk, and I will try, Pratika, to complete it in 10 minutes. So I thank Vishal and the entire organizing team. The topic focused is building capacity and capability to support biopharma innovations. So a little bit about CDSA. CDSA is an extramural unit of Translation Health Science and Technology Institute. You can see our facility in Delhi NCR area, created by Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. Only public agency in the country to work for as a organization, as an agency for training or capacity building, work with public sector institutions, SMEs to translate innovative technologies for medical products for public good. So these are something little bit flashback about capacity and capability. I'll speak about past, present, and future quickly. This is our scoreboard card. I joined somewhere here, and organization actually became functional here. It was born in 2009. Till this stage, there were only two people, which includes me. So there was I and somebody else, which had to cover this journey. From here, we are three, including me. And here we are four. So you can see we are having an incremental growth. This all includes me. So we are having this many approx face-to-face programs, which is very tough without the help of great faculties. So I always say sabka saath, sabka vikas, and sabka vishwas. Without that, this journey is not possible. So this is something face-to-face work stature. This is some footprints that we have left or we have covered. There are many to cover. Now you can see Nepal and Sri Lanka also face-to-face programs, but you will see we have covered all the neighboring countries as well as all India's friendly countries along with our DBT's initiative of INSEPI. So these are some of the programs that we did when we realized in 2013 the regulations came and there were a lot of issues related to clinical trials. Now, clinical trial is a topic which I think so majority of the people now know, all thanks to COVID. But this is the field we have been working for 2-3 decades now. And we felt that this regulation is one of the bottleneck, and if people are not trained, they might be unknowingly committing those mistakes. So we started, these are all free programs. So we started a program which was covering around 15 cities across nation. And that actually had huge effect, as we believe, into strengthening the regulatory requirements for institutional ethics committee. We have been working with the regulators very closely, and because of regulators' support and trust and strength, we initiated a program all supported by DBT through BIRAC, is the Meet the Regulators, where there was a platform in different areas where people could come. They're all mostly free programs where you can ask your question to the regulators, and we ensure that nobody returns home with their questions unanswered. We also started having regulatory pathway maps, booklets made available to them. Then the ethical guidelines was released by ICMR in 2017. So with ICMR, we had a national dissemination series covered across the nation. Then same stem cell research guideline which is from our own department. So ICMR and Department of Biotechnology, we had this national dissemination covered. These were all free programs. Then when the COVID struck, this is very recently, we thought that with the new normal, maybe we can connect with our huge participants database and solve many of the queries. So we started something called Wednesday webinar with CDSA, close to a dozen of programs with 10,000 plus participants in totality. It is an ongoing picture which is continuing. With the help of INSEPI mission, we supported by PIRAC and Department of Biotechnology, from October to December, we conducted a series of programs, 10 series programs for all neighboring countries. So this is not strengthening yourself, but strengthening your neighborhood. So this was a unique initiative, a very successful one. In 2019, we launched the online course in SWAM portal, which is Ministry of HRD, and inaugurated by DCGI and our secretary DBT. And this was a game changer for us because we developed the online course, which is by CDSA with CDSU and ICMR, and this course is free of cost available over the SWAM portal. So you can see more than around 7,000, 8,000 participants have been working, have been enrolled in that. These are some of the glimpses of the photographs. It are in two areas. One is the regulatory requirements for conducting clinical trials in India using new drug, investigational new drug, as well as medical devices and in vitro diagnostics in India. So these are when the new drugs and clinical trials rules were released in 2019 March, CDSA conducted again a free program, which is face-to-face program, solving all question answers. And this was a photograph you can see of participants who had attended this program. So then this is as per the Niti Aayog's recommendation. CDSA conducted a program for accelerating innovations, and this was spread across north, south, east, west, and that's how we interacted with many people. And the impact assessment of this entire training was done by Quality Council of India. So this was done with the Department of Biotechnology and CDSU and funded by BIRAC and DPT. This is, we work very closely with the ICMR, and these are several GCP and GCLP programs that we keep conducting. And these are some of the glimpses where there was no COVID, but we all connected, all the ICMR institutes, 7 institutes connected over online. And this course was directly relayed from ICMR headquarters. Training conducted by us. Then with the National Biopharma Mission, we have been working very closely. Last year, we completed around 7 modules, all NBM beneficiaries from August to October. This is something which we are doing presently. This course is which I mentioned in SWAM portal is running course. It's an AICTE approved faculty development program. Anybody who is interested to know about how to conduct clinical trials in India using investigational drug or new drugs like vaccines, all vaccines are new drugs, they can go and enroll, and this course is absolutely free of cost. If you want a certificate, there is some 1,000 rupees fees that you have to pay, and you have to give the exam on, it's a face-to-face exam, entirely controlled by IIT Madras. So this is another program which we have tomorrow. Every Friday we have this program, which is round 2. It's called Strengthening Clinical Trials Research Capacity in India's Friendly Countries. Now we see that you have migrated from neighboring to MENA region to African region and Vietnam, Myanmar, Kenya. So there are Afghanistan, Bahrain, Bhutan, Oman, Nepal. So there are many countries, and I am told that tomorrow even Ethiopia and Nigeria is going to join. So this is the second series of the program, which we are running from February to April on 4 critical areas, as you see down below. This is the clinical trial network, which was happening yesterday. 5 consortium, different specialties, oncology, diabetology, rheumatology, ophthalmology, 36 hospitals consortium supported by National Biopharma Mission, and working with them for strengthening their clinical trial research capacity so that they can do better trials tomorrow. This is another program which we have been doing with NBM and BCIL of good clinical practice and good clinical laboratory practice. These are our key focus area usually. With ICMR, again, we keep on continuing programs in pipeline. We believe that regulations are very, very important, and people must understand what is regulatory pathway. So we have teamed up or in collaborations with IIT Delhi's Innovation and Tech Transfer Office and supported by NBM. We have this program coming up in April 2021. I will request all of you to keep view on the CDSA website so that we will flash this when the entry is open. We also work with Regulatory Forum with CCAMP, which is another TPT organization from Bengaluru. We realized that institutional biosafety training is very important. So we started with with our organization, and we conducted online programs with certification based, and this we are migrating to better programs and may be available to nation and international in days to come. Also with World Health Organization, we are developing an e-learning course, which is on rational use of medical products. This is in pipeline in 2021. This is a program which has been completed its all homework, and it's been okayed by CDSA and the governing body. CDSA is a different governing body, and by the Department of Biotechnology, this MSc clinical trial programs will be launched, which will be co-led by CDSA and CMC, well awarded by RCB, which is our institution regional center for biotechnology, and this will be supported by the Medical Research Council at the clinical trial unit of University College in London. So these are the online learning management system that we have embarked upon. I think with the new normal, we have realized the power of connecting together, even we are miles away. So we have different systems. We have remote proctoring exam softwares built on artificial intelligence and machine learning. We have been conducting those exams constantly, and this has been now seamlessly merged with the learning management software. What we did for other people as well. So CDSA developed clinical trials toolkit, which is available in the link you can see, and where this toolkit actually is a very dangerous word in today's time because of the news that we are hearing, but this was developed in 2019 and long ago, and we have been working on that to ensure that it is updated. It's a dynamic document, and you can see whatever are red in color are mandatory requirements as per regulatory trials, and this just helps how to ensure that you do not make those mistakes. So this is freely available in CDSA website. We also have two more areas to offer, which is Create and EC. Create is a platform which is done with Foresee and PATH and supported by MRC CTU at University College of London. These are helpful in ensuring that you have all translations help, all kinds of support that you require for ethics committee to function well. Also, we have a digital platform called EEC, Electronic Ethics Committee, and this is freely available as of now. It follows the METI guidelines, and its servers located in India, of course, because we are very concerned about it, and it's very safe and secure. It's your platform. So, and then these are those advantages, which I will not go deep into. These are all ICMR common form that we developed along with collaboration with ICMRs, and are available and are put in the EEC platforms. These are all helpful for the people who are in ethics committee, who are into trials. Then we realized by doing GCP training again and again that we as an organization which is meant for very small people cannot cater to the entire national demand. So we climbed up the ladder thinking that some trainings are bad, some are okay, some are good. We started standardizing those, and then we benchmarked to something called GCP PCS, Good Clinical Practice Professional Certification Scheme, first time globally as per the international standard of ISO 17024, developed by CDS and THST as the scheme owner. We have just planned to launch it. Now we have 5-6 applications in pipeline to begin with, and training institutes and the personal certification bodies are two of the areas. This is my last slide, which is not related to training at all, but we have been working in other areas where I come from. We also monitor, so we are awarded with the Quality Council of India's DL Shah Award in Gold category for our role in quality initiative and continual improvement in monitoring India's first and world's biggest comprehensive national nutrition survey by UNICEF. Thank you so much. And this is the last slide, which which Dr. Kang wrote to us, that till we win. And I always feel that till we win this capacity to enhance the capacity and capability of the organization, we will keep on working. So if you ask me, are we doing enough? I will say, are we working hard? I said we are working more than what we can actually deliver 24/7, all days a week. Being an organization of government nature, I have never seen such an organization working like that. But are we working enough? I'll say no. There are so much things to do, and we are just a drop in the ocean. We have miles to go before we sleep. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kurindikar. Now we have Ms. Shelly Saxena, founder and CEO of Silvermore, who will be talking about artificial intelligence in diagnostics to precision medicine. Over to you, Mr. Saxena. I'm afraid, Mr. Saxena, you are not audible.
Is that any better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Okay. So hi, in this session, I'll talk a little bit about us, then AI in diagnostics, AI in precision medicine, and then regulatory status and what's next in this space. So first of all, I am the founder of and CEO of Silvermore. Atlanta-based Silvermore provides AI-enabled platform to organizations that reduces the cost of primary care delivery by up to 50%. Platform has two components. One is AI-based triage and point-of-care screening for blood, vision, urine, data, and sputum. And second is health outcomes via telehealth and pop-up clinics. So what is artificial intelligence? Professor Laha covered this earlier, but AI is an area of computer science that emphasizes the creation of intelligent machines that work and react like humans. There's certain approaches. Some of the approaches are listed here. One is machine learning, where computer algorithms are used that automatically improve with experience. Second is deep learning, which is part of the broader machine learning. And this is based on artificial neural networks with representation learning. And then there are computer vision libraries which process or help in processing underlying digital images and videos and so on. So when it comes to AI in diagnostics, if you look at the number of algorithms by geography, North America leads in terms of number of algorithms, followed by Europe, Asia Pacific, and then finally Africa. And then where the focus of this imaging diagnostics is, so most of the algorithms are in general category, followed by brain, breast, heart, lung, eye, and then finally cell pathology. So I'll cover a couple of examples of these. So let's look at Proskia, so which is doing cancer research and diagnosis and using deep learning. Then Bangalore-based Nirumai is using AI for breast cancer screening solution. Dr. CADX is using AI to improve accuracy of TB diagnosis from radiology imaging. Telesensi is using AI to flag potential heart conditions from stethoscope scan. And then finally, Sevamob, my company, is using AI for point-of-care screening for blood, vision, urine, data, and sputum. So in blood, we can do your RBC and WBC counts and screen for conditions like anemia. In vision, we can screen for diabetic retinopathy and cataract. In the urine, we can screen for pus cells, red blood cells, and calcium oxalate crystals. In sputum, we can screen for tuberculosis. And in diet, we can predict your multivitamin and mineral deficiencies and recommend a diet, exercise, and stress reduction plan. All this work can be done in a low resource setting, works offline, can be done by a nurse with minimal training. So that is the power of AI. It does not require any specialists for screening all of this stuff. So I'll very quickly show you a quick demo of, okay, so what does this actually mean? How is this AI compared to something else? So I'll just take 30 seconds to run you through a quick video. This is our TV solution, which consists of optional portable sputum slide maker. Then there is AI-based point-of-care screening of that sputum sample. And finally, there is a telehealth component. So first, we onboard the patient in our system. Then this is an optional sputum slide maker, which can pre-process the sputum slide. And then finally, the slide which comes out of the slide maker looks something like this, is then analyzed by the AI. That analysis can also be done by a pathologist, which is how it is normally done prior to we developed our solution. So the AI in real time points out in that sample if there is tuberculosis in it, and then what is the probability of tuberculosis in the sample. And then on the right side is a sample where there is no tuberculosis. So the AI recommendations are then paired with some clinical history about the patient, and that together with the AI recommendations goes to a remote physician who can, for example, provide telehealth either via second opinion or via a video consultation. So that's an end-to-end scenario of how the AI works. And in this case, the deep learning is being used in this algorithm. So let's talk about investment in diagnostics AI. I saw some data which I thought you would find interesting. So on the left side, you see the medical imaging AI global amounts raised since 2011. And on the right, you see what percentage of that investment was angel or seed versus Series A, Series B, and Series C. And something you would notice is that there has been an uptick in Series B and C and reduction in volume of angel investment in the last year or two, which suggests that the investors are now looking for deployments and sustainable solutions instead of just experimental technologies. Next, let's talk about precision medicine. So precision medicine is an emerging approach for disease treatment and prevention that takes into account individual variability in genes, environment, lifestyle. It is used to more accurately predict which treatment and prevention strategies will work best for a particular patient. So let's talk about some examples. So first, Intel developed a deep learning model that was able to achieve 85% accuracy on disease risk prediction. It was able to correctly identify 23 subjects at risk for cardiovascular disease that were not detected by traditional statistical methods. Another example is AtomWise, which uses machine learning algorithms for drug discovery and development. Notable Labs, which uses an FDA-approved treatment recommendation based on the type of tumor. Globovir has a machine learning platform to reduce the drug discovery time for infectious disease. I'll also talk a little bit more about one of our solutions, Diet AI, which also falls in this category. And again, I'll show you a very quick demo. I'll just take a few minutes, just take a minute, walk you through this. So for example, this is regarding cardiometabolic and nutritional diseases. So in this solution, we have a point of care screening. We have AI-based lifestyle recommendations. We have behavioral change counseling, and then management by telehealth. So first, this is a kiosk which we developed and where screening happens. Then this is our Diet AI, which looks at various demographics and medical history and other factors. And then based upon that, there's a very personalized recommendation for diet, exercise, and stress reduction. So it looks at factors like weight and economic level and physical activity and the type of stuff, any medical conditions, any symptoms. It then predicts from those symptoms. And then finally, this is the output of the AI, which predicts if patient is overweight, what they should eat and how. And then it is paired with behavioral counseling and again, second opinion and telehealth. So that's just one example of a solution in this category. So next, I'll just very briefly talk about the regulatory status. So as you can imagine, all this falls under a new category of medical devices or medical solutions. And now increasingly there is a regulation from FDA and other bodies around around software as a medical device. And so by the end of 2018, FDA had approved 12 algorithms, and there were many more in the pipeline. And I'm sure by this time, there are at least more than a dozen solutions which have been approved by FDA for various categories. In our own example, our Diet AI falls under FDA Class 1 device for which we have appropriate approvals and everything and get deployed with customers. However, our blood vision, urine, and sputum AI, they fall under FDA Class 2 devices for which the approval process is a little more lengthy. And then you will see on this map that there are various regulatory initiatives in different countries around software as a medical device. Finally, what's next? What we envision is that the nascent AI in healthcare in South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and other geographies will follow the same trends as countries like US and China, which have the lead in this space. But there's going to be one difference overall. And the difference is going to be that the AI companies in these countries are going to focus more on diseases which have a larger disease burden in those countries. So, for example, in our case, I showed an example of tuberculosis. There's a government 2025 mission to eradicate TB in India, and that solution falls squarely in that, whereas that solution is not very relevant in the US scenario. So, so we think that the solutions are going to be more dependent on the disease burdens in local countries where those companies originate or work in. So that's the end of my presentation. And if you have any questions, please feel free to email me at saxena@saxena.com or just contact me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saxena. Now we have Mr. Vikram Srivastava, Head of Supply Chain Planning, IPCA Laboratories. And he'll be talking about case studies, resilient supply chain for the growth of Indian biopharmaceuticals. Over to Mr. Srivastava.
Hi, good afternoon to all. Am I audible, visible? Is my presentation visible to you guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, definitely.
Sure. So, yeah, I am here to bring the supply chain perspective with respect to biopharma. A quick brief about me. I have about 16 years of experience, an MBA from SP Jain. I've handled different facets of supply chain, from procurement to logistics to project management and planning. Currently, I am heading planning for formulations at Ipca Labs. What I intend to cover today is what happened actually in the last 1 year, which was very unprecedented. What could be the new normal? A brief of that, I think Mr. Saxena just was presenting. I was going through his, innovative diagnostic tools. So that could be a new normal. Definitely, I am going to cover that. What are the different risk mitigation supply chain strategies that we can look for specific to biopharma? And the key learnings, in my view, that we can take away with. So like I said, what really happened was unprecedented, rarest of the rarest, a black swan event, if we call it in the supply chain parlance. Like I casually say, we are not in the same boat, we are in the same storm. This was one unique event which impacted both my supply and demand together. We've seen recessions in the past, we've seen muted demand markets, where only probably the one side of the supply chain was impacted. But here in this case, in last 1 year, we saw both the supply and demand getting impacted equally. I will not want to stay very long on this slide. It is a very simplified view of supply chain in biopharma. I know a lot of chemists and pharmacists are here. They will kill me for showing such a simplified version. But the idea behind showing this was I wanted to capture two ends of the supply chain which have been impacted, in my opinion, in biopharma. One is the upstream, where we talk about the procurement of the raw materials and manufacturing. And the second one is the downstream, which talks about distribution and final delivery to the patients. I know when we talk about biopharma, we generally talk about, only logistics, which is a big challenge. But I also wanted to bring to the forum over here that we also face upstream challenges in procurement and manufacturing. So like I mentioned, in my view, there were 4 aspects of supply chain which have been impacted, which we need to look at to build a resilient supply chain. So starting with procurement, we all know that material procurement in biopharma is going to be very critical. Substitution of material is difficult. It is both complex and costly to look at alternates. I mean, the processes are not designed to move from one vendor to other. When we compare this to a regular generic pharmaceutical, it becomes very complex, because in a regular generic pharmaceutical, at least once a regulated approved vendor is available, the substitution is easier because we are dealing with small chemical identities. In biopharma, we are dealing with huge molecules, so the control becomes much more difficult. Manufacturing, in my view, is also very critical, because the process itself, the manufacturing process itself, is very challenging in biopharma, right from the fermentation to the purification to the final packaging stages. Generally in generic pharmaceuticals or any other supply chain, if for that matter of fact, developing alternate size, looking at alternate batch sizes to look at demand variability, everything is quite easy. In biopharma, we don't have that flexibility, unfortunately. We generally have one dedicated manufacturing facility with one, upstream vendor allocated from where we get the raw material, and developing alternates is both costly and complex. So that really puts to fore a challenge from a supply chain perspective. If we have any supply disruptions or demand fluctuations, it becomes very difficult to manage for biopharmaceuticals. With respect to downstream action items, of course, logistics comes to fore, because all biopharmaceuticals are generally 2-to-8. Most sensitive molecules, the 2-to-8 needs to be more critically adhered. Any fluctuation or deviation in this temperature range could definitely mean that we are compromising with the product safety and efficacy. And last but not the least is the demand sensing. I mean, in the VUCA environment that we are living in today, and with the criticality of these drugs, which are probably life-saving, and at the customer and at the patient end also, I believe the product substitution is not easy. So demand sensing becomes a very critical factor in my mind to build a very resilient supply chain with respect to supplies of biopharmaceuticals. So what could be the new normal? I mean, we've always talked about reducing cost and time and to improve the output quality. I mean, we all know biopharmaceuticals are complex manufacturing technologies. Quality plays a very important role, and it is both costly and time consuming from a manufacturing perspective. So supply chain managers across the globe who are involved in the biopharmaceutical industry have been talking about how we can have better control on our manufacturing processes, how we can build robust technology transfers and processes so that we don't have to compromise on the product quality. Agility, execution with agility, again stems from the same notion that in the VUCA world, where we have huge demand fluctuations and competition is ever increasing. Day by day, there are new players coming into the market. So we need to be both flexible and agile. Digitization and digital transformation is also part of the initiatives that supply chain managers have been talking about, not just in the last 1 year, but much before that. We saw a very good example of AI and ML in the previous presentation of the diagnostic tools that a company has developed. So even in supply chain management of biopharmaceuticals, with respect to manufacturing, with respect to procurement, with respect to demand sensing, with respect to logistics, AI and ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning is going to play a very important role with respect to how we are going to make our supply chains resilient. Of course, logistics cost and ensuring cold chain integrity is paramount when we talk about biopharmaceuticals, especially the cold chain integrity, how we can track it. These are some of the things that we have been talking about. So I'm just going to go ahead and look at what new beyond this are we looking at in the new post-COVID world that we are in now. So apart from business process improvements, we are now talking about business continuity plans. We are talking about changed rules of engagement. We are talking about telemarketing and telemedicines. We saw a very good example, again, referring to the last presentation, where the entire diagnostics is done over a mobile from your reports, and then you can contact your doctor for the final prescription. So, this in my mind is going to change the way we look at supply chains, we look at demand, because how patients are going to interact with doctors, how doctors are going to interact with diagnostic centers, and the entire change is evident, and it's here to stay in my mind. Free flow of goods, we saw a huge impact in the last 1 year. Both imports and exports were challenged. And this is where I feel biopharmaceuticals need to be more, supply chain managers in biopharmaceuticals need to be more, conscious, because like I mentioned, the product substitution is very difficult in biopharmaceuticals. And if a patient is on a particular medication, if there is disruption of supplies to medicines to that particular patient, it could be a life and death matter. So looking at the new regime of flow of goods, availability of logistics service providers, it is going to have a direct impact on how we plan our inventory and safety stocks. The previous agreed norms, standard norms of say 8 to 10 weeks or 12 weeks might not really hold good, specifically in biopharmaceuticals, where, like I mentioned, probably only one manufacturing site could be there in the world which is supplying to different geographies across the world. So we need to be conscious as supply chain managers to ensure that there is no disruption in the supply chain of medicines availability due to any free flow of goods that might be impacted due to a second wave or a third wave of corona, if it would happen. With respect to different options of logistics, I would want to share with the group over here that, in my opinion, now supply chain managers have started looking at different options of logistics like rail and shared freighters. I have a few reservations with respect to how far successful these could be in biopharmaceuticals, because like I mentioned, in biopharmaceuticals, the cold chain integrity and to ensure that we have complete visibility from the factory to the patient once the drug moves is very critical. So we'll have to align with our logistics service providers to ensure that how well they can give us these visibilities, so that we are assured that our product quality is not compromised once the product is moving across geographies. A very important point in supply chain parallels that has come now in the post COVID world, so to speak, is deglobalization. We know, a lot of effort has been now been made to look at move from offshoring to onshoring, so to speak, localization. In biopharmaceuticals, like I mentioned, procuring and manufacturing, having dual sources can be a challenge because of the cost and complexity involved. So we'll have to see how we can, how the technology around biopharmaceuticals can be developed, may be made more robust, so that we are able to, look at local sourcing and de-risking our supply chains from any other disruptions across geographies that might come in the future. In my mind, I would want to coin the 3 new C's of building the new, supply chain resilience. This is true in pharma across a lot of other supply chains and in biopharma also. So it has to be contained, connected, and continuous. So contained, when we say the first C of contained, we know with a pandemic like COVID coming through, where both the supply and demand side were impacted, how we can keep our workforces, our material safe, so that our supply chain manufacturing and distribution is safe from disruptions of any spurt of new wave of the infection that comes through. Connected becomes very important because visibility across the supply chain is important from a perspective of what is getting manufactured, what is getting delivered, being connected with our logistics service providers and our sales and marketing team to ensure we have visibility across the supply chain. And continuous is something that the industry has been looking at with Industry 4.0 continuous manufacturing. This will of course help in making the supply chain more resilient, more cost effective, and continuous. So I've just put a picture of, a very good article that I read, just off late, of, how we need to make our supply chains built to adapt and not built to last. So in the VUCA world that we are in today, we have to make sure that our supply chains are resilient and open and flexible to change. From a risk mitigation strategy and supply chain strategy going forward, so looking at upstream planning and sourcing. So like I mentioned, the challenge is on creating a dual source for material and manufacturing. This is primarily because of the complexity and cost involved in biopharmaceuticals. And of course, also the conditions that play a very important role. When we talk about conditions, it's the conditions for manufacturing, the conditions for technology transfers, the condition for process development, the condition for distribution. So all these conditions play a very important role, and supply chain managers need to be aware of when they are looking at building resilient supply chains around their biopharmaceutical products. Of course, with the increase in competition and advancement in manufacturing technology and process control, I feel that creation of dual sources, or having more biosimilars available, which can act as substitutes in case there is a disruption of supply of, drugs to the end patient. But this, in my mind, is still a few years ahead. But we are getting there, in my opinion. And of course, reduction in cycle time helps both in reduction of the cost and making a supply chain more agile. So in my mind, these are the risk mitigations from a planning and sourcing perspective. From a logistics perspective, like I mentioned, 2 to 8 is what we are talking about to keep this formulation stable. When we talk about more volatile formulations, this 2 to 8 needs to be more strictly adhered. Any compromise on the temperature range could directly have an impact on the product efficacy and efficiency and safety. So on the logistics front, even from a risk mitigation, I feel state-of-the-art tracking devices and using skilled logistics service providers who are trained to handle what is inside the box. So it is not just moving of one product, pharmaceutical product. It is life inside the box. And the trained logistics service providers who understand the complexity of shipping and handling biopharmaceutical drugs need to be identified, and they need to be partnered with organizations where they become an extended arm of the supply chain, and they partner to ensure that the product till it reaches the patient remains safe and effective. Of course, with respect to high grade barcoding and specialized packing, which will further improve the safety and security of the product, avoid any pilferage or mishandling of the products. It becomes very important that we again align with right logistics service providers who can guide us and help ensure that the product quality is not compromised till it reaches the customer. I would want to stress on this slide where I feel biopharmaceuticals, we are looking at still biosimilars, we are looking at biologics. A few companies in India have started looking at biologics also, but we are still working on a lot of biosimilars. In my mind, R&D innovation is going to make supply chain in biopharmaceuticals very resilient. So I'm coining 4 Ds of innovation over here, where discovery and design is something that in Indian biopharmaceutical space we are still lagging. Developing and delivering is something where we have caught up, and we are racing ahead on the curve. So here, with the government of India having come up with different production linked incentives and the allocation of huge budgets to the pharmaceutical sector, I think can help in the R&D innovation and how we design our products, do the technology transfers to make them more robust, to make them more sustainable for different geographies across the world. I feel this will be a huge opportunity for the not just the Indian pharmaceutical sector, but the Indian biopharmaceutical sector, because it gives an opportunity for research scientists and companies to invest in them, to look at different technologies of how we can make the entire supply chain robust for biopharmaceuticals. With respect to and in this space also, we are also looking at innovation with respect to shared resources. I mean, we know how China has built chemical zones where all factories producing basic chemicals, fermentation units are allocated in one area, and they have a lot of shared resources which reduces their cost of manufacturing. So probably India also needs to build these special pharma zones where a lot of companies are invited, given some incentives and given shared resources with respect to environmental controls and water availability, so that the cost of manufacturing for these innovating companies can be brought down, and we can have a lot of innovation both in terms of products and processes in the biopharmaceutical space in India. Finally, to conclude, I would like to share a few key learnings from a supply chain perspective that I would want to share with the group over here. First is proactive crisis management. So we need to build agility in the supply chain. I think I have touched base on this point throughout my presentation. In the volatile and uncertain world, the VUCA world that we are living in today, we need to build agility into our supply chains. I know it is easier said than done when we talk about biopharmaceuticals, but with all the innovations and process developments that is happening in this space, I think supply chain managers of the future in this space will have more flexibility to plan their deliveries to the end patients. Supply chain visibility is something that we cannot negotiate with anymore. I mean, this is a given in the industry now. How we can look at our visibility to our customers and to our vendors end as well. Look at where my vendors are sourcing their material from and who are their vendors. So once we have a complete visibility end to end of the supply chain, right from the sourcing of the product to the end patient, planning and delivery of the product for a supply chain manager becomes easier. So this in my mind is going to be playing a very important role. Digitization is something that we have spoken about extensively. AI, ML is here to stay, and we are talking about digitizing the entire workspace for pharmaceuticals and biopharmaceuticals in particular. And last but not the least is the business models, different kind of scenario planning that we can do. What if my A vendor fails? What do we have from a fallback plan B? What if my one particular batch in the manufacturing process fails? What if we see huge demand fluctuations with respect to availability in the market and requirement in the market? So scenario planning in my mind is going to be very important for building a very resilient supply chain. That's all from my side. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Otherwise, I hand it over to you guys. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present the supply chain perspective of biopharma.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. And I would like to now call upon Mr. Rajesh Singha, Country Head, Country Industry Development Manager, Life Sciences and Healthcare, DHL. I would briefly read about him. Mr. Rajesh Singha is subject matter expert and has over 20 years experience in the supply chain and logistics industry. He is working with the life sciences and healthcare industry to develop solutions to the needs of biopharma, pharmaceutical, medical device, and clinical trial industry. Over to you, Mr. Singha.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to all the participants. At the outset, I would like to thank all the presenters for the wonderful session we had since morning in this Biopharma World IE Conference 2021. We all know that biopharma is the next big thing in India in the life science and healthcare space. We at DHL are constantly innovating the temperature control logistics space to suit the needs of the life science and healthcare industry. In the next 15 minutes, we would share the DHL network capability. We would look at the essential needs of the life science and healthcare industry. We will take a deep dive on the DHL innovative solution. And finally, we'll be happy to take any Q&A. We have been having a beautiful session since morning where people have been talking about supply chain visibility, end-to-end solution, the new needs of the business in the COVID world, temperature management. And I'm sure we'll be able to address a lot of those questions which have been, asked by our participants and presenter in the forum. We are a global logistics provider. We are the most preferred logistics company for our customer, and we offer reach in more than 220 countries. And we are operating in more than 700 cities in India. We operate more than 250 dedicated cargo aircrafts globally, of which 19 weekly flights are operating in India. We have close to 21 super hubs globally and 4 major gateways in India. So if we talk about our super hubs, we have super hubs in Hong Kong, Leipzig, and US, and we'll be talking more about it in our future slides. And in India, we have 2 major international gateways in Delhi and Bangalore, which connect to our dedicated cargo freighters, which are coming into India. We have more than 100,000 plus employees globally. We operate 43 quality control centers, out of which 5 quality control centers are in India, which manage the shipment journey end to end. And finally, we handle more than 493 million shipments annually. So we have been interacting with the industry for a couple of years. And when we talk to the industry participants, we see there are the 4 prominent needs which come from our customer, which are they want right infrastructure. Customers require that their logistic partner should have good cold room facilities. They should have temperature packaging solutions, and they should have the complete visibility and monitoring of their shipments. They also want that their service provider should be able to assure speed. They want to ensure that the service provider provides door-to-door delivery within the assured transit time. And the most important, they want their service providers to be the specialist in handling and managing their shipment completely. They want to ensure that the service provider offers reliability and quality in each and every shipment which they handle. So how is DHL doing this in India? This slide will talk about our global air network. So how are we offering these services to our customer in India? If you would see, as I said in my previous slides, we have super hubs in Hong Kong, which is in Asia. We have a super hub in Leipzig, and we have a super hub in Cincinnati in US. So how do we connect India to the globe? Every day we have a flights coming from Hong Kong into Delhi, which moves into Leipzig, and then further moves into Cincinnati. Similarly, there is a second freighter which comes from Hong Kong into Bangalore, moves into Leipzig, and then goes into Cincinnati. These flights connect India to the world. And if you have to connect into LATAM, US will connect into LATAM and Africa. And further, we also have connections from Europe into Africa. So this is how we are connecting all the export shipments out of India. Similarly, to manage the inbound supply chain, these freighters also have a reverse flow into India. So the freighters coming from Cincinnati will move into Leipzig and then come into Delhi. A similar freighter comes into Bangalore, and all of them transit into Hong Kong. In the domestic space, these international cargo dedicated freighters which are operating are connected through Blue Dart freighters which run domestically. Blue Dart is a group company of DHL, DPDHL, and we also use dedicated block space through other domestic operators. So when we went further to our customer to uncover the needs, we realized they want their service provider to have in-house cold rooms. So what DHL did in last couple of years, we invested in dedicated cold rooms in all the major cities. We invested for a cold room in Gurgaon, which takes care of the North India locations like Delhi, entire Baddi and North India regions. We set up a cold room in Mumbai, which takes care of entire belt of Maharashtra, Goa. We also set up a Ahmedabad cold room, which is very closer to the pharma industry. And this cold room assures services to the customers in Ahmedabad and MP. We realized that Hyderabad has to be there. So we also put up a cold room in Hyderabad, which supports all the customers in Telangana and Andhra. Nevertheless, since our freight is coming to Bangalore, we also set up a cold room in Bangalore to offer services to our customers in Bangalore, which also support the pharmaceutical requirements in the Chennai area. So Bangalore cold rooms takes care of the requirement of customers in the entire of south of complete Bangalore and Chennai, coupled with Hyderabad. We didn't stop there. So customer told us, we want dedicated freighters, we want you to have cold rooms. They said we also have a lot of packaging requirements. So DHL has been constantly developing packaging for last 15 years. We work with various packaging partners and we developed our in-house packaging solution. If you see our packaging range, we have developed packaging solutions starting from the controlled ambient of 15 to 25. Our previous speakers have said that biopharma has a requirement of 2 to 8 degrees. So yes, we can offer solutions here. In the COVID times, we saw that there is a lot of requirement of the -15, -25, which is also called now as controlled frozen. Now, this is an interesting segment in today's world. And we have partnered with a lot of customers who are operating in the COVID kit space, and we have offered solutions. We have successfully trialed this solution in India, and we have been able to move COVID kit samples from India to support the business needs. Nevertheless, defrozen is a must-have in today's industry world, and we offer services in dry ice also. So in a nutshell, if you see, DHL has close to more than 40 plus in-house validated packaging, which ensures that the customer doesn't have to worry about how many packaging should I keep in my inventory rack. DHL can offer the best possible solutions for the requirement of your products. And this packaging have validity of more than 120 hours plus. Coming to the product space, which is very, very interesting for our customers. So our packaging have the capability to manage the product space from 1 liter to as high as pallet. So if you can see, we have this pallet, which we have customized for the industry, and this is available with our partners, and DHL can offer these services. And this is available on demand. If someone wants to send a shipment today, I can offer a same day pickup in larger metro locations. Finally, we have heard about a lot of control towers from our previous speakers. Yes, DHL also has the control tower. It helps us in shipment planning. It helps us in service recovery, proactive notification, and obviously the crisis management. The team is equipped to manage all the scenarios if it is required. So what are we doing to innovate? How can we customize for the biopharma needs? So our specialized packaging, our operation expertise, our in-house gateways, our dedicated life science experts who are constantly working with the industry and customers, and our specialized infrastructure. So we combined all of these together. And what we did is we developed customized solution for each and every needs based on the life science projects which you are working on. We not only build the solution, we ensured that the entire shipment journey is tracked through our quality control center, which is based in Mumbai, and which also is getting supported by a global quality control center. We also empowered our customer. We have My DHL Plus, where we create logins for dedicated full visibility of the shipment tracking. In the previous presentation, the speakers spoke about full visibility of the shipment. So My DHL Plus offers full visibility of your shipments and complete control to manage your supply chain more efficiently. So DHL not only develops solutions for the biopharma industry, we work very closely with other pharmaceutical customers, the medical device segment, the contract research, and clinical research. So we work with all of them because everyone have different requirement of temperature between controlled ambient to controlled frozen, defrozen. And the most important thing is when we work with them, we offer them the best in class pricing. We are equipped to offer a price in INR because we have developed such solutions which ensures that our customers are in complete control of their shipping budgets. So I'm sure you would have seen that DHL can be your first choice for temperature control logistics. We are a one-stop solution and we assure you a faster transit time. We have seen our freighters, which are connecting India to the globe, offers you best-in-class transit time. We have seen in our previous slides how our packaging solutions are equipped to manage the customer requirement. Now, I would like to speak a little more here on the packaging solution. So I want to share one of my customer experience. So I had met a customer in one of my customer discussions, and the customer said, I'm using this packaging range, okay, but I have more requirement. I'm starting a new solution, or I have certain APIs required which I want to start shipping in smaller quantity. But he was not sure that what would be the need of the future. So this is where DHL came up with a very, very good solution. So our bouquet of packaging, which we have 40 plus in our in-house validated packaging list, was available on demand, was available on ready to use. The customer did not have to spend on inventory. The customer did not have to put upfront cash, and DHL was able to give him the best in class solution. So our variety of packaging which is available ensures that the customer operate lean, they are more resilient, and they are available on demand, because our cold rooms are operating 24/7, which assures the best in class packaging. With all these range of solutions available to our customer, we are definitely the one-stop solution for all our customers, and we can be the first choice for our customers which we are currently servicing. Moving forward, we have been recognized by the industry for our contribution. We not only met, but we have exceeded our customer experience. And if you'll see, we have been acknowledged by CII, Aon Hewitt for our customer experience. Service excellence, we have been constantly acknowledged by Cargo Connect, Great Place to Work. And we have built up the best people practices. We are one of the great places to work in India, Asia, and globally. So we have the best kind of talent who understand the supply chain, which understand the customer requirement, and we are constantly working to stitch all the units of the supply chain so that the customer have resilient and the optimized supply chain solutions in the temperature control and logistics space. And nevertheless, in life science and healthcare industry, we believe in connecting people and improving our lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singha. And we have many queries for all various presenters, but there was one very pressing question which I wanted you to take up. The question goes like this: how did DHL manage their contingency during the pandemic for life sciences shipment?
Pritika, I think it's a wonderful question. You would have seen that we have been constantly developing this space in India for over 15 years. And you always say that, when do I prove, my investments are right, my investments are actually supporting a customer. And let me assure you and let me confirm you that we have been supporting all our life science and healthcare customer in the pandemic times. There had been days where we did not have domestic cargo operations and we were operating our international flights, and we had to connect because there were limitations in number of connections. We worked with the industry. We ensured that we had dedicated reefer trucks, moving from various geographies in Ahmedabad, in Hyderabad, and we connected to our freighters in Delhi and Bangalore. So I can tell you, we have been a successful service provider because our cold rooms were operating 24/7 in the pandemic. Our freighters were coming into India, and we were offering the same best-in-class services in the entire pandemic scenario. So yes, DHL is definitely the first choice for our customer, and we have been offering these services even in the pandemic times.
Thank you so much. Now we would move to our next speaker, which is Dr. Varun Gupta. He's SVP at 1MG Technologies, and he'll be talking about the role of e-pharmacies in last mile delivery of biopharmaceuticals.
Thank you, Pritika. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and it's my privilege to be a part of this panel. Let me just share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen.
So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel discussion, and I'll be speaking about the role of e-pharmacies in the last mile delivery of biopharmaceuticals. Just a brief introduction about myself. I am a medical doctor into health technology space for more than 10 plus years now, almost 12 years, with 1mg for 6 years, part of the core leadership team at 1mg, and been wearing different hats at different times at 1mg, right? So, and this is first few slides. In next 10-15 minutes, I would want to introduce at how e-pharmacy can provide the entire 360-degree value chain for the last mile delivery. I'll just start with how we built 1mg. So it started off as a health information platform with some digital health tools. That was our journey, and a lot of you would not know that why we kept this name as 1mg. Because our office address, first office address was 1mg Road, Gurgaon, and that's how we just thought that it's an interesting name, that it's a correlation between our office address and our information piece which we were providing early in our journey. That's where the name 1mg. Then we started an e-pharmacy network, an e-diagnostic network. So then an e-consultation, and then ecosystem solutions for hospitals, insurance companies, and pharma support programs. So it's an interface of transaction and information. So we are both an engagement platform and a transactional platform. That's what we take a lot of pride in. And I would say this is one of our favorite slides. India uses 1mg for health. There are 140 million annual uniques, 6 billion page views, and it's a 46% category share. Now, we've been winner of multiple awards. I'll just skip those things. Now, there are two pieces to this when we look at the last mile delivery of biopharmaceuticals. So we have a consumer facing app, which we all see, and consumer facing interface, which we all see. There is a pharmacy diagnostic consultation, and as I said, it's there to handle the traffic, it's there to handle the scale and the network it has. We provide, so for example, in health information, we have got 160 million, 140, 150 million uniques every year. Pharmacy, we deliver to 2000 plus pin codes. Diagnostics, we are there in 40 plus cities, and online consultation, it's one of the largest platforms on the in the country, right? So this is the consumer facing end, which is handling at scale. But so this provides a pharmaceutical company or a company with biopharmaceutical and consumer interface. But when we talk about pharma, the supply side, so that's where because we generally see the consumer interface, we do not see the supply, the pharmacy, the supply chain. We have a distribution company, pharma distribution company, one of our subsidiaries called as 1mg Healthcare, which has got a pan-India cold chain enabled distribution network, and we also have vendor partners engaged in our platform, right? So this is the cities where we have the fulfillment of distribution centers or warehouse locations, and then we have pharmacy partners across the city. So what it does for the pharma companies is, let's say that they can, for any company, is that they can ship it to a center location, and then the entire shipping from that center location to the other distribution hubs, it can be taken care of. So so just to point out three things. One, a single point on the supply side. On the demand side, there is a consumer interface. So a lot of companies where we work as a exclusive farmers partner for distribution as a consumer, they face a challenge that, let's say if there is a demand in Assam, that how do we cater to the demand? So there has to be a consumer facing engine. So plus if they want to offer some diagnostic test, they have to deal with multiple vendors to provide and service to the consumer. In this case, there's a complete one-stop solution for the company to provide that. So we are doing that. A lot of this, I'll take this example for a new product in rheumatoid arthritis. Excuse me. For a new product in rheumatoid arthritis, what we are doing is an exclusive distribution, and it's a very, very costly product. So normal retailers would not want to keep it on their shelf for the obvious reasons. But the demand is very sporadic. I mean, the rheumatologist across the country may or may not write, but it's very difficult for a company to predict that where this demand would come. Now for them, this is a single window where they provide this helpline number or the app details to their MRs and to the doctor. Doctor gives that details to the consumer, and then the entire thing is being taken care of. And as a part of the patient support program, there are some diagnostic tests which are provided by the pharma company to the consumers as a part of the package. That is also being taken care of. So the entire integrated solution is being taken care of by a single partner. These are some of the, because generally these are not seen on the consumer side of things. These are the generally fulfillment centers. These are large fulfillment centers. There is an entire process for managing the cold chain, the process for inverting, because when we work with the global multinational companies, every step is being audited, documented. There is a quality team which keeps monitoring each and every step, keeps doing the audits on a regular basis. We keep reporting the incidents and everything. There is a standard operating procedure to manage the inverting, storage, order processing, dispatch, and delivery. And then we have this remote monitoring of the last mile delivery of the cold chain. And that's available centrally, and we are in the process to also share this with consumers at some point, that consumers should have the details of their product delivered to them. And this entire piece is managed and through an inventory and warehouse management system, which talks to the consumer side of the business. So there is a complete end-to-end integration, technology integration that takes care of, that gives you one traceability you can track as a company and as a consumer. So that's just cutting the long story short. So just to also summarize before I go to the next step. So when I say last mile delivery, I would have 4 components. One is procurement of that from a company or a central location. Then the distribution piece. Then a lot of these biopharmaceuticals, there is a need for administration of these injections if they have to be administered. And fourth is the post administration support, whether it is a teleconsultation or so on and so forth. So the administration piece is also very interesting and important. So I've covered these procurement, consumers, but I would also want to cover this administration piece. So for example, we have tied up with network of clinics, and this is a slide where we are preparing for COVID vaccination in general, if I take that example. So these are the vaccination sites, and we have a network of phlebotomists with us. We have, because in our diagnostic business, we have a subsidiary called as Droplet, which has a fleet of 500 plus phlebotomists who have also been upskilled to administer an injection. And we have got their certification in place. There is a documentation certification. So that also closes the next loop, that is on the administration piece. And of course, all of these is technology enabled, and there are in-house systems that are built grounds up. Healthcare AI, there are almost 20 healthcare AI models that's working on. Pharmacy tech platform, diagnostic technology platform, and consultation technology platform supported and powered by AI and MI tools, because this is 1mg has been a tech first platform and tech first company. So technology is at the core of it. There are deep patient health profiles, and a lot of work is being done. So for example, there are over 3 billion healthcare data points. So a lot of work is being done on predictive engagement tools, and that's all. And this is what we are also doing for vaccination piece, that how do we provide the post vaccination or post injection support for employees. So that's it from my side. I will not go on other slides. It's open for, if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta. Now we have Mr. Samit Jain, Managing Director, Plus Advanced Technologies Private Limited, who will be talking about dimensions of packaging for effective last mile delivery.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen. Thanks, Pritika, and thank you for this opportunity for talking on last mile packaging. I presume everyone can see the screen.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Great. So we have had several speakers actually talk a lot on the last mile packaging, or rather packaging in general, as well as the challenges in logistics. So I do hope it's not too much of a repeat, but nevertheless, let me throw some slides which would focus more on the last mile solution rather than the entire supply chain that several people talked about, right from Mr. Mahajan in the morning in Wipro, in terms of the fact that he really brought up that more than 70 or 80% of the current logistics that is happening in the country for pharma is not monitored, from end to end. And that's a great challenge, of course. And I'll focus on more on the temperature control aspect during this presentation. So if you look at the global temperature control packaging market, it's actually growing almost at a 10% CAGR rate. So if you see these figures from 2016 to all the way to 2021, we have gone from 6 billion to 10 billion, and it's expected to go up to 15 billion. So it's a huge market, and it's also not just a huge market, it's important that we do it right. And all of us have been, hearing about the COVID vaccines, for example. We are talking of temperatures of 2 to 8. We are talking of -20 for Sputnik, for example, and we are talking of -60 or -70 for the Pfizer vaccine. Moderna needs a different temperature. Covishield and Covaxin are at 2 to 8. So temperatures are different for different products, different, biopharma products, different. Even when you talk about, organ transport, for example, lung transport or heart transport, you want a certain temperature. So temperature control, and all of it is currently being done by basically two methods. One, either you use an ice pack or you use dry ice. And the interesting thing is, when you use ice pack, it's let's say 0 degrees Celsius. When you use dry ice, it's -70 degrees Celsius. So we are trying to use two materials at 0 and -70 and trying to get different ranges of temperatures. This market slide that you see, it's kind of breaking it up into three things. One is insulated shippers, insulated containers, and other kind of products. And the insulated shippers form almost 30% of the market. And that's what is typically being used for transporting. If you look at the temperatures required, there are three different types of temperature. And, as the previous speaker, I think Vikram and even Sanil Mahajan in the morning mentioned that, most of it is 2 to 8 degrees, and that is classified as the chilled area. That's 50% of the market. And ambient is about 16%. And very interesting thing to note about ambient also is that when you're talking of ambient, people are using the European or the US definition of ambient. And for them, the ambient is 25 degrees Celsius and not 35 degrees or 40 degrees Celsius as countries like India face for several months in a year. So even that transport that is happening is perhaps not happening at the right temperature and is in some way affecting the drug or the product that is being transported. You don't want it too hot either. So what are these challenges? And when you look at the entire supply chain, right from the point of the raw material, which again, I think Vikram Srivastava mentioned a lot, end to end, the raw material transport is probably happening at the right temperatures. People are taking care of it. But as you move from the entire supply chain, you see the complexity increasing when you get to the last mile, where you have the clearing and forwarding agents who are giving it to the distributors, hospitals, stockists, getting it to your home. Within the hospital, it's going from one floor to the other floor. So that component is actually the most complex in terms of supply chain, and the product actually sees thermal shocks at that point of time. And more than 20-25% wastage that we see and we talk about when we're talking about, let's say, vaccine wastage is happening at that point, more than from the manufacturer to the stockist. You know, there the manufacturers take care, but nobody bothers because we don't have any guidelines which are enforced upon us. It's very unfortunate, but that's the way every human being is. Unless you're policed, you don't do it right. So so that's where most of the challenge lies, in the last mile. I mentioned about the temperatures, and if you look at this, this is a large part of the world, and it's hot for a long period of time. You know, right from it's already got to 30 degrees Celsius in Delhi. From today until May, June, July, you know, end of July, August, we are going to be seeing temperatures going up from 30 to 40 and back to 30 again. But that's a substantial part of the year. So at these temperatures, there are not many solutions that have been done because the entire pharma packaging which has evolved in the West more than in these countries. And those solutions are being now bought into our situations, which may not always be the best. When you look at packaging, as I mentioned, you know, you're looking at thermocol and ice packs for centuries and still using it. It's a good method, no doubt about it, but does it fit all solutions or all medicines or all pharma products or vaccines? So these tend to be a little imprecise. You even may have lower backup, or they're not validated. You know, every manufacturer is using a different kind of thermocol. Costs are so important in India that, you know, you tend to reduce the cost. It's very interesting. You know, nobody's going to sell it to you at a loss. Now, if the same company is buying a thermocol and ice pack at 600 rupees and another is buying it at 800 rupees, there is going to be some difference. One, of course, yes, if he's just making that extra profit, but that's typically not the case. It's the density of the thermocol, it's the thickness of the thermocol. You know, there are boxes where the four sides would be, let's say, 2 inches, but the lid is 1.5 inches. You have saved enough material to give that at 600 rupees to the pharma company, for example. So these are the kind of things that have been happening. So we need to move towards more validated solutions which have higher backup and are more precise. So one should not just look at the cost, we should also look at the total cost of ownership in terms of what is the value of the product. You know, is it, do I want to spend another 15 years to get rid of tuberculosis, for example, or do I want to, I have already spent 20 years to declare India as polio free. Now, could that have been done in a shorter period of time? Probably, you know, because maybe most of the polio vaccines which were given were probably not as effective as they should have been. And we don't want to see that happen just be around the corner, given the way the world is progressing in terms of consumerism. So there is a lot of these things which have to be taken care of when you are choosing your packaging. So what makes a good packaging? As I said, insulation is very important role, and there are different types of insulations to choose from. The choice of coolant, is ice pack and dry ice your best bet, or can you look at something else? How easy and convenient is it for you to use? And am I monitoring my temperature? So these are very simple, very, you know, commonsensical approaches, but one tends to ignore it very often at times. So if you look at this block diagram that you have on the right of the screen, it's telling you that the black ones are the coolants. So this is a very simple solution for a person to use. You know, instead of putting the ice packs or coolants all over, I have this box, I put 2 coolants at the bottom, I put my payload, and I put 2 coolants at the top and close it. So such a design could probably be a very simple, easy to use design, less problems from the packaging point of view, because you have to make the job of the operator easy. So all these things have to be taken care of. Insulation. So we need to move from thermocol, which is EPS or expanded polystyrene, to PU foam, which is polyurethane foam, to something like vacuum insulation panels. So if you all remember this Milton bottle that a lot of us have been using in has now become one of these sleek looking bottles. The difference is I have PU foam in this 700 ml or 1 liter bottle, and I have vacuum insulation in this steel bottle. It's become more smaller, more compact, and it keeps my water cold or hot for a longer period of time. So I have moved in these things, we have moved away, but and as a consumer, the consumer is willing to pay that extra bit to get a vacuum insulated bottle, for example. So such things have to be incorporated. We have to look at newer designs, and expanded polystyrene, we all know, is so environment unfriendly. So there have to be, while polyurethane is better, the kind of solutions that it's not new, but it has to be adopted. If you look at the thickness, a glass pipe, something like 80 mm, yes, which we are using, it goes to 160 and so on. So if you go to better insulations, you're reducing the volume of your packaging material also. The other thing is a right kind of cooling material. And here we talk of phase change materials, which are essentially like ice, but at different temperatures. So ice is a phase change material from water to ice, ice to water, it's changing your phase. And that's happening at 0 degrees Celsius. So we are looking at different temperatures. So can I have a phase change material for 15 to 25 degrees, which means can I use something like 22 degree material or a 18 degree material, which is between 15 and 25? Excuse me. For 2 to 8, if I move away from ice and use something like a 3 degree material or a 5 degree material, I'll ensure that my product, which is the vaccine or the pharma product, does not go below 2 at any point of time. So you are preventing that product from freezing, because once it goes below 2 or 0 or -1, then you are looking at freezing your vaccine, which may actually spoil it. Similarly, when you look at -15 to -25, people have used dry ice. Now, dry ice, as I said, is about -76 degrees Celsius. So why use dry ice? I am using a lot of energy to produce something at -76. But if I can do that at -20, I may still maintain -15 to -25. So that's where the change of coolant from a typical gel pack needs to happen. And it's not just that, it is, can I make it reusable? So phase change materials today are like tested for 3000 odd cycles. So I can use it theoretically 3000 times, provided I can bring it back. In the graph, you see the circled area where you're trying to show that if you have a gel pack, you are going below 0 degrees Celsius for the first 1 or 2 hours. That can be avoided if I move away to a 3 degree or a 5 degree material from the gel pack, which is a 0 degree material like water. So this is PCMs can be from several temperatures, right? We, for example, have from -33 to 89. Depending on what you're doing. So whether you're looking at hot food transport or you're looking at cold pharmaceuticals, so you can have different kinds of materials. And the common word that is also used for this is thermal batteries, because it's storing thermal energy around a particular temperature. Temperature monitoring is another thing. I will, in the interest of time, not dwell too much on it, because even the presentation from Wipro in the morning talked a lot about it. In the last presentation, Dr. Varun Gupta also mentioned a lot about it. So you need to have the right solutions to map your temperature right from the start till the end of the product life, or rather till it gets to the consumer. So there are lots of solutions in the market today, companies like Tagbox, Logmore. I mean, there's several of them, Wipro. So they are all doing it. 1mg is doing their own solution. But something like these is a challenge, and people need to start adopting it. And start using it. All of it does lead to increase in costs in the immediate term, but in the long term, it will always be cost effective.
Mr. Jain, just a small request, if you could conclude earlier, a bit.
Sure. So I'll just take 2 more minutes and close it. So this is again on basing it on the cloud. So can we have it in the cloud so that it's easier to track? To kind of summarize, there are several drivers, which is basically effective temperature control, long hour requirement, adhering to regulations that may exist, but the restraint being the cost or the complexities that may come up. Different solutions have been done by our organization of different sizes, catering to different requirements, whether it's first mile or last mile at the right temperature. In fact, the COVID-19 test kit, which Tata MD is making, the Tata MD check, has a box which has 2 compartments, one 2 to 8 and the other -15 to -25 for transporting the reagents and the test kit. And this is effectively worked over the last few months that it has been done. So I think that's about all that I have to share. I am open for any questions that anybody may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jain. Now we have Dr. Moritz. He's Chief Innovation Officer at Data How, and he'll be talking about smart hybrid modeling solutions for various bioprocesses.
Good morning, everyone. Or good afternoon, it depends on where you're based. I'm currently Europe-based, so for me it's early in the morning. Can you all see my screen?
Yes,
hope you can. Perfect. So let me start with a question. Who of you believes that digital technologies will tremendously change the way we develop our processes and we manufacture drugs? Hands up. Not seeing too many hands, but I believe this is due to the techniques that we're using. So what I want to show you today is how smart hybrid modeling solutions can enable the creation of digital bioprocess twins. My name is Moritz von Stosch. I'm working at Data How, and Data How is a Swiss-based company, and we provide data analytics and in particular hybrid modeling solutions for creating digital bioprocess twins. Now, what is current best practice when it comes to process development? Typically, we use a quality by design approach. And what that means is that we start with the product here on the left, and we identify for that product what are the critical quality attributes. The next step is that we look at our process parameters and we evaluate whether changes in these process parameters will have an impact on the critical quality attributes or not. If they do have an impact, or we assume they have an impact, then we want to do a statistical design of experiments to study variations in these process parameters and evaluate how they impact on the critical quality attributes. That means we have to do a large number of experiments to experimentally see the evidence. And then once we have done the experiments, we can do some multivariate response data modeling. And therefore, we can really understand how these process parameters impact on our process. Now, once this is done, we typically report this in some kind of documents and reports, and we also store the data. Next time we have a new project with a new monoclonal antibody, for instance, or it could also be a recombinant protein vaccine, or you name it, there's very little knowledge that we take over. In fact, only for some of the process parameters, we can somehow assume that they might or might not have an impact. And what that means is that for every new drug candidate that we have, for every new project that we have, we need to roughly do the same amount of experiments that we did before. So there's very little knowledge carryover, and in fact, it means that we have to develop the process quasi de novo for every new drug candidate. Now, how can we do this better? Now, if we want to do increasingly more, With less experiments, we essentially have to reduce the number of experiments. So that means for every new drug candidate, ultimately we would want to do less experiments, and we can only do that, in fact, if we do transfer knowledge from one project to the next, from one product to the next. So we need to iteratively learn. How can we achieve this? Now at DataHow, we believe that hybrid modeling is the key to transfer knowledge. Let me give you a conceptually very easy example of hybrid modeling, and it directly applies to bioprocess development, or in fact process development in general. Here we have a rabbit and a turtle, and we send them through a box, and we take the time that they require to get through the box. And you can see that the turtle, of course, requires longer than the rabbit. We would do the similar experiments in bioprocess development on small scale, right? And the next step we would do is we would scale up the reactor, and here we scale up the box, and then we send the rabbit and the turtles through the box again. And what we see now is that the rabbit takes more time than the turtle. We don't really understand why, and we have to scale up anyways to a larger scale. And if we would now, based on our experimental data that we have gathered at these two scales, conclude which animal is faster through the bigger box, we cannot conclude really anything because we don't know. So there is no data-centric conclusion that we can draw from the experiments that we have done at smaller scale. If we now, however, add knowledge, and here we add the knowledge about the route that both the rabbit and the turtle are taking through the box, then with the added knowledge, we can generate more insight. Namely, we can compute average velocities. And if we have the average velocities and we have the route through the bigger box, then of course we have a very solid estimate of how long the rabbit and how long the turtle take through the box. And this is really why knowledge-centric conclusions and adding knowledge can help us to understand the system much better. And this can be one-on-one transferred to bioprocess development. This kind of approach, where we add knowledge to our data and we combine two modeling approaches, is what we refer to as hybrid modeling. At DataHow, we believe that hybrid models are the key to digital twins in bioprocess development. And in fact, we believe that hybrid models will change the way we develop processes, not only now, but also in the future. Hybrid models can increase our process understanding. They typically reduce the number of data that we require, and therefore they reduce the number of experiments and the experimental effort. And they help us to excel in extrapolation. This is really to go beyond what we have already experimentally investigated and suggest new optimal conditions that might be outside of what we have investigated so far. Ultimately, they will also help us to transfer knowledge from one product to the next, from one scale to the next, and therefore they help to reduce costs, to keep risks in check, and they will help us to increase model robustness. Now, model robustness is per se not interesting, but if we can use increased model robustness to self-learn and to increase process robustness and to accelerate development, then of course it's a very interesting feature, because essentially that means we can do less experiments all the time and we can take smarter decisions. Let me show you on a concrete example how this would be done. Now here we are looking at a mammalian bioprocess example, and it's really very easy equations. Let me run through it and you will see how easy it is. Here, for instance, we look at the change of glucose, the change being indicated by D, of the change of time. And glucose concentration in the reactor changes over time when we have a change in the consumption of every cell of glucose. Now here, this is the cell-specific glucose consumption, and because we have a lot of cells in the reactor, we of course need to multiply with the overall number of cells. We can similarly do the same balances, and this is really material balances, what we know from our fundamental engineering knowledge. We can do the same balances for all the other substances that we have in the reactor, such as lactate, glutamine, ammonia, viable salts, and of course titer, what we are mostly interested in. What we, however, don't understand in these balances is these specific rates. How is glucose consumed? How is lactate produced? With data-driven functions, with machine learning tools. And here we use the advanced neural network. We could also use Gaussian process models and so forth. Now, what do we do in this case? Essentially, we train the data-driven model with all the process data that we have. That is changes in process parameters, changes in feed conditions, and so forth. And by training it with all the data, we can then understand how do changes in the process parameters impact on changes in our specific consumption rates. And that really means we combine a robust deterministic backbone with a flexible machine learning component that allows us to exploit all the data of the process that we have. Now, if we then look at the advantages that such a hybrid model offers us, essentially, starting at day 0, we can predict for every moment of time how tight it will be. We can predict for every moment of time how the process will have evolved. Here, for instance, for day 4 or for day 10, which are typically days where we compare titer evolution in the experiments, we can directly make a prediction of how the titer will be at that very day. We have also the capability to make much more accurate forecasting. Here we compare our hybrid model to a proprietary PLS model, and you can see that even so it is a proprietary technology that we have developed which already outperforms standard tools. The hybrid model outperforms by far the proprietary PLS technology. So hybrid models are much more accurate when it comes to forecasting, to predicting. We can also see that if we extrapolate to higher biomass concentrations. You can see here in black dots the experimental points over different numbers of days, and this is the viable cell density. You can see how the hybrid model here shown in the continuous black line is much more accurate in predicting the real evolution of the viable cell density than the other two methods. Particularly interesting it is when it comes to glucose, glutamine, or other feeding concentrations. Here, because of the knowledge entry that we have in these material balances, meaning we explicitly account for the feeding, we can really predict the seesaw profiles, the profiles that we have in reality with the hybrid model, whereas with the other two modeling technologies, it is not possible to describe the same profile. So here, hybrid models really provide a huge advantage. What does that mean?
Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Moritz.
Yes.
Just request you to be a little brief because we are already running out of time.
I'm almost finished. So what does that mean? Essentially, it means we're no longer taking the same number of experiments for every new drug candidate, but we can reduce the number of experiments if we just use this technology. If we now combine it with a self-learning method, then every single time we develop a process, we can reduce the number of experiments further. And that means we really create a digital twin platform that allows us to accelerate bioprocess development. Let me conclude by saying that we have 3 products. One is DataHow Lab, which is the hybrid modeling engine. One is SpectraHow, where we develop very quickly calibration models for Raman, mid-IR, or other spectroscopic techniques. And we have DataHow Twins, where we combine all these technologies in a complete digital representation of your process. This being said, I just want to highlight that we have more than 35 years in up and downstream bioprocess research experience and more than 25 years of data analysis knowledge. We have most of the, or 10 of the biggest pharmaceutical companies are already our customers, and we have several technology partners. And if you're interested to learn more, please get in touch. I would be glad to present you some of our projects in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moritz. And now, quickly, I would move to our next speaker, which is Mr. Yogesh Mirajkav, Senior Solution Consultant, APM Aspentech, who would be talking about digitalization of pharmaceuticals, improving asset uptime, and ensuring production. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pritika. Can you see me, and can you also see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Just a minute. Yeah, so today we are focusing on digitalization of for the pharmaceutical companies, specifically focusing on improving the asset uptime and ensuring the production capacity improvement. So before going to the asset uptime improvement solutions that we provide, I just wish to give the entire solutions that we have. I hope you can see the screen. slides and right, Pritika?
Yes, sir, we do. But it's just that I would request you to really wrap up in 10 minutes.
Sure. So we have solutions across the sections in the organization, from design to operate to maintain. I'll try to be very quick here. And in design, we have, let's say, planned digital twin and design debottleneck, so there are various solutions in this space. Also, we have solutions in operate, but the main focus for today's discussion would be the third box on the right side, which is the maintain piece of it. So in that maintain piece, we are working on, or Aspentech is working on, with various customers to solve their problems regarding plant downtime, regarding unplanned failures, and huge cost incurred by them because of unplanned events. So I'll not spend much time here, and so we focus on what challenges currently the pharmaceutical industry is facing in this space. So we know that the medicine supply is very essential, and more so ever in COVID situation, we understand the importance of medicines or vaccines, etc. And we understand that there should not be any disruptions in the supply chain or even in the process. But there are various unplanned events that we cannot control, and that because of which the entire process.
Then I think just sending it to the next.
Sorry. And to avoid these problems, to avoid the downtime is very essential and important. So what we have, what in case, what if we know the downtime of a plant? What if we know what process variations are causing the failure of equipment? What if we know the prediction time? So all these, what if we know, we are trying to solve with our solutions, which when implemented at the customer location, they'll understand all these things so that they can take the informed actions. And at the base, they can also avoid or completely avoid the failure of a plant and equipment. So uh, one more thing, so these are the challenges, but one more thing, the need of an R is to have a technology which should be very easy to understand for the people as well. So there are various technologies we understand. It's very difficult to implement. They take years of time to implement that, and at the same time, they don't provide the depth of knowledge that is required to solve this downtime issue. So we have focused on our solution, which is Aspen MTEL, which is very easy to use. It's a plug and play kind of a tool. The results are very accurate, and it's highly scalable, and it gives very fast results. So just to explain what exactly Aspen MTEL does, I'll show you a typical PF curve for any equipment. So in an industry, we understand that the point P is where there may be a chance that equipment starts failing up, and point F is the point where equipment actually fails. So in between, there are various solutions in the market. They try to understand various sensors, historical data around the equipment, and try to predict if equipment is failing or not. But between these 2 points, the equipment has already seen the variation, already seen the irreversible changes in that, and the deterioration has already started happening in the equipment. So we cannot stop it from having the irreversible change. Sometimes we can stop it from failure. So what Aspen MTEL does, it tries to understand various other parameters, not just the vibration, for example, and tries to understand the impact of every sensors on each other, impact of those sensors on the equipment, and tries to understand well before the point P, which is in yellow. Well before that, it tries to tell the customers or us that your equipment is failing. So output of Aspen MTEL would be that we get an alert saying that your equipment or our equipment will fail in next 50 days. And these are the sensor ranks because of which that equipment is going to fail. And those sensors rank actually lead up to the causes why the equipment is failing. And it also provides the prescription, what you should do so that you can avoid the failure. So moreover, in last update or last couple of updates, we are also involved the data around the process, not just the equipment. And when we try to understand the variation from the process, it's very easy for us to understand what exactly the root cause is, and how it is leading from the process towards the equipment sensor problem, towards the sensor problem. So when we have the information well before the failure of equipment, then we can organize our maintenance resources, the spare part for the inventory, or even sometimes if you change a small process side changes, if you make the process side changes, you can avoid the failure completely. So this solution provides the prediction part, the prescription part for every equipment, so that you avoid the unplanned failure completely. So this is just the overview of how MTEL works from the PF curve of any equipment perspective. So one more thing, currently the pharmaceutical industry is lacking is focusing on all the equipment and integration of various pieces in the organization. So either companies are focusing only on the critical equipment, or they are focusing only on the process parameters just to say the anomaly of the process parameter, or they are focusing only on the parts of the equipment like bearing, or tracking only the cooling water system, or auxiliary system of a system of critical equipment. But Aspen MTEL, as it is based on data science, machine learning, and ANN algorithms, it just needs the data around the equipment, and you can implement that solution on any equipment. So we have, with our existing customers, they have implemented MTEL on all the equipment. So when you understand the prediction or your health of equipment across all the equipment in the plant, then your entire plant is safe. So even financially speaking, we provide the license, which is site-wide license. There is no extra cost for customers to onboard as many equipment as they want. So even from the financial perspective or licensing perspective, or even from the operations perspective, we try to cover the entire spectrum of the equipment in the organization. So let me go a bit in detail how we are doing it. So there are three types of agents that we use. So first is failure agent, another is anomaly agent, and third is hidden failure agent. So agent is the AI piece that we can create. Anyone can create. Aspen MTEL trains their customers to help them create their own failure agents or anomaly agents, and help them onboard as many equipment as they can. So what failure agent does, it learns from the past history of equipment. It tries to understand why the equipment failed in the past. It tries to understand that failure from the sensor, its variation, its interdependence perspective, and it predicts on the real-time basis when the next failure or similar failure is happening. So when the next failure is happening, it gives the alert in SMS or in email, and you get lead time, sensor rank, and prescription that you require to solve that problem. So while the second agent, which is the anomaly agent, it tries to understand the normal behavior of equipment by tracking its normal conditions or normal operating states. So it understands by itself what exactly the normal behavior of equipment is, and any variation from the normal behavior, then it triggers an alarm to us, and we understand, our operator can understand that there is a problem with the equipment, and we can take the actions thereafter. So hidden failure agent is the third. It's a passive and on-demand agent. So it tries to understand any behavior which is not normal, but which is also not a failure historically. It tries to remove that information. It tries to learn from that information. And if something like that happens in the future, it triggers the alarm as well. So this is the AI pieces that we have built in our Aspen MTEL solution, which is predictive and prescriptive maintenance solution. So in the next two slides, I'll focus on how the process happens from a customer perspective.
Mr.
So
Mirad, I'd request you to conclude shortly.
yes, so I still have 2-3 minutes.
Maybe 1 minute.
Okay, so in that case, this is just the process. So let me go to the case studies. So so GSK is one of the customers that has implemented our solution across their site, which is around 30 sites, and they are getting a lot of benefits. And we have various other customers who are working with us, and they're trying to solve the problem of their downtime, their unplanned failures by implementing Aspen MTEL. So I have four more solutions, but because of the time, I would like to wrap it up. So Pritika, any questions? You can divert those to me. Thank you very much.
Yes, definitely would be doing that eventually. But due to paucity of time, we wanted to hand over to the next speaker, which is Mr. Rajesh Vidak, Managing Director, Verum IT Solutions India Private Limited. And he'd be speaking about digital journey of Pharma X.0, their history and use case. Thank you so much. And over to Mr. Vidak.
Yeah, thank you, Pritika. I just wanted to check with you, my screen is being seen or not, okay, as everybody's asking. So I've shared and hope I'm audible as well enough. So this, I understand it's already positive time, so I'll try to wrap it up as much as possible. So we have been hearing about Pharma 4.0 a lot since last many months, and I thought it's a good idea to really go into the historical aspects of Pharma 4.0 and also the use cases to come up with. Okay, so brief agenda, which will more talk about overview and the use cases and trends. And before going to that, I mean, we'll talk a couple of seconds about my organization, which I'm heading here in Corber India. Is a 2 billion. Corber is a 2 billion euro group based out of Germany, and I'm heading here as a managing director for their various businesses, including pharmaceutical here. So as far as presence goes here, you can see that quite a few executions in manufacturing execution system, MES, which you have heard some of you would have implemented as well in their respective organizations, which converts manual batch record into electronic batch record, which is the basis of data integrity and other compliances requirement in the pharma and biopharma industry. So with a huge experience in India and also in out of country, we have got offices in Bangalore, Mumbai, and Pune. Okay, coming back quickly, we have been listening about the digital journey, digitalization, and then Pharma 4.0 and Industry 4.0. It's important for us to understand that what is exactly mean digitization, and I think it's important for us to get on the same page before we proceed further. So digitization is the process of changing analog to digital form. Okay, so any process, even in your plant or at home, you are doing that. Something changing as simple as meters, okay, from analog to digital is a digitization, and it takes analog process changes to the digital form without any changes to the process itself. There is no business impact in this digitization process. Okay, digitalization is a process of employing digital technologies and information to transform business operations. So essentially, it involves business operations as well, and it's a use of digital technologies to change a business model and to provide new revenue and value producing opportunities. So please understand that, okay, digitalization essentially has to impact the revenue model of your organization. Okay, and process of moving into the digital businesses. So this is what we're talking about, digitalization. And here the digital transformation is a much broader and wider aspect is integration and the application are the two components of the digital transformation. We were talking about integration with other technologies, digital technologies into the area of business, fundamentally changing to how the business operates, okay, and delivers. If, for example, I can give you is quick, is that you have currently no automation system at all, then you use PLC, and then you started using DCS system, and then you started using completely manual batch records. So these are the journeys you go ahead with. Okay, 20 years back, we didn't have computers and laptops as much as we have now, and so is the smartphone. So we're talking about application of digital technologies into the areas of business like processes, products, assets, and improve the efficiency. So essentially, it is impacting the business and the revenue model as well. Okay, so these are the three basic things: digital transformation. So you can summarize in a digitized information, digitized processes, rules that makes up the operations of the business, and digitally transform the business and its strategy. So coming back, okay. So here I'm talking about digitalization and and digitization and digitalizations are essentially about the technologies, and while digital transformation is about user and the customers, etc. Hope I'm clear here, and then I'll quickly move on to a bit of a history here. Okay, of course, this concept is not as new as what we have been thinking about, and it started way back in 1784 when steam engines and cotton spinning and railroads were top of the town. Okay, where it started off with. Okay, so it was more so focused on mechanical and more so steam and water driven operations. Back in 1870, then the other change came, which was based on more so electrical energy, and which gave us bulb telephones and different assembly lines, where we started recognizing various parts of the assembly lines. And very recently, around maybe 50, 60 years back, we were talking about the rise of computers and the associated technologies came up, where personal computers, mainframe computers, laptops, and internet got the grip on the market, and now we are talking about 4.0, which is talking about mainly about the cyber technologies, physical technologies, essentially technologies which are also integrated with the artificial intelligence, and quite a few speakers talked about since morning, I would say so here. Okay, and this gives you a broad understanding, but it's very important to understand that Industry 4.0 is not anyway related to only pharma industry. Okay, so it is a cumulative term. So it's a cumulative term you're talking about. It's a collective term you're talking about. Okay, in an entire manufacturing value chain. Okay, so it also gives the characterization of conversion of physical into digital, so cyber physical space. Okay, and it is connecting to the embedded systems and the smart production facilities to generate the digital convergence between industry and business and internal functions and processes. Okay, so here essentially we're talking about intelligent and permanent linking of networking of machines and the machines which are operating processes in the manufacturing industry. Good. So here, just to give a quick idea and summarize the whole thing, is that we talked about mechanical initiative back in the history, as I told, and then electrical. Then in 3.0, we talked about digitalization, and then we are focusing on the information, what each and every system and the machine which will be giving us the visibility in the future by connecting them and integrating them with each other. Okay, which should give us visibility, of course, yes, which should give us transparency, which should give us predictability, and which should give us the external focus and adaptive behavior. In the next few seconds, I'll clearly come to that part as well. But essentially, I would like to also highlight that we are moving towards currently quite a few industries are still in a state of 3.0 as well, where digitalization, computerization, connectivity, and external focus and stabilization behavior is still to be taken care of. Okay, so this slide will quickly talk about how do we contextualizing Industry 4.0 into Pharma 4.0. Okay, so when we're talking about Industry 4.0, it talks about the framework for adapting digital strategies to the unique context of pharmaceuticals. So you have something in Industry 4.0, how do you take it to the Pharma 4.0? Okay. Essentially, in short, it means Pharma 4.0 means more connectivity, more productivity, simplified compliance, organizing production information to respond to the problems as they emerge, or by offering digitalized operations models and in models to the pharmaceutical industry and organization. So there are various ways. Okay, a holistic operation model. There are six Industry 4.0 principles. I'm not covering in this case here, but these are the principles which are directly contextualizing in terms of Pharma 4.0 and how we are going to do developing the next generation manufacturing that may be enable to lab to patient, and most importantly, the next thing is coming the patient to patient value chain, where your life-saving drugs are there, cell engine therapy, etc. So there are two enablers here: digital maturity of the organization, which again there are so many factors on that, and data integrity by design. Okay, so Industry 4.0 talks about so many things which you have surely heard about: digital twin, 3D printing, artificial intelligence, IoT, AR, VR, cyber physical, cyber security, etc. However, drawing it to Pharma 4.0 is what we get out of it is data integrity by design, paperless production, continuous process verification, and seamless compliance to start off. Of course, there could be so many other things as well. Okay. And here, so the contextualization here comes to pharma in the form of process visibility, e-logbooks, AR/VR for training and workroom setups, even for maintenance. I've seen the real life validated operations, voice assistant lines, technology clear for line clearance, and review by exceptions, predictive quality, real-time integrations with your automation L2, L3, L4, ERP, and LIMS systems, etc. And AI processes for optimization. The most recent one I've seen is the chromatography yield improvisation with the AI, which we have done recently with one of the European clients. Okay, here this is my most favorite slide. I would say that this gives us a clear understanding where the Pharma 4.0 is and how the journey is going to become. Okay, so you can clearly see there are two patches which is talking about digitalization and Industry 4.0, where computerization, connectivity, visibility, transparency, predictive capacity, and adaptabilities are there. So today we are talking about computerization and connectivity, which is base for all of us, and we assume sometimes, okay, as individuals, but industry-wise maturity is still to be discussed. However, when you start the entry,
sorry to interrupt. If we could, in paucity of time, if you could kindly close early.
I'll close after this slide then, sure. Yeah. So this would give me, what is happening in the industry, why it is happening, and what will happen, and how we can make the autonomous response to this system. And with this, I would say that probably I would just quickly close this presentation with summarizing this, and I will be still open for any discussions later on. Be ready for change. Okay, there are so many things will be coming up. Integrity by design is going to be to the point next time onwards. Nobody is going to discuss, but still people will be talking about if data is on paper, is that data ready? Okay, leveraging technologies, and the last point I would say Pharma 4.0.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Thank you so much for your time, and I will be more than happy to take any questions later on.
Thank you, Mr. Vidit. Thank you so much. And now we have Mr. Kiran Gubba, CEO, Gubba Cold Storage Private Limited, who will be talking about nuances of cold storage facilities for supporting biopharma products.
Yeah, thank you, Pritika. And I know I was one of the last, so I'll get the least time to speak. So I'll just start off without sharing the screen. Visible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a topic, and this is a typical how a large cold storage looks. I mean, if you talk about a 10,000 pallets or a 5,000 pallets, single floor, it all is called the insulation properties, all 6 sides. And this is how a WHO GDP approved pharma compliant cold storage looks, racked. Those are all the jumbo bags, bulk bags, which the APIs are stored. Yeah, typically the industry requires these reports. If you have to serve pharma, you have to serve with these reports, which are very critical in fulfilling on what's needed to the client. 21 CFR data loggers, highest ethical data loggers, transparent, high transparency, tamper-proof data loggers. In fact, we in Gubba, we are proud that, in the last 2 years, we had literally 0 excursions of temperature. 2 years, literally 0 excursions. If we have to maintain a temperature of say 15 to 25, not even once the temperature came to say 14 or 26. Yeah, and that's how, because we have been into the cold storage industry for almost like 33 years, and 3 years into pharma and 21 years in seed industry, been there, done that in the Indian seed industry. And Yeah, that's who we are for the pharma. Like, I mean, we have literally started altering the view of the pharma men, uh, telling the pharma men to stick to their core competency in creating the best drug, such that the Indian cold chain industry, which is predominantly known in India to serve fruits and vegetables and milk and dairy and so on, not pharma. And that is how the bigwigs or the pharma industry have started setting up their in-house cold storage or warehouse facilities. But the last 3 years, we Gubba have started altering the view of the pharmaceutical world that Indian cold chain industry is gearing up. You can trust us. And that's how close to we are now with 10,000 pallets, and another 10,000 pallets we are adding very shortly in the next month or so. So we'll be around 20,000 pallets in the next 6 months. Our core COVID compliant pharma facility is also getting ready with 3 temperature zones of 2 to 8, 15, 25, and -20 all under one roof. We are also contemplating for -70-degree temperature too. Yeah, you need to be a WHO GDP certified, and these are the certifications required. In fact, I keep telling the cold chain industry, go a little more. If the client asks for an AEO, authorized economic certification, do that. Authorized economic player, do that. Go for CTPAT, go for CIEV certifications. Don't stop there. Go for EU GDP, because that is what inspires when you serve pharma. Because not many cold storages in India are pharma compliant. I can say less than 1% of the Indian cold chain industry is pharma compliant. But Indian cold chain industry have an ability to transform itself in serving pharma. It's only a question of little time, little hand-holding, little knowledge sharing. India is up. In fact, even for vaccine, India is ready. In fact, India is ready to demonstrate and do what's needed for vaccine. We have been telling in various webinars to the government that the Indian cold chain industry is more than fully equipped across Kanyakumari to Kashmir and Gujarat to West Bengal, that India is ready for delivery of the COVID vaccine. Yeah, it's better to have regulatories, because suddenly, you never know, these vaccines or pharma or APIs, they come from an SEZ and then have to be exported. So you need regulatory space also in your facility for smooth functioning of the operations of the pharma company. Safety is very important, as you know, and this is how we handle MSDS. In fact, we have a system to handle the DG goods and so on. You need to have a change room because you're serving pharma, and a separate place for the DG goods, rejected and damaged goods. Yeah, what's the temperature required? Still, the questions are still in the gray area from the government. How many pallets are needed in metro cities? How many pallets are needed in small towns? Still, we don't have clarity. Even by, say, end of February, we still don't have clarity. And time has come for the government to start executing things, throwing the ball, and get us dumped into the swimming pool, and that is how we will learn swimming. We can't learn swimming sitting on the edge, which we have been doing. At least the government now. Time has come to push the private players into the stadium and ask to perform and ask to demonstrate. Yeah, these are the possible temperatures required for the preservation of COVID vaccine. And these are the regulatories we need. You can't store, you can't store vaccine or even APIs with any other product. So that product contamination is a big challenge in India. So you need to have dedicated chambers. Your chamber need to have a regulatory, and certification has to be done. SOPs have to be passed. So yeah, we do have challenge. Internally we did develop our COVID-19 vaccine SOPs. Yeah, that's the scene. We are, even with the biggest, we have got more than 10,000 cold storages in India. Probably less than 5% are equipped as of now. But it's not a rocket science to equip ourselves to serve vaccine or even pharma. And even if to handle COVID vaccine, we are 50% just there. But it all depends on how fast the government wants to vaccinate India, and is India ready? Of course, since a week we are also talking about the Are we heading for a second possible wave? Yeah, fingers crossed, don't know yet. Yep, we need bigger cold storages in bigger towns, and then for tier 2 towns, we need smaller ones, and in towns and villages, we need containers, sort of walk-in rooms. So there's a lot of ecosystem which has to be created, and the private players have come forward and started demonstrating on what's needed in fulfilling on the vaccine. And we keep telling, I mean, the cold chain industry keep telling, I keep telling in various webinars, like we have to be proactive in reaching out to government, reaching out to pharma companies, and creating a value chain proactively such that it adds value as in the entire ecosystem. Yeah, these are various infrastructure needed, freezers, and so on. Yeah, as I said, we are coming out with a 10,000 pallet facility, a GDP compliant, and yeah, I mean that will be one of the finest in Telangana, South India, and also in India. Yeah, this is what I keep telling. Have a reactive approach. Sorry, proactive approach rather than a reactive approach. Go 5 steps forward and look back. What is needed for the pharma company, for the government to deliver the vaccine or the pharma, and that's how you will get answers. Thank you. I'm available for if I'm. I did rush through Pritika, so if people have a couple of questions, I can still do. And I think I stuck to my timelines of 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Gubba. And yeah, so sorry, you were saying something. Your voice was breaking. So may I continue in that case? So after Mr. Gubba's informative presentation on cold storage, I would like to share a very brief vote of thanks. And quickly, we'll be moving into the next panel discussion, which will be very, very interesting for all of you. And I take this opportunity to thank all the thought leaders who shared wonderful insights on the much needed topic of biopharmaceuticals. And apologies that we have not yet taken up the questions because of the schedule and lack of time. And I also want to thank our partners and sponsors. Our exclusive knowledge partnership partners are BioRx Venture Advisors, and our mentoring partner is BioAccelerate, BSLA, Amazon Web Solutions, and Indian Healthcare Angels. Our exclusive gold partner is DHL. Our two silver partners are Syngene and SKS Law Associates. And our exclusive bronze partner is Lifeforce Biomedical. Our media partners are Biospectrum and Pharma BioWorld. And now, after this quick mention of our various sponsors, I would like to share that it is a perfect time to segue into the panel discussion. And the topic of the panel is Nuances of Biopharmaceuticals Acceleration Impact Initiatives Bench to Bedside in India. We have moderator as Mr. Vishal Gandhi, founder and CEO of BioRx. And over to you, Mr. Gandhi.
Thank you, Pritika. It's a perfect time to segue into a much needed discussion, and I would request all my co-panelists to put their video on so that the discussion is more engaging. Thank you so much, everyone, for patiently being there. I think some of you have been waiting for almost 2 hours, 3 hours, and I'd like to special thank Nigel, who got invited yesterday night. And this is so amazing, Nigel. I really treasure your commitment, and thank you so much for being here. And so I think this is amazing, and I don't think I could have asked for a better panelist because each one of you bring up such a complementary and a very differentiated experience. And I have known most of you, not just for a year, but at least for a decade. And this is very, very impressive that, you could actually give us time for coming and sharing your thoughts. It is really, really committed. I would say it's a reflection of your commitment to the sector. And I think without your support, this sector certainly cannot be vibrant. And it has a potential to become one of the finest sectors, in the India, I would say. Okay, so between each one of you, what I would like to do is to request each one of you to do brief introduction of yourself. So I see, many people here, but what I could do is I could request Mahesh to start, and then I think we can take one on one. So Mahesh, over to you for introduction.
Thanks, Vishal. Mahesh Balgat. I am the COO for Syngene International. Syngene is a CRO and a CDMO engaged in working both in the small molecule space and the biologic space. Me personally, I've been in the biopharmaceuticals, vaccines, biotechnology industry for almost the last 30 years, 20 years in the US and then 10 years in India. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you very much for the invite, Vishal.
Pleasure. May I turn to Dr. Suar? Represents as a CEO for a very, very upcoming biotech park, one of the, I would say, iconic biotech park.
Good. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Mr. Bisal. I am Mrityunjay Suar. You can call me Jay. I am the CEO of KIT Technology Business Incubator, which is in Bhubaneswar under KIT University. And we work very closely with the BIRAC and promote startup company in the field of biotechnology. We have almost now 103 biotech startups with us at the moment, and many of them are doing quite good. So we provide those platforms here. Thank you.
Thank you. I have an innovator who I have known for about 7-8 years and who has done fantastic licensing deals. And I request Aditya to share his profile. Yeah. Aditya, you're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you, Vishal. So I'm Aditya Kulkarni. I am the founder and chief scientific officer of 18 Porous Life Sciences. We have been focused in the drug discovery space for close to 6-7 years now. Earlier, we were focused on orphan diseases, had a licensing deal to a US-based biopharma company in 2018 Jan. Since then, pivoted to the autoimmune and immuno-oncology space. Raised a couple of rounds of venture funding from US-based investors and some India-based HNIs. Hopefully, we plan to take one of our molecules into clinics next year, 2022. So, pleasure to be here.
That's quite incredible. Very, very encouraging. May I turn to Dr. Miraj Singh? Thank you so much, Dr. Miraj, for being here. Over to you for a quick introduction.
Good afternoon to all the panelists. Very happy to be here. So I am Dr. Miraj Singh. I am a program manager with National Biopharma Mission. This is a collaborative program of Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, and World Bank. Under this program, this is a DBT's initiative to promote the growth of biopharmaceuticals in country. And under the program, we have tried to identify many gaps, which are actually the bottlenecks for the development of biotherapeutics for startup companies, and to identify the ways through which we can actually promote the growth of biotherapeutics in country. So there are many things which the mission has done in the last 2-3 years. Many interventions and many initiatives have been taken up by the missions, and we'll be happy to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miraj. May I turn to Nigel here? Nigel.
Thank you, Vishal. Great pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. So my name is Nigel Page. I'm the Chief of Staff for Self-Care Catalysts, which is a pioneer in digital healthcare and real-world evidence, headquartered in Canada. We have a platform called Health Storylines, a disease agnostic and customizable platform that basically connects healthcare stakeholders to engaged patients and the data that they require to make decisions, or informed decisions at least. My background is one actually mainly in the pharmaceutical industry and then the CRO, which occupied something like 3.5 decades. I don't quite know where those 35 years went. And then more recently, say having made the leap to sort of digital healthcare. So it seems you can teach an old dog new tricks after all.
No, that's incredible. Over to a dear friend Manohar, who's known to bring a fantastic stem cell based product. Long journey, but I think it'll certainly pay him. So over to you, Manohar.
Thanks, Vishal. Good afternoon or good morning to all people. So we are a STEM stem cell research and product development company. I have been with this company for the last 11 or 12 years. And the product has been designed from, from scratch, from an R&D. And literally, we have taken the product from bench to bedside. And recently, we got approval from the Indian FDA to commercialize one of our product for a major unmet medical need, focusing on the critical limb ischemia. So thanks for inviting us and inviting Stempeutics. We will share, Vishal, as we go along, the nuances, what we have faced in developing the product.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I request Ratnesh Jain to share his brief profile.
Yeah. So thanks, Vishal. I think good afternoon, all the panelists. So most of the known faces, I would say. I'm Ratnesh Jain. I'm professor at Institute of Chemical Technology, which I used to call UDCT in earlier days. UDCT's primary interest through my research group is process development and analytical characterization of biopharmaceuticals. We are primarily dealing in upstream bioprocessing and also to a range of analytical services, which we will be providing to a large sector of pharma and biopharma companies, including even complex generics and injectable peptides. We are also very much involved in the skill development program of National Biopharma Mission. And we have arranged one of the biggest program of the country to train almost 100 people in last year through similar number of faculty. So that's what we are doing in the space. Thank you, Vishal.
That's phenomenal, sir. Thank you. May I turn to Dr. Bula Chaudhary? Dr. Chaudhary, are you there? Yeah, hi.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I must thank Dr. Vishal to include this part also in this event. From my side, I must say I'm working in this part from almost 10 years as a senior scientist and also as a coordinator with the entrepreneurs. But what I have understand, and also Dr. Vishal is also knowing, this part of the country, we are lacking behind. We are lacking behind in the entrepreneurship sector, in biotechnology, and also in the biopharmaceuticals. So what my expectation from this program is, we want to tie up or we want to associate with you all so that this part can also grow as like you. This is my motive to be here in this program, and during the discussion also what is actually required in this part and what is happening and what required to be happen from your end, that I like to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Northeast has been dominating in agri sector, but there is a lot of activity happening on biopharma now, and I'm sure Jay has a deeper understanding, and Jay can contribute to your biotech sector growth, in Northeast. So phenomenal, great. So may I turn to Sunita? She's my mentor. She has taught me IP, so it's my privilege to introduce her. And Sunita, over to you.
Thank you, Vishal. It's a pleasure to be here. Very interesting session in the morning. My name is Sunita Sridharan. I'm an advocate and a patent attorney. I've been practicing in the area of patents and other forms of intellectual property for the last 21 years. And I have my own law practice now. It's about 14 years. And the whole focus of this is commercialization of IP, creation, maintenance, and commercialization. Looking forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Last not the least, a dear friend, Geeta. She brings in experience from US and India, and I think I would like her to just introduce herself. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Vishal. Hello, friends. I'm excited to be here today among stalwarts in the bio innovation sector. My sincere thanks to Vishal and also Ms. Mitravinda Ranjan, editor of Jesubai Media, for inviting me here today. I'm Geeta Ramamurthy, founder and CEO of Giga Innovation Center, located both in Bangalore as well as Boston, USA. Our mission is to make the entrepreneur ecosystem in India robust. What do I mean by that? We want to inspire and facilitate collaboration among education institutions, starting from schools to colleges, organizations, businesses, corporates, all to support startups, growth stage startups, and mature companies grow, succeed, and impact societies through creating jobs and contribute to local, national, and global economies. In the past 2 years, we are young, company here in Bangalore, but in the past 2 years, we have mentored 1,000 entrepreneurs and facilitated funding for 100 companies that has created 500 plus jobs. And we are very excited to be working with the BBC in Bangalore and also certain organizations in Boston. Thank you so much. Excited to be here.
Thank you, Geeta. So I think the topic has been introduced by Pritika already, but having said that, I think bench to bedside is a very, very important part. It's a difficult journey, and each one of us coming from pharma and biotech background, I think realizes that, and conversion of innovation to a marketplace is a very, very big challenge. And so I would request Dr. Miraj. Dr. Miraj, what do you think? You've been doing a fantastic work, through a association with World Bank. What else is required to make this system more, I would say, more vibrant, more accountable, and more impactful? So your thoughts on that? What interventions are required?
Thank you, Vishal. First of all, I would like to emphasize on one thing, that biotherapeutics are inherently challenging molecules. Unlike small molecules, the development pathway is long and it's challenging. So for established company, the product development timeline is between 5 to 10 years. For a startup, you can imagine how difficult the landscape is. So when National Biopharma Mission was launched by Department of Biotechnology, one of the thought behind the mission was to identify the key challenges faced by a startup or a small company, SMEs, and what can be done from the government end to actually address these issues or to fill up these gaps. What interventions can be done from government end? So one of the major things which came up was that the unavailability of the major facilities. So you can say that creation of an enabling ecosystem for development of biotherapeutics in country was very much needed. It was not only for startups or small companies, but even established companies. They were also seeking help of overseas facilities to develop their product. For example, the companies were exporting molecules to overseas laboratories for the characterization of these complex molecules, because unlike small molecules, these molecules need very extensive characterization to have a fingerprint match with the biosimilar. So what we thought that, okay, this time we should be focusing on creating an enabling ecosystem in terms of facilities. So starting from very early in the product development pipeline, we identified that cell line repositories are needed in the country, from where a product developer can get a well-characterized cell line. First of all, that is very much needed. Then a safe storage place for their clones, because clones are very valuable, and nowadays all the companies are storing their clones overseas. So that was one of the work domains for these facilities, and the characterization of these clones. So the cell line repositories was one of the facilities, and we have launched 2 facilities in the country, which will be functional in next 2 to 3 years. Other than that, what was needed that small companies can make up the molecules, but to develop those, the access to facilities like analytical facilities was also needed. So right now under National Biopharma Mission, we have 4 analytical laboratories working in different parts of the country, and all the information is available on NBM website. Along with this, PDL and CGMP facilities, the process development from the lab scale, as you rightly said, that what is needed to take it from the bench to the bedside. So first of all, scale up. So scale up process development laboratories in the country were not available, and you cannot expect from a startup to do such huge capex investment to establish their own laboratories. So PDL and CGMP facilities were made available for these startups to have access to these facilities and do the scale up. and then development or get the pilot scale batches for their clinical trials. So all these interventions were initially taken up by the National Biopharma Mission. Along with this, we are also supporting product development of established company. So these are the overall things done by NBM in a nutshell. Along with this, as Ratnesh said, we are also promoting the skill development courses. Students which are coming after master's course or BTech course, or people who have 2 to 3 years experience in an industry, how to upskill their skill set is also another very important challenge. So we are also working for that. We keep on organizing workshop. For last 1 year, we haven't been able to do so because of COVID challenges, but we will resume that soon. But having said that, one of the biggest challenges we faced is that there is an urgent need to step up from biosimilars to novel biologics. And I think
more with you, sir. I was actually coming to that point, because biosimilar is a 16 years old story.
Exactly.
Exactly. I did that. And after even 20 years, I don't see any major development. I don't see even a single new biological entity actually getting introduced after that.
Exactly. So that is what is very much needed, because we understand that there is a lot of risk involved. So NBM has tried to cover the risk for the developers. Many grants have been given for the development of novel biologicals. Especially RFPs were designed to promote the development of novel biologicals, especially nanobodies, antibody drug conjugate, next generation biosimilars, biobetters. So we have seen some response there, but I think academia need to come up for this, and the real know-how of the things, like the molecule can only be developed in a laboratory, but later on it can be transferred through technology transfers, and other IP and patent issues are there, which can be addressed through proper counseling. And I mean, the experts like IP experts, we also have an IP expert on the board, so she can shed more light on that. But it is very much needed that transfer of technology, successful transfer of technology from a laboratory to industry takes place, because our industry has great potential. They have huge manufacturing capabilities, but I see there is a lack for risk appetite in industry to go for novel biologics.
So
I think that is pretty much needed.
We had actually Dr. Amit Jogi from Syngene who talked about this aspect, and I think Syngene has that kind of capability, and I would let Mahesh talk more on that. To reflect what you said, but before I do tell Mahesh to speak, I would like to request Aditya. Aditya, you had a novel biological entity molecule with you, and you decided to license it. Why did you decide to license it out, not actually sort of develop it within India?
Yeah. So thanks, Vishal. Firstly, it was not technically a biologic; it was a polymeric prodrug that we licensed out. So there were two issues. I mean, yes, from the innovation perspective in biologicals and small molecules or in the drug discovery biopharma space, India is lagging behind. We're still largely stuck in the generics mindset, but that's not because innovation isn't happening. There are lots of folks trying to do innovation. It's the risk capital for that is lacking. Most venture capitalists still do not want to invest in those kinds of startups. So money is lacking, and as you know, it requires upwards of $100 million to get a drug from bench to bedside, right? You have all the clinical trials, etc. So that's the major concern.
Or sometimes even 10 times more.
10 times more, yeah. I mean, those are largely, I would say, in today's day, at least from the startup perspective, I think those are largely inflated numbers, because you also consider the risks of all the other molecules failing. But several startups, by being lean, a lot of big pharma, as you know, is hiving off their drugs and giving it to startups for taking it to the patient, to the market, and then licensing it back. There are lots of startups created which take phase 2 drugs that have failed, or phase 1 drugs that have failed, and very new innovative business models to get drugs to market in a very lean manner. But yeah, it's about 100 to 1.
Actually, I wasn't aware about this, but this is
yeah. Just today, I think there was news about a pharmaceutical company called Day One, which was created by drugs that have been hived off from Merck KGaA. So it's a very, very common thing that's happening in the biopharma biotech space. So risk capital is a major concern. I mean, DBT is doing a lot, but at the end of the day, 100 million, 200 million to take a drug to the market is not easy. So that's one thought that was on our mind. The other major thing was, since we were focused on the orphan disease space, India is still in the nascent stages when it comes to orphan diseases. There's no strong orphan drug act in India from the perspective of DCGI. There are no patient registries. So running a trial, we were in late stage discussions with some venture capitals to fund us for a clinical trial. But then we realized there are too many moving pieces, and we thought it's better to out-license it and then focus on a market where there's fortunately no shortage of patients, oncology and autoimmune in India. That's the reason we pivoted more towards that. But these are primary things, and risk capital is even missing today, although a lot of investors and venture capitalists do talk about it. But when it actually comes to investing in a drug discovery startup, they always say we'll invest when it's a phase 1 drug, or we'll invest when you get to the market. But we don't really require investments from them when it reaches the market, right?
Sure. I think the success stories are also missing, Aditya. So
I think it's
stories in the sector. And I do have a friend, a colleague, Manohar, who can probably talk about success story. In fact, he ended up partnering with Cipla because he couldn't find money. But then eventually he was able to bring his drug to the market. And this is like a biopharma, So I would let Manohar talk about stem cell for about a couple of minutes.
Sure.
I think good points, Aditya. We have gone through all the difficulties or challenges highlighted by Aditya in terms of getting money, raising money, and it requires a lot of money. It is not once again, it requires a lot of time. The other one is it requires a deep pocket in order to develop the entire, the product and going through the life cycle of the entire development. And also the regulatory path is not well defined, as highlighted by Aditya. It is not we have like an FDA, the clear rules in India. So we are lucky or good that we got and raising money from private equity. They were not able to take the risk in this emerging field of cell therapy or even gene therapy because the risk is too high. So the only way to survive, Vishal, is to see whether we can establish strategic partners with pharma companies. At least they understand the development cycle and the challenges what we have. Yes. So we raised the money through Cipla.
Compelling to partner with the pharma company like Cipla is also to bring not just the bench side, but the bedside experience, because the maximum impact will be created when you are able to launch a drug, right, or a molecule.
We got our approval for the first the cell-based product StemQ-Cell. We got approval about 5 months or 6 months back. We are still waiting to launch because how to take this product to the market, how to train the people, how to handle. In the early session, I was listening to the cold chain, how we can deliver this product, the supply logistics, and also the manufacturing is one of the biggest challenge. In order to how we can really create a large-scale manufacturing for this stem cell-based and make it affordable.
So this is the best time to get Mahesh to actually talk about this. So 2 innovators, 1 policymaker have already shared the views. So Mahesh, this is the perfect time for you to share your views.
Yep. Maybe over to Mahesh to address some of the challenges what we are facing in terms of large-scale manufacturing.
As a CRO, I'm sure he can do much. He's a bridge.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that's where I wanted to come in and say that we are a bridge, right? And in a way, we talk about this quite a bit, right? It really takes a village to raise a child. It really takes the whole ecosystem to bring a biotherapeutic on the market. And then when we talk about things that both Aditya or Manohar mentioned, these are even more complex, and so they need even more infrastructure, even more stronger ecosystem to bring them to the market, which means the CRO kind of experiences that we have can obviously help in some ways. And I'll just want to maybe illustrate with a couple of examples, right? So, as a CRO and as a CDMO, we work with manufacturers or developers very early on in their development pipeline or in their discovery stages, in fact. What that gives us is a better understanding upfront of what is the amount of data that you need to produce to get through the different stages of drug development, building on experiences from other clients, building on experiences from FDA interactions, building on experiences from certain disease target groups that we may have already worked on. And those are some of the things that we need to kind of start to leverage more and more, because at the end of the day, we know that we want to go from one end to the other, and the end-to-end innovation we need to demonstrate is possible in it, with the help of all of these components of the ecosystem. Now, Syngene, for example, at Syngene, we've helped one client support 2 FDA-approved drugs. So we've gone through these steps with them. And there's another one where we're doing phase 3 clinical trials and was granted recently a priority review. So that's when we start to understand, what are some of the components of what gets you a priority review? What are some of the things that you would focus on upfront in terms of working on a sustainable process versus just getting some doses out in the market and addressing the supply chain challenges, and then worry about costs and worry about the process later on. In general, I think, just to highlight some more of why we believe that this is very important and still can be done in India. Again, I'll give some experiences of Syngene, which will hopefully help illustrate this. So Syngene is a co-inventor on about 400 patents. 2020, which we know was a tough year, we've signed about 54 IP assignment agreements. So there is a lot of experience that comes into the CRO CDMO space that we can build upon. And two specific examples, we were recently on a patent application for a clinical stage company developing innovative drug therapies to improve patient lives with metabolic and orphan diseases, something that Aditya mentioned. This is actually a patent for processes for preparing plasma kallikrein inhibitors. Now, we know these are things that are there with genetic diseases where you have high plasma levels, and the inhibition really becomes important to manage this for patients to lead a good life. This is the kind of opportunity that I think we need to look forward and say, okay, what was the path and what was the journey for such an inhibitor to get to the stage that it has been, and what are things that we can bring in and learn. And especially as we start to talk more and more in this background of building on data from an AI and automation platform as well. So let's not worry about the automation specifically right now, but from an AI platform perspective. And there again, one of the things that I want to sort of offer is, we are looking at AI to help reduce complexity in protein design. When we are talking to our clients and they come to us with their first interest in a given protein that they would want to make, we also talk to them about, are there things that we can do from the databases that we have or from the AI intelligence that we've been able to develop on improving the protein design components of it. Moving on to the next phase of development, we also start talking to them about, can we analyze medical records better to find the right patients for clinical trials? Can we get better, of course, with all of the ethics and the confidentiality all in place, obviously. That's a given. So then matching, patients to clinical trials, especially when you go for things like orphan diseases. I think all of these are things that we as a country need to recognize, that we need to work as one unified mechanism, one unified ecosystem, and build upon to bring that level of innovation as we're talking about, particularly in this particular platform. I'll stop here, Vishal. There's of course a lot more that I can give in terms of examples.
Absolutely valid inputs. So this is time for me to call Sunita. Sunita, so what are the three important aspects of IP protection and management, I think, which Dr. Miraj also mentioned, to help help innovations to see the marketplace?
Yeah, if you look at the journey, the title here being from the bench to the bedside, it's a long journey. And in this journey, I think it's very important to strategize as well as to have tactical situations in place to achieve your goals. I would see it as three main things. One is search. The searches are many varied. It depends on what stage you are in. Just before filing a patent application, you would probably look at, prior art search. If you're looking at landscape, it will give you a pretty fair idea of who are your competitors in the market. And at the time of, commercializing, it would be a very good idea to have a freedom to operate search conducted so that there is a clarity, and then freedom to operate would be in the jurisdictions of your interest. So that is, I think, one of the top things to do, and it varies from time to time depending on what is required. The search also applies to trademarks, because if you have a name with which you want to put it in the market, you would, it's best to get that name right in the beginning, get your domain name in place so that, there is no cyber squatting at a later point in time. So that too is a search. And then you would want to make sure that you have something in your kitty which can be used without any problem later. I think the second most important thing would be to make sure that you're not just looking at the patents, you're also looking at all other forms of intellectual property. The traditional IPR, of course, is patents, and then there is copyrights, trademarks, industrial designs. But apart from that, there is the trade secret, the confidential information, the know-how, which from time to time you would have to make sure that you're securing them. And one of the best ways to secure them is to make sure that, I'm talking about, make sure that you have the right kind of agreements in place. Yeah. Whether it be a confidentiality agreement, non-disclosure agreement, any of the other agreements that is there. And I think that's also very important when I talk about agreements, because at the time of enforcement, apart from the third-party infringement that could happen, enforcement of your rights is whether you have an IP or a non-IP, non-traditional IP right, you would have to have very good, strong agreements in place, and the terms and conditions therein should be very clear. And I think apart from, the IP laws, the traditional IP laws, the non-traditional IP laws, it's very important also to look at other incidental laws. One of them, of course, these days we are tackling in a big way is biological diversity laws of India. We've had a few patents which have been accepted but have not been granted in India and in Europe, because the Biodiversity Authority have written to them saying they don't grant them because they've not taken approvals for whatever was the starting bioresource. In some cases it's some virus, in some cases it's some plant, and that is a starting material for that invention. So in fact, just before coming on this, I've just signed on a document which has to go to the National Biodiversity Authority for approval, so that we can send it to the European Patent Office and then get the patent granted, because that's very important to take it forward for further commercialization and enforcement.
So related question, Sunita, is our regime ready for India to become a hub for, NBEs? Biopharma, which is essentially biologics or biosimilars, I think pretty much we have mastered that art. But if we were to really look at NBEs, are we there?
I guess as a patent attorney, all I can say is that, there seems to be a lot of work that we're doing in that area, but whether we are commercializing it, because there's a regulatory approval mechanism in place which needs to be looked at. So I really won't be in a position to comment on that at the moment.
Sure.
But the third point, which you said, the third most important point for IP management would be enforcement. I think you have to be really alert to make sure that there is a enforcement mechanism in place. Monitoring is happening on a regular basis, not only in your home country, but also in the countries where these are being commercialized.
Sure. So let me turn to Nigel. Nigel, I'm a fan of digital healthcare, and I know about you that you are also equally, expertise in digital healthcare, and I think that connects both of us well. So tell me, what are the dimensions that we need to think from a digital perspective, from benchside to the bedside, and how will that improve the patient experience in next 3 to 5 years? Is there going to be an experience improvement, or it is just going to be a fad?
I think it'll be far from a fad, and I'm going to take just a little bit of artistic license. I mean, with this continuum, because I think, yes, bench to bedside, but let's also go beyond, because of course, the output of the biopharmaceutical industry is, of course, ultimately destined for a particular consumer, the patient. And it's our ability to understand that consumer that of course is vital. On some of the, and other speakers have used the word journey. We need to understand that patient journey too. The issue is that we capture today, but a fraction of the information that helps us achieve this understanding. And this indeed is really the problem that needs addressing, and which, excuse me, digital health can absolutely help in. Many of us that have been in the industry, close to the industry, have probably witnessed, really massively important decisions being made for patients, but with only really a limited understanding of their true experience along the healthcare continuum as new compounds, of course, are developed and commercialized. And that journey really is one which, if we think about a life cycle from, whether it's even the preventative care aspect, diagnosis, treatment decision, treatment itself, and then care management. These are all aspects that it behooves the biopharmaceutical industry to understand. And obviously having tools that actually help us understand in real time what is happening to patients, and building a very comprehensive, a very holistic view of their experiences provides, of course, a much richer data set than conventional measurement of simply, vitals or a biomarker may have done. So this becomes, I think, increasingly important, in a patient-centric world. Patients are actually willing to share a lot of information if approached correctly, and again, digital tools can help us here. No one, after all, was ever trained to be a patient. I mean, we must remember, patients are people first and only patients second. So providing the mechanisms, making it very easy for them to use tools that help gather that information becomes ever more important. Symptoms, their natural history, the impact of disease on the functioning and the quality of life, experience with treatments, healthcare resource utilization, and actually role of experience and caregivers as well we could put into this. And why and where does this help the biopharmaceutical industry? I mean, Mahesh already touched upon some of this, which was actually finding patients, the right patients, for engagement in clinical trials. That's certainly not a fad either. That's going to continue. But I mean, this thing about formulation development, protocol development for those trials. Regulatory strategies, because let's face it, there's a payer at the end of this, and with many jurisdictions of the world now considering pay for performance, not just what was promised in the clinical trial setting, but what is actually happening in the real world. These aspects, a true understanding, this longitudinal 360 view becomes ever more important. Marketing strategy too, we could add in. I could go on. So no, Vishal, I don't think this is a fad. The patient is up front and center. They're here to stay, and as part of this continuum, we have to consider their involvement earlier and more comprehensively than we have in the past.
That's a brilliant perspective, Nigel. Thank you so much. May I now turn to Jay? I always find it very difficult to pronounce his name, and he's made my job easy to just call him Jay. So, Jay, I think I have had a good fortune to visit your incubator, and I think you're sitting in an academic institute, and of course, you also are a bridge between academics and industry. So, in your opinion, I think all of us are talking about deficit of industry-academia relationship, and that is why, translational work from innovation to marketplace, the kind of numbers we would like to see, the percentage conversion we would like to see, we don't see. So what is it that you are doing today so that this number improves, and this is like a point blank question to you.
Thank you. I think I've been listening to all of you. We have got people from IP to biopharmaceuticals to drug discovery guys to, I think, digital health. So what we do in incubator, all of you know, I will not explain that. But what we have built, as all of you mentioned, that building a enabling ecosystem. For example, in incubator in Bhubaneswar, you will find that we have clinicians peer support program. For example, every month we have clinicians engagement program. I think 17 startups work with clinicians for trial projects. We have medical college nearby, LB Prasad Eye Hospital, nearby several medical colleges. How do you onboard them? Is there a business plan behind it? I think there's an engagement plan behind it. So as an incubator, because shortage of time, I'm just going very fast. You have to bring two plans: engagement plan, what clinicians they want, and a business plan, what others they want. Regarding industries, you'll be very happy that as an incubator, we are also bringing industries from outside, because we know the problem with our geography, we do not have any biotech industries in Bhubaneswar, around Bhubaneswar. So looking at that, what we have discussed, we have brought now bringing in 4 good companies. Of course, they're from diagnostic sector, licensing with the government of Odisha to set up plug and play facility for manufacturing diagnostics. And one of them is the India's largest diagnostic manufacturer. Now, why I'm saying all these things, only per se incubation, you can only build pipelines for the funnel, like what some of you are talking today, that you became big or you became good. Now, if you don't build the enabling ecosystem, like I'm saying, or better than what I'm saying, I think incubator will remain as a small entity. Even though Bilex is going to put money, or maybe Stampede is going to put, bring more startups, things are not going to move in a positive direction. So I'm very optimistic at the moment. The government is pushing it. The industries are coming forward. I'm very fortunate. Some of my companies are mentored by big companies, including Krishna Allah, who is now a vaccine guy. He calls, he talks, he's now talking to our clinicians, to our trial projects. So this noise should happen in an incubator. So sitting in Bhubaneswar, I can tell you with positivity, optimism, that a lot of things are happening here. Watch out. Biotech is not only going to be Bangalore or Hyderabad or Pune, it is going to be beyond it. And I think we'll also work together to make it happen in Odisha also. Thank you.
Wonderful. Keep up good work, sir. I've known you, and of course, I've heard good stories about your incubator. So wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good work. So may I turn to Ratnesh? Ratnesh, I think ISCT is known for its new chemical entities, and of course, I understand that you had a biopharmaceutical sector. In ISCT. So there is a responsibility of skill building, and also there is a responsibility to develop innovative biological molecules. So would you like to reflect on your role and how you think you can contribute to the bioeconomy of this world?
Yeah. So thank you, Vishal, and thank you, panelists, for wonderful perspective which they are giving for biopharma. So, I'm engaged myself with multiple sector of individuals, from startup label to a large pharma. And what I've realized, as Jay is saying correctly, that KIT is becoming a buzzword. The similar way we have C-Camp or Venture Center, which is happening. But just to tell you, we are far away from where we should be. And that's what probably Adit has or Mahesh has also said. So even in a biosimilar space, we are far away. So you probably know that civilization which has happened, if you talk about Mesopotamia or Egypt or Indus civilization, they all happened near rivers. So if we really want to innovate, we really want to provide innovation, a real innovation which reaches to the market, this civilization should happen near a university cluster. And that is something which we as government or as ecosystem has to invest in it. And that is lacking. So there are a lot of initiative which has been done, but these are scattered initiative. And these scattered initiative are not giving us the results which can give motivation even to a risky investors to invest in the company. So why we don't have a risky investment? Because there are no success. Why we don't have a success? Because our investments are scattered. Why our investment is scattered? Because policy has some issue, or maybe the feedback is not going the way. So Mumbai, for the matter, the largest biotech investment had happened in Pune, in Bangalore, in Hyderabad. Mumbai, for that matter, one of the biggest GDP generation we have hardly any investment in that sector. So we are right now creating one of the cluster called Mumbai Bio Cluster and initiating huge amount of investment in the life science startup domain. So this is, I'm just giving an example. Like even the biopharma, we have so many facilities coming up, but these are again scattered. Look at the Dublin model. The Dublin model is one of the most successful model where NIBRT, one of the institute, has created not only the skill side, but has Regeneron, which is one of the major company, has generated novel biologics, many novel biologics, including adalimumab. So which basically came to AbbVie initially. So there are many such molecule has come from NIBRT association. Similarly, we have a Singapore model where entire biopharma research park is there. So companies like Amgen, companies like Major Merck, or many other companies are being hosted in the biopharma research park. So my suggestion to the panelists and my suggestion through this program is we should have more. We should just reflect back into our civilization, that all the civilization has flourished near the river. So we should strengthen our university ecosystem, and they should make sure that identified innovation should reach to the, suppose it's a diagnostic device or it's a biopharma, then it should start from one university, and then every industry, startup, other association, hospitals are near around that. And that cluster approach can only create certain buzzword and ultimately gain the trust of investors, so we can have more affordable innovation. Otherwise, we are far away from where we are.
I couldn't agree more with you, Ratnesh. I think you actually said what is really required but for policymakers to really know. And I can tell you that even your own institute, ISCT, after so many years, has done exceptional work. We could still only have one campus, which is in Bhubaneswar, other than your own location. Otherwise, we could have actually had 50 ISCTs, right? And
that's a very temporary campus now.
yes, I know. So after like 50 years of doing such an exceptional work, and it's like everybody wants to own that brand. Let the ISCT be known as only Mumbai, not as Hyderabad, not as Bangalore, So this state sort of a feeling, it's good, but I think it is not really helping anybody. And I think Ratesh has put in so much beautifully. And Miraj, you have something to take back what Ratnesh said. And of course, we will compile it and send it to you. I know we have a hard stop at 4 because organizers have asked me to stop at 4 o'clock sharp because they've got another thing going on. So what I would like to do is to request Geeta to share, her perspective of, she's been sort of mentoring some of the biotech startups, and she has a strong feedback. So Geeta, why don't you give a feedback to us? You are on mute. Geeta, we can't hear you. You are on mute.
I was saying that I have met with Mr. Mrutyunjay when I visited the KIIT business plan competition, in 2 years ago in this thing. So I feel that, good ideas are all there all over the place, but they need advice and they need funding support, of course, from an early stage of development into maturity and commercialization. So we need to kind of interact with potential funders who are interested in biosciences, biotechnology, whatever have you, and kind of educate them and say, here is the work that is going on, and kind of interest them to get involved in that. Second, there are a lot of bright students that are out there in the universities and colleges. And Dr. Jitendra Kumar gave me a fantastic idea, and he said, we need to be a promoter of the institution mechanism to venture creation. And I said, I'm quoting him here. And I said, what do you mean by that? And then he said, there are hundreds and hundreds of ideas on the bench in these organizations, universities, and also on the biotechnology, companies. And these ideas can be brought to life, and ideas can be developed. And I think students would be a great resource for this. That means there has to be a marriage between these companies with these ideas and also the students. And I think because students are a great resource, and they also look at it as a learning experience. And I think that is where I think we can add value by bridging the gaps and bridging people from the companies to the students and also to the investors. I think that that marriage has to happen very often and strongly.
Sure. Thanks, Geeta. So I think with this, what I would like to do is to tell each one of you to share one liner of your recommendation to make India as the biologics hub manufacturing. So start with Ratnesh, just one liner.
So my one line is create more singular or cluster approach that will help India to make a manufacturing hub rather than a scattered approach.
Fantastic. So I'm not going to ask Dr. Miraj because we need to submit a paper to him. So we will collate all this and share with you, Dr. Miraj. Sunita, anything on IP design?
I think it will be more than one liner what I'm going to say.
Yes.
I think more translational research initiative needs to be taken from academia. Indian academia, especially institutes like IITs, ISC, they are no less in infrastructure or in the trained manpower. The kind of faculty which we have in this institute is world class. But I think there is a lack to take initiative towards translational research. I just want to cite one example here: COVID-19 pandemic, which we all went through. Except one vaccine, we cannot say that other vaccines which are being developed in India are truly indigenous. From where all these vaccines and technologies are coming? They are coming from foreign universities.
Absolutely.
So if they can be developed in foreign university, why can't be they developed in Indian universities or Indian academic institutes? So that is what I think pretty much needed. More initiative, more push to the research towards translational science. Okay, we understand that basic research hold merit, but translational research needs to be promoted at institutes end. There is no dearth of funding. There is no dearth of infrastructure. Every bioincubator, every IIT, every ISC has world-class infrastructure. You can go to any foreign university and can compare the infrastructure of IITs. You will say that IITs has better infrastructure. So we need to understand what is lacking then.
Yes, I agree. So I know we can go on, but I have hard stop, and I want to thank each one of you for agreeing to come at such a short notice. And I think each of your insights have been very valuable. We're going to record it. We're going to sort of make a paper out of it and submit to the government. So I think with this note, I'd like to thank each one of you again and our wonderful audience. And let's stay in touch. We all know each other well, and that's all I can say. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye. Thanks, Geeta. Thanks, Sunita. Thanks, Mrityunjay.
Thank you.
Ratnesh.
Thanks,
Viraj. Thanks, Manohar. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks, Dr. Bula. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.